this medicine to people. They don't even know you're going to Tourette's or
2023
what.
is off to a turbulent start, and the
They
U.S.
just
broke
keep
through the
pushing it to everybody
$31.4
and
trillion
excited
debt
to
ceiling in
keep
January. With no slowing on spending, it's times like these that you ought to have physical gold and silver on hand. You can buy it at bullionmax.com/coach. Go to bullionmax.com/coach to purchase your silver starter kit. Get 6 ounces of solid silver, including a limited zinc the calendar coin, something Bullion Max and I set up for Coast to Coast listeners. BullionMax.com/coach.
You start taking what
Just
your
out to
doctors
list
give
the 4
you. You
words.
just
This
think
is
that
among
they're,
the pecan orchards
maybe
that
you're in
surround it.
America. I don't
17
know what it
miles
is
of
that you
Brazos
think
River
when you think
frontage
that
is one
you
of the
don't know
most
what's right for
stunning
you as
and
a doctor
amenity-rich
do.
communities in
Trust them.
Texas. The Con
But
Plantation,
when
2
they're
home
hiding
sections
the
at
fact that
$69.99. Live
psychedelics
every day
can
at
help
Brown
people
Vacation. They
actually
have golf
cope
courses,
with
pools,
the
country
anxieties
clubs,
of
sports
life
clubs, a
and things,
marina,
and they're
so much
pushing
more
stuff
for
like
under
this go to young
$200 a month.
people.
Schedule
And
your
the
virtual
doctors
viewing
are
online.
getting
Fort
excited
Worth
about
Land
it.
Sales
Like,
dot
oh,
com.
we got
That's
another
Fort
one.
Worth Land Sales
That was
dot com.
scary
For
for
give us
me.
a
Like
call.
that just
844
almost pushes me
123.
above
Tired of
to
overpaying
the
for your
point
cell
where I
phone
can
bill?
trust
Switch
them.
to
And
Consumer
now I'm in a
Cellular.
situation where I
Save
don't
a
have a lot
half
of
on
money
your
and I
wireless
have to
plan.
go to this
Their
doctor. So,
award-winning
like,
100%
there's a million people
US-based
just like me
customer
out there,
support
and it's
team
just so
makes
sad
it easy.
because
Plus,
how many
you
people
can
are going to
keep your
suffer
phone
with
and
such
number
drugs
with no
because they
contract
don't know
or
these drugs, they
activation
don't
fee.
test
They
for
offer
them. I'll
unlimited
go on
profit
time and I
tests
just keep
with
giving
a
it to
flexible
people
visit plan
because
starting
they
at
don't want to
just
give them the stuff that
$20
doesn't
a
cost
month.
anything. Where
You
you
can
can grow in your
easily
own
add your
yard
family and friends to your
because
plan for
it just
just
makes financial sense
$15
for
a
them.
month for
But our
life.
economy,
Never worry about
for the
drop
people,
costs.
it would be better
Consumer
if it is
Cellular
something
has
that
the exact
we didn't
same
have to
coverage
do
as
that
the
with,
major
So
carriers
they're
to over
just crazy,
99%
and
of the
it's
nation.
just sad,
This
and
is
I'm
all
not
backed
taking
by
the
their
shit.
100% risk-free guarantee.
So if you
Join
like
millions of others who will switch. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code
The different taste menu.
But
radio25.
it's sad because I still suffer with this like anxiety where I feel like I have to take 100 showers a day. So I actually thought that this doctor was going to help me because it gave me peace bar.
Yeah, welcome back
It gave
to
me
Coast
peace
to
bar
Coast
for my
Sports. Molly
anxiety.
with
So
you,
in my
Felicia
head, I started
Searcy
taking
with us, award-winning
and I'm thinking this
transformational
stuff
life
have you
coach,
tried more?
professional speaker, author,
No, I've never
minister.
tried
Her life
mushrooms
is about
because I always
empowering and
hated
inspiring
mushrooms. I
folks
don't
to
like the
live their
texture of
dream
mushrooms, so
life.
I never even.
She's
You know
thrilled
they
by the
need
results that people
Yeah,
experience
and
as
it's
they
not
learn
me.
the
And I
results you
believe
want
you're
to live
that
your
I
dream
have a
life.
paranoia about
We're talking about the
my
law of
kids, my
attraction,
grandkids.
spiritual
Like, I can't
success,
do
and growth.
anything to
Felicia,
people
welcome to the
because it makes
program.
me feel like somebody's going to
Thank you
take
so
my
much, George.
children
It's
or
really great
grandchildren
to
away
be
from me.
here.
So I try to
Likewise,
reach
I've
out
heard
to
a lot
medical
about you.
doctors to help.
I am looking forward to this.
Good. I hope it's not
Amanda, I had been sober for 2 years.
Perfect. Whereabouts in the country are you?
There's not much that can help you. It's kind of an undisclosed thing that
How did you get
it's hard to really
involved
help
in
anxiety. It's
What would
something
what would you give
that can't be helped. It's a nerve disorder, kind of like Tourette's or whatever. But I will say that staying away from stimulants and eventually you do get used to it, which is a horrible thing to say.
Wanting to help you create the life that you're meant to live.
What got you into this business?
So, along with so many others, my background, I came from a pretty dark background. Both my parents did the best they could, and they struggled with, there was some addiction, mental illness, just a whole lot of violence. And the reason why I share that is because it gave me a perspective of the world, that the world wasn't safe. I learned early on to keep my head down and to not expect much. And I really hit a place where I was just so overwhelmed by the despairing nature of life that I really began to seriously entertain if I even wanted to stick around. And yeah, I knew that something was going to have to change because I couldn't go on living like that forever. And you reach that point in time, a point in your life where there's an opening, there's a receptivity to something different. And truly, the cliche that it's always darkest before the dawn. I was at that point when I got introduced to a whole new way of thinking, a whole new way of being, that there truly are these immutable laws that govern our results, that my relationship with this infinite intelligence, whether you call it God, spirit, universal love, that I began to open up to a whole new experience in relationship with this power, and really saw that my past informed me, but it doesn't define me. And I took hold of these, I was like a sponge, just grabbing hold of everything that I was learning from the teachers that I was exposed to. And my life is transformed. I mean, there's nothing in my history that would have suggested that I would be where I am today. And when I realized that it wasn't because of special dispensation or luck or magic or specially chosen, but it really was a spiritual system, I wanted to share this with everybody.
Alicia, there are a lot of people who are in that position you were in a long time ago that seem to be very depressed, very down, and I feel as if it's in record numbers these days. Do you feel that way too?
Yeah, that there's a like an epidemic of depression and defeatedness. You know, people being defeated.
Was it because of COVID?
You know, I think that I certainly am not like a psychologist or a counselor, but I just think that there's so many unknowns in our world today, and that when people have their attention focused on the things that may not be going right in our world and they feel helpless, powerless, then it causes this, you know, deep feeling of being defeated and why bother? Which is why I love introducing people to this to help them understand that it really doesn't matter what may be going on in the world of our past, but there is a power that every single one of us lives at our fingertips. And when we discover this power and learn how to unlock this power and put it in service to the life that's seeking to express good, you can have conditions. We can have the things going on in our world without those conditions having us.
You talk about the spiritual success formula. What is that?
So, through my study, so, you know, the thing to understand about me is that I taught school for 20 years, and a lot of that was as a speech therapist, special ed. And so I love to break things down very simply. And so when I studied what many people call universal law, and it's so vast to me, so I'm able then to share it with others. So the foundation of this is to understand that we have been given this unprecedented capacity to create. It's breathtaking, the power that human beings have and our capacity to create. And when you look at the origin of that creative capacity, it starts with our imagination, that we have the ability to actually imagine a different life, even if nothing in our world is saying that it's possible. Now, the power of that is that quantum physics is proving what spiritual masters are talking about the ages, but that energy, that thought process that then generates feelings literally have waves of energy that are have a vibration to them. You know, so this is where the law of attraction comes in, which is actually the law of vibration. That there's actually a vibration, and that it transmutes to this field of energy where there are what quantum physics calls unformed waves of energy hanging out in superposition. Now, I don't understand how this happens, but I don't have to understand how an airplane works to be able to get on the airplane and fly. I don't have to understand how electricity works to be able to turn my lamp on. In some fantastical way, this energy literally organizes around the pattern that we are communicating based on our predominant thoughts and our predominant feelings, which, as you go a step further, actually defines your identity. It defines the way we see ourselves. And when we're transmitting how we see ourselves, our world organizes around it. So as we know that, and we deepen our understanding of that, and actually devote ourselves to learning how to unlock that power, then we begin to understand the power of consciously choosing what we're learning in our imagination, and then allowing it to inform who our dream is asking us to become. One of the things I help people understand is that the purpose of your dream is not to achieve things. I mean, it's great. I love my life. And the real purpose of that dream, the real purpose of that desire is to wake you up to more of your magnificence, the catalyst that this universal intelligence uses to wake us up to more of who we are created to be. And so the formula is you get super clear about what is it that brings you most alive, realizing that you're tapping into the stream of intelligence that's seeking to express through you. Then you ask, what is it that the stream is asking me to know about myself, to grow, to develop, to step into? Who is the even greater version of myself that the stream is asking me to know and grow into? From there,
Hey, how you doing? I was just going to say, if anyone has any issues with taking mushrooms or psilocybin, a really great way to do it is to grind it up and put it in capsules. They make veggie capsules, and you never taste it, and it's wonderful.
Who you become becomes the greatest difference that you make. And as you're doing that,
I mean, it's within the mushroom, so I don't know if I know the actual taste of it, but I know that the taste of mushrooms, personally, to me, is off-putting. It's terrible, and it gives me a terrible gag reflex on any food that I take with it. So I found that if you microdose it using capsules, it's a much more effective strategy.
I love that. So the most powerful, if we really get it, George, that we're these powerful beings with this unlimited capacity to create, and we want.
I am, but I think you got it solidly. So everyone should know, Logan, to my knowledge, and I've asked quite a few people on this, who has the Twitter Space record, and it's Logan at 42 hours. I think I have something on my app or on my phone that maxes me out at 24 hours and 3 minutes, because I've had two exact live streams that have been 24 hours and 3 minutes. So you might be pretty solid on that. I'm not sure what it is, but I'm trying.
What would I love? What would I love? What would I love to do, have, give, be? What would I love?
And then you go after it, right?
That's it. And here's the thing to understand is that it is the force of love itself, this universal love presence that is actually communicating to you in the form of that dream, because it is the way that love.
I find that happens. It's just strange to me that I've had two streams that were exactly 24 hours and 3 minutes. So I'm not exactly sure what it is. I don't know that it's a hard stop by any means, and I do know that I'm still trying to get it. So I'm trying on different devices. That's just on iOS, and it's like an old iPhone 8 that I get the 24 hours on. But I also have it on Chromebooks, I have it on Android, and I have it using the web version. So I'm coming for you, Logan. And not only that, I live stream it live on YouTube. So actually, you can see this stream in live in YouTube as well. I put the post in the chat, so you can see everybody's little avatar.
Right, that's life force energy seeking a greater expression. And then there's a part of us that's going to fight like crazy. That just rears up and says, we're good right where we are.
Certainly.
And so the work then becomes, and number one, really letting yourself hear what it is that you would really love, believing that you deserve what it is that you really love, and then building a believing that you can have this, and then doing the work to be able to bring yourself into that life.
Oh man, like 10
We're
miles.
with Felicia Searcy. Her website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com.
Exactly, depending on the traffic on the 405.
Make it easy for you. Felicia, when we come back after the break, I want to talk about the law of attraction. Who came up with that phrase? You know?
Oh, allies. Allies, baby, allies. We are not competitors. I, if anything, am an ally of Logan, and I'm just learning from the master. He's the one who's been on Twitter Spaces for 2 years. I have not. I just joined Twitter Spaces about 2 weeks ago.
But just give me a quick line. Is it like a magnet to be the law of attraction?
That is true on YouTube. So if you're interested, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for more than 666 straight days. I have more content than any person in global history, which may not seem like a lot now, but in the future it will be seen as a very important time stamp, basically, or part of vision of the world, where we are seeing the birth of AI coming out of post-pandemic. And you don't only see it my stream on one YouTube stream, but I'm live right now on 6 different YouTube streams, which is a first of its kind of operation. You're able to see my entire screen. Exactly. Not only that, but you can also see it from the ceiling, and you can see what my computer looks like. All you have to do is put in ViralRabbi into YouTube and filter by live, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I'm always here. If you ever need anything, you have questions, or you just need a shoulder to cry on, I'm here for you. You got it, baby. I'm not at this point, but I really feel like in the future that won't be an issue. Content is king. Bill Gates coined that phrase in the 1990s, and I really think that's true. This is a real life Truman Show, if you're familiar with that movie. And in the future, I think people will really connect to this as a timeline of what history was like between the years 2020 and 2023. And then I continue to keep going until it, just the rest of my life. I find it very valuable.
State of emergency due to the weather. Roads are still closed to Big Bear on Lake Arrowhead. The CHP is now doing escorts, delivery, and fuel trucks and residents.
One day they will. One day it will be one of the, if not the most famous NFT of all time, because it contains everyone else's art. We've watched every major movie, every major book we've read, every listen to every major album. Everyone will want to get their art attached to my live stream because it's literally human history. No one else has it, and it's complete away. And it's not just on one stream; it's on at least 5 different streams, 24/7. So people will be able to really study how humans act, how they eat, how they sleep, how they bathe. Everything is online. And on top of that, you have to understand content is the #1 resource in the entire world. More than water, more than food, more than anything. Content is king, and I have more content than anyone. So in my own way, I'm a kind of a celebrity, and I will help everyone here. You are all streaming on my computer right now to YouTube, so your little avatars are currently on my computer. So I'll make sure to help all of you, everyone from Logan to Benno to Screen Scrolls and everyone else. We're going to make sure that you're all helped. When I say I'm going to make you a trillionaire, it's like, well, how are you going to do that? Well, you have to understand, firstly, inflation's going to be a thing. So when I say,
get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. On the podcast Really No Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling,
you're exactly right. It's really something, and you will all be super famous in the future. You'll be able to start your own not-for-profits, perhaps, with the money that you may be able to garner from this. It's like, well, how are you going to make so much money on this? I literally have 2 years of content that has nothing but talking about marketing and is playing the radio the entire time, that is just blazing advertisements. Literally, everyone will want to get associated with this. Content is king. Don't forget that.
First National Realty Partners is backed by $1.5 billion in commercial real estate assets from Walmart, Whole Foods, Kroger's, Publix, and more. Grocery store anchored commercial real estate offers day one cash flow from high credit national tenants, tax advantages with 1031 exchanges, inflation fighting triple net lease, and more. Get information on current and upcoming opportunities today. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrpradio.com. Become an investor in owned and managed commercial real estate with national grocery store brand tenants producing quarterly cash flow. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrpradio.com. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRP's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrpradio.com.
KFI, AM 640, you'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
I couldn't have said it better myself, boy. That was well put. Great job, buddy.
Whether I'm right or whether I'm wrong, whether I find a place in this world or never belong, I gotta be me. I gotta be me. What else can I be but
Like on a gimbal? Like where it moves around and follows you?
Not really survive. And I won't give up this dream of life.
Like a camera on a gimbal? Like where the camera actually follows you around the room as opposed to just stationary cameras?
This is Coast to Coast AM with George Nori.
We'll take your calls next hour with Felicia Searcy as we talk about the law of attraction.
Definitely, that is an option. I do have a camera though that kind of does that already. So it's a camera on a gimbal that it's an auto tracking camera. So basically, if it wants to track my ass, I can get it to track my ass, or when I walk in the room, it can follow me around the room. I think the AI will only improve and be able to track certain areas, and I also think zooming will improve and the cameras will improve. You'll be able to watch me using augmented reality, or maybe you don't want to see me with any clothes on. Maybe you want to see me with a red shirt on or a black suit or whatever you want to watch. You can augment reality to whatever you want. And I really think also the zoom is going to be a big thing too, because as of right now, zooming is limited. But if you really think what zooming potentially can do in the future, and how you'll be able to zoom in on people's phones, people's computer screens while you're watching something, I think that'll open up a lot of opportunities as well. We're only looking at things really with a limited amount using the current camera setups that we have. But we know what cameras might be able to do in the future. I really think you'll be able to see what I'm thinking at this very moment using a camera. Just being able to basically break the fourth wall essentially, and use that camera to read what brainwaves are going in my head and somehow put that out on the screen. I think that's a very real opportunity in the next 100 years.
Again, has all that info right up in the carousel.
Lots of people will talk about the Typhoon event at the end of the program tonight. It went marvelous, but a lot of people came up to me talking about their immune system.
Tom and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and AdaptoStem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking AdaptoStem and ImmuStem?
ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put AdaptoStem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with AdaptoStem and ImmuStem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with Life by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fees.
They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Join the millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie back with life coach Felicia Searcy as we are talking about the law of attraction. Let's get into this law of attraction, Felicia. It's kind of intriguing, isn't it?
It is. It's very intriguing.
Now, we talked about whether it's a magnet right before the break. What creates this law of attraction?
Well, so I'm going to give you a very rudimentary explanation.
Sure.
I'm not a quantum physicist, and I've had enough evidence in my life to know that that I believe it and I work with it. But when you look at who we are and how we function, that everything is energy, right? And it's just a matter of it's condensed energy or expanded energy, which condensed energy gives us form, which means that everything is vibrating at a particular frequency. We are vibrating at a particular frequency. Think of this: when you walk into a kitchen and there's two people that were just in this gnarly fight, but now one's rummaging in the cabinet and the other one's rummaging in the refrigerator, and they're not talking to each other anymore, but you can feel it. In fact, we have a saying for it: just cut the tension with a knife. What is it that you're picking up? You're picking up their energy. You're picking up their vibration. Now, what quantum physics has shown is that there is an actual field that is responsive to that. And then somehow what we are emitting through our vibration, and the thing to understand is that the law of attraction is actually the secondary law, that the real law is the law of vibration, because we're constantly emitting a signal based on how we're vibrating, based on our feelings, which creates the vibration. And that then literally gets transmitted to the field of energy around us. It's
Your
like this
story was very
invisible cookie
interesting
dough
about
that we're literally
your doctor
transmitting
and
it
that new
into
prescription
this
period.
invisible
It
field.
seemed like he was
And I
trying
don't know
to
how it works, but it
works.
do exactly what you said and use you as a guinea pig, period.
when you get clear with something and you line up with it and you become it, that you live your life under the assumption that this is your normal, it's breathtaking.
That's
What
what
happens
with
in
your
terms of how things
adult
just show
children
up
and grandchildren,
and how
period.
things unfold. And what happens is that those things start happening and people get excited and they get nervous and they get a little overwhelmed in whether they can really believe it, and people shut it down. Which is why, a key part of this work is not only to attract, but to be able to keep
I
it
have confidence you will get
in
over
order
your
for you to be able
anxiety.
to allow it into your life on a consistent basis.
Felicia,
If
is
you
the
ever
law
need
of
anything,
attraction
I'm
people
always
to
here
people, or is
to
it
help,
also
period.
people to events?
My personal experience and the hundreds of people that I've worked with directly and the thousands of people I've had the honor of talking with, it's people to people, it's people to events, it's us communicating with our world, it's us communicating with this life force energy, it's us saying what is it that we are willing and able and worthy of receiving, and we move in the world as if it's ours now, and it's just, it's breathtaking how, boom, things start happening out of the blue. And, where's the blue? It's just at a different vibration. It's at a different level of existence, a different level of awareness.
When you're thinking of somebody and all of a sudden, out of the blue, they call you. Is that part of the law of attraction?
the less sharp they are. They're grinded down. They're older and they're very low hills. I live in one of the oldest parts of the world, in the middle of America, which you have all these big mounds, right? Now, like all you see is just like low mounds. You do have this correlation with degradation of land over time, and that's why that kind of doesn't make sense.
California.
So you know where California got its name from?
The other part of that cell is halfway across the world,
I do not.
and it responds in exactly the same way as if it's happening to it. It's really amazing how interconnected we really are. And so when you're thinking about somebody, that signal is going somewhere, right? And it's got to be received, it's got to be picked up. And when we get to, we think of somebody, not just get that out of the blue,
Where did California get its name from
or
originally?
ping on her phone. Who's to say that it's not?
I know the Bud has a grizzly bear on them, but they haven't had grizzly bears in like 200 years.
Signal that we're sending out.
This weekend I was at a lounge with a couple of friends.
Map
Several
of
tables over.
California,
They spotted Chelsea Graham.
554.
And out of the blue, he gets up, comes up to our table, and goes,
No, that's
Chloe, I
1554.
love your friends.
And then
Now, is that the law of
the first known
attraction?
map
What
of
does
Cali
that?
as an island is 60 years later,
If
1622.
you were in an energy of receptivity, you
On the right hand of the Indies,
so
there is
here's
an
my
island
tip,
called California, very
that
close to
you're
the
in
side
an
of
energy
the
of
original
receptivity, you are so solid in what you
as black
do,
women,
and that
without
you are
any
open
man
to
among them.
receiving
They
that
live in the
kind of
manner of
feedback,
Amazon.
compliment,
Women
and
were very
respect.
strong, and their weapons were all made of
In
gold.
most cases,
The only metal available
people make their lives
is
happen
like
for the
silver coin
event.
struck by like around 58 billion.
But I didn't think you were back on
Most of the
Twitter.
population
Oh
does
my
not
God.
truly understand this, and
Down this coin,
events
California,
that
that's an
informs
island.
the life that they're going to have.
And then it shows another map.
Well, I thought it was in Twitter space. I'd be in that bitch for
Those
like
maps of California as an island, bunch. That painting of these black women in California,
And
and it has a picture of a queen from California. It's the black Amazon queen from California.
off and on throughout my life has been some really difficult times. And so I
I think California in the early days could be easily mistaken as an island, just because of the way the river system works, the northern side and the southern side. I do believe that it's hard to map an area when you go inland a whole lot and you go out the south of California. So, I mean, to me, I kind of like it's evident of geology. And I don't think it's an island. I think it's been repeated a little bit.
It's amazing how it works when it does work.
One of the things that I have my
History and geology did not report, but there was a gap between the Mediterranean
a lot about a gratitude journal.
Right.
and the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. We can't control the passage of a single ship at
what was
each
on
time.
before,
As
we were
all
waiting
canals
to
built
come
up
in.
creates
And,
civilization.
the
Mythology,
belief
ancient maps,
was
paintings,
normal,
and commemorative
right?
plaques are telling us that worlds are moving straight and the world is very different from the current. The enemy knocked down the pillars to extend the water's passage and flood
And it's the
without
same
land.
thing with this, is that we've been
What do you think the Atlantis
trained
was?
to
I mean,
trust
that's
the
a
power
very
of
good subject
conditions. We've been so trained to
probably
trust the power of
didn't talk
the
about.
senses.
It's
That
pretty wide
is
open.
more powerful than anything. And so we
Kind of
have to literally train ourselves
Well, what
to
do you want to say about
believe that there's a power bigger than what our five senses tell us. That
what's
there's
your
a
like
power
opinion on
bigger
that?
than what has been our
But
history
Atlantis,
up to this point.
it's hard to say. Like, I kind of go with
And so I encourage people to keep
Morrison,
an evidence
but
journal.
there's also this
That,
guy
oh
who's
my
using the
God,
word
there's
name. It's probably
the
alright.
evidence, to build the believing in it. To a
Redheaded
point where
guy,
you
pretty intelligent. He uses the eye of the star, right?
your imagination,
talking about
but you're letting your
Bright Insight.
imagination
That
is
Bright
what
Insight,
life
that's it, yeah.
is
He uses the eye of
presenting
the
you.
star. I don't know.
How important
There is a land mass that's underground, like where everybody says it. Atlantis was like Plato's the only person we have,
the
right?
ability
Honestly,
to let your mind
and he's
create
very vague.
You mentioned
But it could be
but
what he's
the
saying,
game was
or
just let your thought
in the
process
middle of the
create
Atlantic,
things
right?
and make them happen.
Well, that's it, right? I mean, that's the process. When I'm talking dreams, I'm talking vision.
I mean,
I'm
more
talking
towards the
deep,
Greenland,
deep
but
desires that we have. And
like, you know what, like, it'd be like
the
Hurricane
more
City,
we're
where it'll
able
be,
to
because like all the hurricanes
into
feel
our
like New York
subconscious
and
mind,
Florida and all that,
a
you know, when
new
they stir up,
reality, the more we believe
it'd be
it,
a
and
little
the
bit
more
of
we
that.
will show up and act accordingly, the more we'll be able to recognize when it's actually happening in our lives, and the more we'll be able to receive that good that's beyond anything that we've ever known. So the power of suggestion is the fundamental. I mean, that's what we're talking about, is that imprinting a new reality into your beingness and your subconscious mind.
Somebody comes to you and they just say, Felicia, everything I touch is ruined. Nothing works. How do you get them out of that mode?
Well, first thing I do is I wrap my arms around them virtually, metaphorically, and you know, really hear what they're saying, because you know, you don't want to do a spiritual bypass over when something is really, and to help them see, but recognizing how there are times in their life that it's not ruined. You know, you pick up a coffee cup and you poured the coffee, and guess what? You didn't ruin it, right? You got in your car and you drove to work, and guess what? You didn't ruin it. And I know that those things may seem really trite and small, but sometimes, you know, when somebody is so overwhelmed with a pattern or an illusion that everything they touch, you know, is a disaster and turns to a horrible thing, it's helping them begin to shift their focus and start noticing when that does not happen, when they actually do good things, when things actually do work for them. Because the more you're able to train your attention on what is working, the more you believe it and the more you're able to build on it, and then shift the way you make decisions and how you move in life. The starting point of the images in our imagination is what where we place our attention. And so a key piece of this is literally training your attention, training yourself to pay attention to, again, back to the evidence, to the indicators that things are working, that life is there for you, that the universe does have your back. And I get it, that when life is overwhelming and you feel like you're drowning, these can just sound like really, you know, like superficial, out there kind of words. And I just encourage, you know, if there's a listener who's dealing with that right now, give yourself an experiment, a 30-day experiment. Just experiment with it. That make a decision every day. I'm going to cause myself to notice those times when things are working for me, when I am able to make good things happen. And again, start stacking that. And the part of you that wants to go, yeah, but look at this over here, is like, nope. This is what I'm keeping my attention focused on. It's not denying that the other's happening. We're just saying that it's not it in totality. And the more you're able to do that, and the more you really begin to trust yourself and trust the power that's moving through you.
Some people, though, stay mired in their own mud, the mud they bring and create themselves, don't they?
They do. Yeah. Yes. And when somebody gets tired of being tired and they reach that point where they want something different, there's an opening that happens. And to you know, to be aware of that opening. You know, unfortunately, there's a big chunk of the population that will spend their lives mired, and life is hard and things don't work for me and don't expect too much. And the more of us that can become aware of what's really possible, the more that will spread, and the more people, the greater amount of people that will begin to really wake up to this even more. And, you know, it spreads and it starts cycling up.
How powerful is it, Felicia, to make all of this work for somebody as an individual, just to make it?
What do you mean, how powerful is it?
Well, the power of the mind, the power of positive thinking, the power of being able to just make things happen.
Why do you think aliens are so fascinated with nuclear weapons? Like, if they would have mastered that technology, they don't need to see us and observe us, of course, or do whatever. But is there anything in your mind, anybody's mind here, that thinks that maybe that it's an offset technology that we found they're interested in? They're like, what the fuck is this? And they come here and they're trying to figure out our technology, and then they're some more advanced than us.
The energy around us, the people around us, for us. And when we think about it, the power that we've been given, I personally believe that this is the most potent energy in the entire
their time frame or whatever, right? You know, I can believe that maybe. But at the same time, do you think it's a technology they haven't really touched or explored, and they'd see us doing it? I mean, I'm sure it's the way that I'm with you on that. I am. Like, I think it's why the Trinity didn't happen in 45 and then Roswell in 47 and stuff. I think that the nuclear weapons do have a big part of that, but they've been here longer than that, right? But they did an influx because of nuclear weapons. So in my eyes, it's like they would have saw that coming or would have known it or whatever, but then maybe they observe it for some reason that we don't understand. That's just a weird thing.
Like right now, we create this. I attract you attract into your life. And so we're creating this experience right now. And this was somewhat intentional on my part. And for most people create unintentional, habitually, the status quo, and they want to change it, but they're just not sure how. And when we understand that this is the way to change things, to create a more expanded, rich, fulfilled, abundant life, this truly becomes the most powerful, potent energy in this entire universe.
We're going to come back at the top of the hour and take phone calls with Felicia Shirsi right here on Coast to Coast AM. Jump aboard.
Never miss a detail of a show or a guest. Sign up for the Coast Zone email newsletter, available for free at coasttocoastam.com.
I was an angry young man. Hello, I'm John Okoyan, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing. I was angry because my dad died when I was 17 and he left me alone. I was angry because I couldn't go to college with my friends and because I had to drop out of high school. It's not a pleasant story. But as I grew older, I also grew up. I realized that my dad didn't leave me alone. He left me with values and principles that continue to shape my life. Dad said, be on time. He didn't like it when people were late. He taught me to be polite. It was something I lost, but recaptured along the way. And he taught me to keep my promises, because broken promises lead to broken relationships. We teach and keep these values at Rooter Hero Plumbing. I think we have a pretty good company. I know we have great people. And if one of our heroes fails to live up to these values, please call me. My private number is on the back of every Rooter Hero business card. You can also reach us at rooterhero.com. Thank you.
Attention Southern California, Central Solaris is ready to install your solar now. What about going solar? Then you must go solar right now. Get your solar system installed before net metering changes and rates go up even more. Declare your independence with Central Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done with his quick decor and honor. No money out of pocket and no payments until 2044. That's no utility bill, no payments all year. Keep your money in your pocket. Go solar American style with Central Solaris. Worried about Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about your roof? Jefferson Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Contractor. Upgrade to Owens Corning 50-year warranty free. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit. $500 downloadable coupon, $500 off for military, first responders, plus 0 down 0% interest and 0 payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit centersolaris.com. On a prescription, expires 3/31/23.
We got it.
I don't think they're useless. I mean, they're used whenever somebody wants them used, right? I mean, there's been examples of that all the time. That's the scary thought. The whole phenomenon.
24-hour newsroom. Gas prices on the rise. Marie Montgomery to the Auto Club says she knows why we're paying more.
As is frequently the case during this time of year, local refineries are undergoing maintenance, and 2 LA refineries are experiencing unexpected maintenance issues.
Right now, the average price per gallon of regular gas in LA is $4.84. In Orange County, it's $4.80 and $4.75 in Riverside. Roads are closed to Big Bear and Lake Arrowhead, but the CHP is doing exports only for delivery and fuel trucks, as well as residents with ID. Those who've been snowed in say at least 6 feet fell on Lake Arrowhead.
This is the most magnificent storm in the 31 years that I've been here.
San Bernardino County has declared a state of emergency due to the weather. LA Times is dropping a
I do think there is
long-running
a
comic
personal
strip
message.
Gilbert
Right?
after
It was
creator
a
made
Bob
racist
of
remarks.
technology.
Scott Adams
I didn't
made
believe
comments
that.
on his YouTube show. Lots of newspapers across the country have also
makes me,
dropped Gilbert as a
my
result.
mind,
The Biden
my
administration
brain
says
is
they're going to crack
swallows.
down on child labor. The
Delivering the
Labor
message
Department
and
says more
how
than
it does, right?
3,800
But
children were found
there's a lot
working
of
in U.S.
situations
companies
like that.
last year.
The very
The
first time I
Division
did
Police is
DMT,
launching a task force
I
and
was around a lot of
enhanced
tents
tracking the
and people
minors
playing
who
music
enter
and stuff.
more
And
legal
the
trouble for
message died
Alex
down from
Baldwin.
different studios
Members
around
say
me
they
was
were
like,
on the scene when Helena Hutchins
kindergarten
was shot and
literature. It was
filed a
like
new lawsuit
adult
to
glitter
reassure
and stop.
Baldwin and the
You
Rust
know, it was
Production
just like
Company.
very
They
simple
claim
messages
countless
like
safety
don't litter,
protocols
you know,
were
tree plant
overlooked.
better,
Dr.
stuff like
Stefan
that.
Sizemore says families now
And
considering end-of-life
I
decisions
think
for
that they
the
do have
actor
a,
who's been in a coma
I
after
didn't think
suffering a brain
they care about the
aneurysm
planet.
since February
And why wouldn't
18th.
they?
And
Because
today's
I
National
don't think that
Pancake Day,
life
IHOP
is
is
as
celebrating by
common thing.
offering
I mean, it
customers
is
one free
rare
short stack of
and far
pancakes.
apart
The
than
promotion
the
is for
that it is.
dining
I think
guests only,
there's
and
a
today
lot
no
of entities out there,
participating
and I think
location.
they
Stop
know
on
that,
weather
and
from
they
KFI.
really
Again, oxygen
appreciate
rain becoming heavy
life
by late
planets where they
afternoon.
see them.
Highs in 40s to
And I
50s.
think that's one
Right
of the
now
things
it's
happening
38 in
here on our
Tucson.
planet
Mission
right
Day high
now,
at
but it's been
47.
happening for
Port Orange
God knows
Temecula
how
at
long.
39 in Acton. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Tucson, this is on the 105 eastbound at Crenshaw Boulevard. We have a crash there. Take out the right lane. Watch for delays as you approach this area. Southgate, we have good news. Earlier crash that was on the 7th northbound at Firestone Boulevard has been cleared for lanes. Your driver is recovering in that area. And in Irwindale, this is on the 605 southbound at Live Oak. We have clear crews from an earlier crash. They're blocking the off-ramp right there. The driver tucked up in that area. Hey, hi, the Sky helps get you there faster. All right, man. Harris thinks the 2024 election could be America's last. That's the startling conclusion in his new bestseller book.
Yeah, his new bestseller is called Final Battle. The David Horowitz. He was a new woke generation looking to forever change U.S. culture within our schools, our churches, and our villages.
Horowitz explains how attacks on our electoral college, the Supreme Court, the integrity of the
We do live on the outskirts of our galaxy.
Yeah,
You know, it's part of our
Yeah,
galaxy.
yeah.
Because if what's happening to us, it would be, I mean, we live in a new location to where it would happen. If we lived at like, the intersection of the university, that's what we think that we'd be surrounded by life. But since we're a little further out apart from everybody else in our neighborhood galaxy, maybe that's the case, or maybe there's some reason. I mean, of course, there's a reason why be hidden from us, or even from our government, or from whoever. I mean, it's, you know, it's just hard to believe what it could be, or life-shattering, or give people more control, or I don't know. It's just really hard to think about.
Experiences of astronaut training in Russia. Yes, that's true. It tells the story of the final countdown. A man trapped in space while his nation crumbled to the ground.
His name is Sergei Trilikov. He's a Soviet cosmonaut, and he's manning the world's only space station, the pride and joy of the USSR.
Listen to The Last Soviet on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next 2 years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money improvements, whatever your situation may be. HMS Capital, they have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I think 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. That's really I'm saying. I believe they're simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698, visit hmscapital.com.
The people who are not good enough, and then we'll start over. And then other people come along, they're like, they're not doing that, let's start over. I mean, I don't believe that necessarily, but I think that is kind of
I want my money. I accident. This is Jacob and Ron. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. The sensors on the ceiling of an elevator, which can smell, so that they can quickly send over a cleaning crew in the elevator. What we have, though, is a breakdown in cultural norms, because I never remember there was ever a problem with people urinating in public. John and Ken, I never even considered that.
There you go, baby. That's
what we have on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
You can listen to those people who are.
They're gonna say
And it's a lot of judgment. So they lost the war, and also destroy the organization from get people looking where they need to go deep for. So whatever it is, it's hard for intelligence. It's not obvious to me. It's just about 100%. You've got to believe that you make our intelligence we should be complaining as well.
I think one of the main reasons why they hold the subject behind everybody is because it would shatter everybody's aspect of reality. And as simple as that could be, it's a simple thing, but it would be like, it could mean that religion is not religion, it could be a million different things, right? It doesn't mean that they brought us here and considered us here because life is precious and blah, 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 or they come from here and they're watching us afterwards or whatever. But there's something behind the subject that's the reason why that people don't know that there are other people out there. And it should be very simple. I mean, we are other people are out in the universe, right? It's out of mathematics alone, right? So one thing that holds people back is like the distance between planets or whatever, right? But there's things that we don't even know, and perception of reality disregard that with everything when it comes to mathematics. Our mathematics are in our own perceived reality. So I've listened to you wherever, and I forgot who said this, but our philosopher said that, you know, we could exist in one corner of the room where the wind's not hitting that corner of the room, so we do all of our dilatations and mathematics, and then but somebody looking in the middle of the room to be able to guess the wind and change all of our mathematics on everything that we know. So the perception of reality thing is a huge asset, and what I think about it, and it's also terrible at the same time because it can mean anything could be anything, right? But I do think you have to take stride and kind of see what you can believe in or whatever. I think this subject is infinitely in the rabbit hole that does that a lot.
Get the final battle at bookstores. Check out the free offer and save $28 when you do that. Call 1-800-Newsmax. That's 1-800-Newsmax.
I didn't even request signals with that. Like maybe what all it's just something weird happens to me there. I see the universe in full of light, all different kinds of light. In 2016 that I'm only going to this is not really my opinion. I was spoken telepathically, and I was told that there was over 200 non-human beings, different life forms on the planet, within the ocean, and under our feet. But I was told that the draconian race were the ones who worked with our government of non-humans. I was told they landed here about 30,000 years ago. They went underground. These are the winged ones.
And tons of invaluable nutritional advice.
And that they were cold-blooded. That's what I was told telepathically. It was a warm friend. Not all reptilians are bad. Of that race.
Yeah, she got changed by
It's kind of strange.
Back to coast tours, Marie with
Education has three
Teresa.
groups.
You have young children coming to you with
Are you not just saying that because there's a reptile listening to us, are you?
My clients for the most part are
Absolutely not.
adults.
All right.
So, I tell the truth, there's no reason to lie here.
Punjabi.
What would be the point? Tell you the truth.
Their abilities,
What's his name?
their knowledge, their trust of what they want to be, what they want to do.
I'm only,
I'm back.
I'm actually only seeing reptile now.
You know, this was back to my years of teaching as well.
You have to pray
Kids
for
communicate with us, and so I think
Maybe you
it's
got it.
this came on automatically. So
what
it's kind of
kids
a
are
freaking
asking for.
there's a way.
Of course, it's in the structure that you have in your household, but
Name.
Yeah, but
Thank
have
you.
them to what is it that they really do want. You know, give them the room and the permission to dream of the possibilities. The kids have amazing imagination and fantasies. And so to really give kids the room to be able to dream into different possibilities for themselves.
When things happen, whether it's the law of attraction or otherwise, is it the individual who makes it happen, or are there conditions out there that make it happen?
If we really go with what people say in terms of the law of attraction, again, it's the law of vibration, is that
I want you to know my name is Rabbi ROTHSCHILD.
we be in the world is what creates our experience. You know, it's really determined, even if we just look at it strictly from a logical, like this is the point of view. How we see ourselves, how we see the world is going to
I see
dictate
that
the
you're
things that we
working
pay
very hard
attention to.
on
It's
Twitter
going to
every day.
things that we believe in.
I just want you to
It's
know
going
that I look forward to being
to
friends.
ideas that we start entertaining, opportunities that we see or we don't see, things that we believe is possible for us, which then will inform the directions that we take. You know, it's interesting that when I first graduated from college, this was before I discovered this, I had such a poor image of myself. And I believe that
It's because he has a split top, man. Yeah, that'll be hard.
meant to expect much. And so I applied for some of the schools, and I was, in Louisiana, I was in Lebanon County, it was called the Fair State. And it was good work. I mean, it was good work that I did in the schools. And one of the big reasons why I applied for those schools was not
Nobody's trying to be there, but
that
it's all
it's
Tesh's name.
and when we began
to
get to really understand
just because
that we're not
small,
a
house might be
then
small,
the
but
world
it
opens up when you see that we actually have more opportunity, more choices than what a very confined way of seeing ourselves will allow us to entertain for ourselves.
I don't want to use money as a barometer of success, but it makes it easy.
I want to hit David Ike's head so fucking bad. He's like a worse Al Jones. I don't know how that happens, but even Al Jones knows some things, but he's some fucking bad shit crazy. David Ike happens to be my bad shit crazy. I don't know. But for some reason I want to believe him, but I don't at all.
Absolutely. The most successful people that I've known, and when I've come to know for myself, that they're living on
So he's like,
they're living
Alex
this
Jones, I'm
abundant,
sorry.
rich life that they absolutely love. Most of the people that I work with are entrepreneurs, and so they are deeply committed to building a business that makes a difference. They understand that the money that they're receiving represents the work that they're doing for other people and other people's lives in terms of improving their lives. And they do really good things with money. You know, one of the things that I love is that when somebody discovers what is it to be able to allow a greater degree of financial freedom in their life and understand that now they have the ability to make a difference in those actions. And they'll say, oh my God, they just discovered this amazing organization or charitable organization. And I just made a
Everybody that kind of
comes to us or works with them, or they do allow them to tell an element of the truth that this organization serves. And so that's real.
You are a person of your word, period. You really do follow back every single person to the best of your ability.
You then are able to make a bigger difference in the lives of others, and it is a way in which you're generating money. Now you can do really good things with that money.
Let's go to the phone. Let's start with Lauren and then people Canada on the wild card. Hello, Lauren. Go ahead.
The more you speak out of it, and the more you expose them, well, that can kind of take away their control, you know, over humanity, basically. Yeah, reptilians are real. I went to work with the bloody art.
I know the moon determines the fortunes of the people. And just imagine.
Oh, and the, what do you call it? Right? Not the ones, the big spider ones. I believe they are ancient, but I believe they're kind of like leaders and kind of keepers type of thing.
By the way,
they're not evil, what they call things like this, like, and they are 3 steps of tall whites. Ones that work with the dark bears, who work for the reptilian, that work for your government, they're bad. There is good ones there.
You know, that thing.
Wasn't it George Hall that talked about the tall whites? What do you think about George Hall?
Some of you sit in a childbirth that, you know, knock on your door as an adult and tell the parents and take them.
George Hall was I think he's a geologist working around Nevada or Arizona that first talked about the tall whites, but he kind of coined the name. He talked about them. They said the older they got, the taller they would get, and that's what would kill them. Was the brittleness of their bones, the taller they would get. And he said they were very pale, light-haired, that had bigger eyes than humans, but not bigger eyes than humans. He's written numerous books about it. One of the first fans that got me into him for a while. I don't know what I think about him nowadays. And he talks about he's always the hero and stuff like that, so it kind of puts me off. But he's the guy that coined the term tall whites.
Sorry, man, I crashed. I had to restart. So that was the beginning of what you said.
His name is, I think it's George Hall. And he's the guy that coined the term tall whites. And he was a geologist working in Nevada or Arizona with the government. And then he talked about a lot of stuff. And actually, that was so big into him. One thing that got me about this, I'm very on the fence about him, is what I said earlier. Everything he says is like, it's like the one guy, blah, blah, is always at a savior thing or whatever. But just look him up and make your own opinion.
But I know for me, and again, one of the people that I had the honor of working with, there's a payoff in our wording, and oftentimes payoff is that if I keep saying that I'm unworthy, then I hold myself back, and I
I just wanted to say that
in a
he did
situation
have
where I may end up
an experience in the Capitol steps where he like had to, he obviously delivered it up, but he's been on Capitol ground, he's always been on Capitol ground. George Hall does talk about their morality and how they react, and the one thing that made me believe it, the subject of him talking about it, besides the fact that he's always like the coolest person in the book, which took me off of it, was if you took a Google map area of the place that he was talking about where they would get out of their little ships that would cruise the desert, you do see these little tiny tic-tac ships that he does describe way before the favor incident and stuff like that. He's the first guy that really describes the little tic-tac things besides the cop in the new Metzger desert that it's really famous of him stopping the tic-tac and they launching off around and then both studying that later.
A divine essence, and let it just flood that part of you, and ask this divine essence, this higher power to help instill yourself the way this power to
Oh, you got a booger?
and literally let yourself
Is it a good booger?
channel the power and as it reveals to you how it sees you. And, you know, I would love to be able to say that even
Joe
just
Rogan Radio.
you're down,
Zero out.
Yeah. Like most of us,
it's not the way that it's worked for me. It's not the way
That's
that
kind
it
of
works
the
for
funniest part about it.
every other organization. It's repetition. And it's ongoing repetition to where you really begin, like we were talking about earlier, that you begin to reprogram that part of you.
Makes
me wonder with
just how worthy you are.
Was he?
And there's one more piece
What's
of
his name?
this that I find is super, super important. And again, this may sound counterintuitive, or I don't understand the connection, but I'm going to encourage you to start affirming and truly confirming for yourself that you're safe. It's okay for you to let go of this unworthiness, that you're safe in your worthiness. You're safe in being able to truly be in your skin and own the ground that you're standing on. That who you are, where you are today, that it's safe and it's right for you to do that.
Next up, let's go west of the Rockies. Unique is with us in Los Angeles. Hi, Unique.
Talking about specifically, I know he was a newsman, but I don't know the events that made him
My question is, I was
change the route.
recently terminated from my high-paid job, and
Yes,
I don't
it
know
was
how to move forward. I feel like there's some spiritual blockages that's not allowing me to fully embrace who I truly am. Any advice
It was a
on how to
news,
reduce
it was like a news anchor,
be the
and then he
Well, here's the thing I really want to
He
commend you on is
realized,
the fact that
for a
you are
long time he
wanting
was
to
like
transform the situation
basically
and
shilling
transform
out
the blocks to see the good,
the
and
bullshit.
that you're not wallowing in anger and bitterness and frustration. So first of all, really good job doing that.
That's right.
Now, the part of you that says that, you know, there's spiritual blockage keeping you from really moving into what is yours. So let me ask you, if you could make it up any way you want to, which, by the way, you're making it up all the time anyway, right? We're all making it up. What would you love? What would be the scenario in your mind that fits who you believe yourself to be? Actress slash life coach. Okay? So you, when you think about what you would love to do next, you would love to be, yes, life coach is actress as well. Okay, life coach and an actress. So rather than focusing on what you think the blocks are, first of all, check in with yourself to see if you are complete with the completion of your job. You know, check in to see if there is some forgiveness work to do, if there's some release that you need to do around it. You know, what is it that actually emotionally bring it to completion? Start building out the vision. Start building out what is it that you would love. And as you put your focus on that, the blogs are going to show themselves, right? When we start building out a life that we love, everything on like who we're becoming and what we're creating has got to rise up. It's got to rise up for us to recognize it, release it, and then literally repattern it into a different way of being. And so start with a vision, build out a vision, and then ask the woman who's building this vision, what's the action steps she takes today? What's the action steps she takes today? And you keep doing that. And when fear rises up, you stare the fear down and you say, nope, I'm the woman who's doing this. Is there something that you need to see specifically? Ask that it reveals itself to you in a way that you can understand it and you know what to replace it with. You know what to know differently in the face of that thing that's rising up. And of course, you know, having somebody around you to help you navigate this is a remarkably powerful thing to do. So you're not here trying to do this on your own.
All right, good luck, Unique. Hope it works for a unique name, too, by the way. Joe in Long Island, New York, east of the Rockies. Hey, Joseph.
I want to bring up two quick things. First of all, great segment, by the way. You know, this idea of personal equilibrium, like, for example, I was by a sink, and there's a hot water faucet on the right, on the left, it's called water faucet. And for a second, I didn't think they were at the same height. And that threw off my personal equilibrium. I'm thinking, wow, if a little thing like this is disturbing me, what does that say? And then I was thinking of how many times can someone go over something that happened in the past? There was a guy, I knew his wife, not really him, but I bumped into him on the train coming home and talked to him, and he was 2 towns ahead, so I talked to him like 45 minutes. All we talked about was how he missed the field goal for the city championship in high school, about how he practiced so hard, it wasn't him, he let down the team, it affected him in college when he played for a small college football team. His primary position was the wide receiver, he wasn't even just the kicker. That was his second position, but he missed an easy 30-yard field goal, he said, that would have won the city championship.
And it still eats him alive, Joe.
Yeah, and it was, in the meantime, the guy's got a nice looking blonde wife, but like, he just couldn't, he was like psychologically tortured by it for years later.
So what's your question around that?
Yeah, did he overvalue the whole scene? Like, would it have been that valuable for him if he had hit the field goal? Like, was it a case of him just putting too much value on the game, the city championship, as compared to other much more important things in his life and other people's lives?
Yeah, it's a great question. And we've all seen people who just get stuck in one historical event and they just keep playing it. And
they would have changed his life, I bet, Felicia.
Who knows, right? I mean, really, when it comes right down to it, who knows if that would have changed his life or not? But it's, that's, and I don't remember exactly the words that you used. And please forgive me. I want to say that you said your name was George, but I want to.
It was Joe.
Joe, thank you. Okay. Here's the thing. Nobody's ever going to really know for sure. And the only moment we have, and I know this is going to sound so cliche, but truly the only moment that we have is now. And every moment we spend in regret or recrimination or going over something is the moment that we miss living the important moment than this current moment.
Well, that is so true. Felicia, we're going to come back and take final calls with you in a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
That's an area down by.
KFI News on the hour, on the half, and when it breaks.
I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. City of LA is calling off an eviction deadline for dozens of residents still living in temporary housing after being displaced because the LAPD botched a bomb squad detonation. They were expected to move out of the downtown hotel by the end of March. 40 million people with student loans get another chance at getting their debt expunged. The Supreme Court will hear the case today. Residents across SoCal are still dealing with power issues. LA Department of Water and Power, along with SoCal Edison, say they're working around the region to get the lights back on for everyone. They say power issues are widespread. Parts of Studio City are still without power, but Woodland Hills has the lights back on. And today is National Pancake Day. Southland weather from KFI, mostly cloudy with on-again, off-again rain, becoming heavy by late afternoon. Highs in the 40s and 50s. Right now it's 44 in La Habra, 51 for Huntington Beach, 43 in San Fernando, and it's 44 in Hemet. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Hawthorne, this is on the 105 eastbound at Crenshaw Boulevard. We have a crash there. Take up the bike lane. Watch for delays as you approach this area. Southgate, we have good news. Earlier crash that was on the 710 northbound at Firestone Boulevard has been cleared from lanes. Your drive is recovering in that area. And in Irwindale, this is on the 605 southbound at Live Oak. We have cleanup crews from an earlier crash. They're blocking the off-ramp right there. Your drive is punching up in that area. KFI, the Sky hopes get you there faster. O'Brien, thanks. This is hard to admit, but when I was in junior high school, I was bullied so badly, I cried. Hello, I'm John Acoyan, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing. I was named Oganis after my grandfather, but as a kid, I was teased for having that name, so I changed it to John. John is the English version of Oganis, and it maintains the honor to my grandfather. My family and heritage are important to me, so staying true to myself and Rooter Hero Plumbing are important. Staying true to Rooter Hero Plumbing means being true to you and delivering world-class service. That's why my cell phone number is on the back of every Rooter Hero Plumbing business card. Call us at 866-77, and we'll cable your line for $77. 66-77. Thank you. Everybody needs a hero. CL 102-8886. This week on the Marketers Report, Patricio Spagnoletto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Los Angeles traffic is almost as legendary as our movie stars. The late night comics get a lot of mileage out of it, but there's nothing funny about a serious auto accident. And the congestion makes Los Angeles County the state's most dangerous place to drive. At Jacoby and Myers, we specialize in the serious injuries caused by these accidents. For over 50 years, we've won over $1 billion for our clients. If yours is a serious case, get serious help. Call Jacoby and Myers. Justice for you since 1972. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. KFI AM 640. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
There's a kind all over the world tonight, all over the world. You can hear the sounds of lovers in love. You know what I mean? Just the two of us and nobody else. Just holding you tight. It isn't a dream. The only sound that you will hear is when I whisper in your ear, I love you forever and ever. All over the world tonight, all over the world, you can hear the sound of love and love.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Next hour, we're going live to Sweden to talk with Carl Abramson about magic, so make sure you're part of the program. Our YouTube channel, 544,000 signed-up members, and it's all free.
It's free, and it's so fun to watch their interviews of recent and past shows. We're adding special best-of compilations all the time. You really need to check it out. Just go to coasttocoastam.com. Head over to the top. There's a little YouTube icon. Click that, and boom, you're in.
A number of people have been asking about how you sign up to become a Coast Insider. It's very simple, but first of all, listen to some of these folks.
I'm a Coast Insider because now I have 24/7 access to the best show ever, Coast to Coast AM.
Hi, it's Teresa. I love being an insider because the shows I listen to, I always appreciate the diversity of thoughtful insights it brings me on a variety of topics on Coast to Coast. The show has challenged me to think deeper and to broaden my horizon.
So give it a try. You can sign up one of two ways. Our website, coasttocoastam.com, right at the top of the homepage, it says Insider. Sign up that way. Or download our free app to your phone, and then on the app, click Profiles, and then Subscriptions, and you can sign up that way too. It's now available if you live in Canada and worldwide. Now here's something for you to come.
Increase your energy and stamina while enhancing your mental clarity, focus, and memory. Start your day with Elevate to improve your mood and alleviate stress. Then wind down at night with Accelerate for mental and physical relaxation while naturally cleansing and detoxifying. Promoting healthy weight loss. Accelerate and Elevate George's Power Pack.
I actually started this product not long ago. It's Magic Duo, and from what it's done for me with energy and focus and clarity, and it's all natural. That is amazing. And I'm losing inches off my waist. I was feeling an underlying exhaustion that I could not shake. These are a gift. My mood has been incredible, and I absolutely love these. Well, I get up at 5:30 in the morning. I have a lot of kids. I would take it in. It would last until I switched to Accelerate. So before I started taking the Elevate and Accelerate, I would typically experience some kind of anxiety or mood swings. Just taking the product, I haven't taken any over-the-counter medication or prescription. Just generally happier person.
I've probably had an anxiety or panic attack every 4 or 5 days, and I have not had one depressive thought. I have not been anxious. I've not been jittery. First time I took this pill, I didn't know what to do with myself. I just felt good, clear-headed. I felt focused. There was eyes inside me all the time. I was just excited. I was like, is this for real?
Definitely know that the Elevate not only gives me energy, not only gives me the vitamins in my body, but it helps me with my mood. And you know what? It is my husband happy.
George's Power Pack. Order now and receive free gift Be Slim, refreshing weight loss tablets. Accelerate, Elevate, and Be Slim. Order now at healthylooking.com or 800-394-9930. Don't forget promo code George for free shipping. Text 800-394-9930 or healthylooking.com.
If you ever landed on a website that wasn't secure or didn't seem legitimate because of spelling errors, unfamiliar colors, fonts, or just gave you a bad feeling, this may be part of what is called a farming attack. This tactic involves cyber thieves installing malicious code on your computer that forces you to bogus websites so they can steal more of your personal information. It's so important to understand how these cyber crimes and identity thieves are affecting our lives. Your personal information gets exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for a cyber criminal to steal your identity. Protecting your identity can be easy with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you might not spot on your own. Loans taken out in your name, like crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you. If you become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. Now, no one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Join now, save up to 25% off your first year when you use promo code George. Go to lifelock.com, promo code George for 25% off.
Wait a second. This is how you got a lovely daughter. No, it's not.
Just southwest of Fort Worth, nestled among mature pecan orchards and surrounded by 17 miles of Brazos River frontage, is one of the most stunning and amenity-rich communities in Texas. Pecan Plantation. New home sites from just $69.99. Live every day like you're on vacation. They have golf courses, pools, a country club, sports fields, a marina, and so much more for under $200 a month. Schedule your virtual viewing online. FortWorthLandSale.com. That's FortWorthLandSale.com. Or give us a call. 844-LAND-123.
Poor Sam was a mess. Always itching, licking. His paws were soaking wet. He had bald spots on his back. CINOBICE. That's how 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing great improvements. And today, 99% of his issues are non-existent. Dynamite is nutrition. Dynamite is the best thing you can do for your dog. How happy your dog will be. I get my Dynamite from ZINOBICE.com.
And welcome back. George Norrie back with the final segment with Felicia Circe as we talk about the law of attraction. It's a powerful law, isn't it, Felicia?
Yeah, it is. It's truly one of the most powerful things that we can consciously work with.
Do you have to be particularly adept at spiritual things or anything like that in order to tap into the law of attraction?
I know there's a lot of people who teach about manifesting and visualizing and mindset, and all of that is powerful and it works. I think we really bring in the spiritual element of it and understand that we are connected to this life force energy. It's like pouring rocket fuel on it. And here's the other thing. It brings a deeper sense of well-being because you know that it's not you having to figure it out and make it happen, but that there really is a force for good at work through and for you. And so I personally think that bringing the spiritual element and just makes all the difference in terms of how effective you are and you're constantly working with it and the quality and the tenor and the richness of your life.
Okay, let's go to the phones. First time caller, Emil in Toronto in Canada. Welcome to the show. Hi, Emil.
Hi, how are you, George?
Great, thank you.
I'm also a coach insider, and it's pretty amazing, too.
Perfect.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I believe the power of positive thinking and the law of attraction does work because with all that and practicing it, I lost over like 65 pounds and also got off medicine. So
good for you.
Good for you. That's great.
Thank you so much. I was also wondering, do you recommend any like good books about all this?
Oh, there's so many of them. It just depends on if you want the classics or if you want the more recent. I personally love the classics. There's, Napoleon Hill's Thinking Grow Rich is the quintessential conversation on how to use the power of our mind and the power of our thinking to create. The movie The Secret was actually based on a book that was written at the turn of the last century called The Science of Getting Rich by Waddle. There's a woman by the name of Genevieve Barron who wrote Your Invisible Power, who studied with Thomas Troward. Thomas Troward is an amazing writer, but he's pretty dense, and the job of really breaking it down, and she especially brings the spiritual aspect of it. So those are the people that informed the current writer.
Alicia, do you take new clients on?
I do. Yes.
How do they get a hold of you? Through your website?
Yeah, you can reach out to my website. It's Felicia Percy, Felicia at FeliciaPercy.com. You can drop me an email. And you can get on my email list. I don't know if it's okay for me to share that.
Sure, absolutely. Go ahead.
So there's so I put together a kit in really helping you vision, because visioning is foundational. And it's my spiritual success toolkit. So you can go to FeliciaPercy.com /spiritual success, and you'll get a whole toolkit on how to vision, a process of creating your vision, a daily practice of knowing what to do with your vision, and then there's a way to contact me as well with that where I can, we can have a conversation and I can help you with that.
All right, super. Next up, Linda in Illinois. It's your turn, Linda. Go ahead.
Hi, George.
Hey, Linda.
And I don't know whatever happened to Annie, but I like to say hi to her and to Cornelia.
Annie in Alabama, we have no idea what has happened.
No, and hi to Cornelius also down there. But anyhow, I had a little dog, and she just up and died on me, and that just destroyed me. And even after she passed away, she was still here with me, because I could feel her walking around on the bed, trying to find a place to lay down. I could still feel it. That's weird, but I could. Anyhow, I've called everywhere, trying to find another one just like her. She's a really cool Tom. And I couldn't find one, and I don't know, is this my energy that's coming through that I'm not supposed to get another little dog, or what the deal is, because every place that I call, they either don't have one or they don't have one like her.
Keep trying. What do you think, Felicia?
Yeah. So the other thing I would really encourage you to do is to possibly open up to other possibilities. One of the things that I share with people is that, get really clear about your vision. So you want to super clear, this is what I would love. And then hold it loosely. This is something even better still. Because what if it's like where synergy is inviting you into a different experience? I don't know.
Peloton. She's a tiny nose by a bunch of Asians.
Yeah,
and you know she's not one Asian.
And what if there's something bigger than me that knows that there might be something better for me? So
orchestra.
get really clear on
is that true?
That this is the experience
I'm just telling you.
And then let
Suzuki
go
School's
of
a thing.
exactly how you want it to come to you, or exactly how it's supposed to look,
just, they had a picture
and
on one
maybe allow it to come in a way that might be a surprise for you.
It is pretty traumatic.
It's a numbers thing. You're more Asian than
Oh my gosh. Absolutely.
So,
and yeah,
they're going to be good at shit.
a virtual hug around you as you are learning to navigate the world without your fur baby. And I get feeling, literally feeling them on your bed when they're not
Look
there.
at this
So
bitch.
just
You would think that she'd have a fucking arm? Like,
go to Chicago.
fucking
Jose, welcome to the show. Hey,
remember
Jose.
that one Family Guy where Quagmire discovers porn? And he's like, I thought this bitch would have fucking Quagmire.
I was traveling for work last week, and I stayed in the Sumter EUN Hotel in San Antonio.
This bitch isn't even Asian.
I've never had a paranormal experience. I'm not sure why I was attracted to this female ghost in this place in this time, but the historic hotel from the 1830s. And
I don't think they have any Asian people in this. Let's get some Asian people in the
female ghost was attracted to me and would roll over every 30 minutes. And
Here's
they,
one. How do you
they're
know?
so disturbing,
How do you
George, and
know?
I've never had an
I'm
experience like this.
I'm
And
telling you, that
asking
motherfucker
if the
was
person,
dangerous.
hey, did
People
you
be
know
like,
about this hotel?
how do
It's
you
haunted, isn't it?
I'd be like,
It's very haunted. I didn't know this,
close
and I
enough.
stayed
I'd be
there.
like, are you
They
sure?
put me in a room right here from 636 in the Gumbel Hotel.
That person. Yeah, she's a
It scares me deeply disturbed. I've never had one before, and I'm like, why was I attracted to this female ghost at this time in this place in this Gumbel Hotel in San Antonio, Texas?
Well, Felicia, it might not have been him to her. It might have
Why
been
does it
close
matter?
to him, right?
I just expected to have more Asian people in the fucking orchestra. I thought this thing would be like 99. I thought it looked like fucking Ivy League
trying to figure out how I
entrance
attracted
exams. Like
then my question
99%
for
of
you
these
would be,
motherfuckers keep
what
getting.
can you do to come to peace with that?
Well,
Is
they
there
are very
something in
diverse.
it that
But
possibly,
I don't see any.
you know,
Just gonna say it. I don't see any black dudes
your
in this.
experience of life? Is there something there that you can take from it
It's not really
that
that
will
diverse.
enhance you?
They
Is
need
there
a black guy
meaning you
going
can
boom,
get
boom,
to
boom.
it
You
that
could at least do
is
that.
more
Everybody
life-giving?
knows that.
And believe me, I get it.
Where's
Nothing
my
like
black
that's ever
dude?
happened to me, so I don't say this
There are
lightly.
no
I
black
can
people
imagine
there.
how disturbing it might
What's
have
it tell
been.
you?
And
It's a sad thing.
was there something
Why?
about it that maybe
It's
is
just,
communicating to you that would
it's like how many
actually
good fucking
enhance your
black
life?
swimmers are there?
All right, it wasn't
It's
a
just not.
violent ghost. It wasn't. It was just waking me up every 30 minutes, and there was a woman was murdered in that room on that floor in 1965. And I didn't know about this until after.
They should disclose that. They should let you know that.
Yeah.
It was just my first paranormal encounter, and I was just trying to understand it and what attracted this in my life.
Fuck you.
Yeah, so, and I'm sure that George,
Okay,
is
is it called,
filled with wonderful
Mrs. Brown,
resources.
Incredible
It may be
Diary?
helpful to talk to
It's called
somebody
Herman's
that has
Pyramids.
more knowledge about the paranormal world to help you really unravel that
And what about it?
you know, come to a place of settledness in your nervous system.
Jose, go to our website, and in the search engine at the top of the page, type in Mary Ann Winkowski, Winkowski. Her website will pop up. Send her an email. She's an expert in ghosts, and she might be able to help you with that. But it sounds like he was in the wrong place at the wrong time, Felicia.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
Wayne in Maine, welcome to the show. Hi, Wayne.
Oh,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
this person ever? Are you
Yeah, I have George's show on every night, and I wake up and toss and turn, and I happen to hear the subject. Well, this is unbelievable.
Look at that.
My oldest son, Wayne Jr. It's unbelievable how we don't read one another's minds, but when we're together, not even together, one of us will be thinking of a certain subject, and the other one will just bring the same subject up. It happens so often. And even when we're not together, we're together a lot because we work together. And, we'll be driving down the road, I'll be thinking of something, and he'll say, hey, Dad, blah, blah, blah.
Okay,
like,
Tom's like,
are you
here's a
kidding
flag
me?
of Tom Fix.
And,
this guy cared enough to make one.
We're out in public. And it's unbelievable how we can, if you will, read one another's mind. We'll be out in public, we'll be either in the store, or now and then we'll stop look at one of the local taverns there, and we won't even be anywhere near each other. And he'll walk up to me and he'll say, Dad, he'll make a comment about something. He could just read me so well. And we both are an awful lot alike. He's taken, we just are. We're almost like clones, and it's unbelievable, and it's absolutely, I love it. It's great. It really is. We're so like it's life.
Are you saying, or did you have a question?
My question is,
remember?
I don't know, how does this,
do you remember when you were on Twitter?
Why can we read one another and know what the other is either thinking or
really big. Yeah.
I call it the wireless internet that everybody is connected to.
I agree with George that, if you two are just so in sync with each other.
Yeah, they're tuned up.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're literally, on the same wavelength. And what a beautiful thing. I mean, really, you're describing a really beautiful relationship. So congratulations for being able to develop that with your son.
And the fact that it's son-father makes it even closer, I think, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, good luck with that, Wayne. That's a great gift that you both probably have. We only got about a minute left, Felicia. I'd like you to give out some information on where people can get a hold of you and what they can do.
Yeah, so again, my website, FeliciaThurston.com, and if you want help with really digging into what it is that you would love to get it, go to FeliciaThurston.com /spiritual success, and it's a full-on tip on how to really unlock what brings you most alive, get clear with it, and there's a way to contact me as you go through that as well. I can reach out and possibly can help you with that.
Is this a gift, Felicia, for people who have this incredible ability to develop this law of attraction?
Congo or Republic of
Congo? It is a very special gift.
It's Republic of Congo.
And here's the thing, it's a gift for everybody. Nobody's exempt from
Republic
it.
of Congo.
As long as you're positive, right?
Absolutely. That's it. And the work is to build the believing in it and to really acknowledge and recognize what a remarkable gift we've been given.
Okay, well, remember when you were trying to get out from God from within? And it was like not.
I personally believe that it's a gift from God. It's God's gift to us as showing us that we too are creators.
Felicia, thank you for being on the program. It's your first time. You did a great job.
Thank you. It was great. Thank you so much for having me.
Keep in touch, and thanks for staying away.
It was easy.
All right, you take care of yourself. We're going to come back in a moment and go live to Sweden to talk all about magic.
Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
Oh my God, I bought so many Japanese bitches. Who's your favorite? What's her name? No. But she is a good okay, are you done? Really, actually, she was half of them. So I had 2 girls on Sunday, so she's shit after me. I don't know.
Learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com to 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
On the podcast Really No Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tilden, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really?
I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate,
or wherever you get your podcast. If you're looking to get out of it, and you're told to clean and paint and repair, and buyers are going to walk through, the house has to be pristine, as if you don't live there, you don't need to get back. How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that hassle? DirectBuyers.com I'm going to suggest you call to DirectBuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll give you an honest, no obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash advance before closing. Go to DirectBuyers.com, call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, DirectBuyers.com.
Stimulating talk. It's more.
KSI.
KOSTHD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Gaga food.
I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI suing her for $500,000 reward money. Plus, she wants another $1.5 million back. Lady Gaga has not commented on the lawsuit. The city of LA is calling off an eviction deadline for dozens of residents still living in temporary housing after being displaced because the LAPD botched a bomb squad detonation. They were expected to move out of the downtown hotel by the end of March.
What I've seen was a change of heart after the public properly responded negatively to those comments. And kind of public shaming has made the city do what they're supposed to do.
That was Michael Adler, an attorney for one of the residents. Elon Musk has successfully launched the V2 mini Starlink satellite into orbit last night. Space.com says the launch came after a 5-hour delay, but everything went smoothly. Satellites will be able to send service directly to cell phones. SpaceX has ties with T-Mobile. Roads are closed to Big Bear and Lake Arrowhead, but the CHP is now escorting delivery and fuel trucks and residents in. Those who are snowed in say about 6 feet fell on Lake Arrowhead. The LA Times is dropping the long-running comic strip Dilbert after the creator made racist remarks. Scott Adams made comments on his YouTube show. Many newspapers across the country have also dropped Dilbert as a result. More legal trouble for Alec Baldwin. 3 crew members say that they were on scene when Helena Hutchins was shot. They file a new lawsuit. The 3 are suing Baldwin and the production company. They claim countless safety protocols were overlooked. And today is National Pancake Day. IHOP is celebrating by offering customers 1 free short stack of pancakes. Southline weather from KFI. Rain becoming heavy by late afternoon. Highs in the 40s and 50s. Right now it's 47 in Orange. Costa Mesa has 50. Santa Monica has 48. And it's 43 in Santa Clarita. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Hawthorne, this is on the 105 eastbound at Crenshaw Boulevard. We have crews from an earlier crash. Taking up the right lane there. Watch for delays as you approach to this area. Irwindale, we have good news. Earlier crash that was on the 605 southbound at Live Oak Road has been cleared from lanes. Your drive is up to full speed in that area. And in Corona, there is a stone 15 southbound from Hidden Valley Parkway all the way to the 91. 2 left lanes are going to be shut down for roadwork until 5. KFI and the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Brian Van. David Horowitz thinks the 2024 election could be America's last. That's his startling conclusion in his new best-selling book. Yeah, his new bestseller is called Final Battle. David Horowitz, he reveals an effort he says is led by far-left Democrats, big media, and a new woke generation looking to forever change U.S. culture within our schools, our churches, even our military. Horowitz explains how attacks on our electoral college and Supreme Court, the integrity of the electoral system, and other customs undermines the possibility of bipartisan solutions to common problems. Horowitz sees Americans speaking in different and antagonistic political languages, with the 2 parties so polarized that he thinks the American way of life itself is at risk. Horowitz names the players working behind the scenes to undermine our enduring institutions. Find Final Battle in bookstores or check out the free offer and save $28. Just call 1-800-NEWSMAX. That's 1-800-NEWSMAX. Or go online to finalbattle611.com. Finalbattle611.com to get your free copy today.
Looking to invest in real estate as a way to diversify, hedge against inflation, and receive consistent quarterly cash distribution with private institutions. You'll enjoy all the benefits of fully passive real estate ownership, like tax write-offs, limited liability structures, quarterly cash distributions, and the potential for upside at exit. First National Realty Partners has thousands of investors who collect rent from national brand tenants like Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, Publix, and many more. Call 888-301-9010, FNRPRADIO.com. Choose your fully passive commercial real estate investment deal. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRP strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit FNRPRadio.com.
Hey, Crash, me cash. If you've been injured in an accident, call iAccident Lawyer today. 1 ring could be saved.
Thank you for the advice on the app.
Chlorinated water is for swimming, not drinking and bathing. Chlorine causes your skin and hair to dry out. How about upgrading to the Life Source water system? The Life Source system filters your water from every tap, reducing the harsh taste and feel of chlorine. Your body does better. No maintenance, no salt, no filters or servicing. Call 800-803-2696 for a free consultation. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference.
Upgrading, moving to be, call Jacob and Ronnie. Call Jacob.
I know people clutch their pearls when you throw any shade at the sanctity of elections, but it is a shoddy business. Votes get lost. Votes don't get counted. Votes appear out of nowhere.
We like to assume that elections are this absolutely pristinely run mechanism. Gary and Sharon, the idea that there wouldn't be problems is betting on a miracle. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Winding your way down Baker Street, lighting your head on the bed on the street where another crazy day. Take the night away and forget about everything. Big city bed makes you feel so cold. It's got so many people, but it's got no soul, and it's taking so long to find out you're wrong when you find it held everything. You're trying now. Love me, you're be happy. One more year, be happy. You're crying now.
From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with George.
With us after a year, his first book that he wrote back in 22 was called Anton LaVey and the Church of Satan that he was on with us. His latest, Source Magic, the origin of art, science, and culture. We're going to talk about both when we come back on Coast to Coast AM. Well, have you simply ever wondered if we're alone in our vast universe? I think about that a lot. Marvelous Entertainment has released the newest in science fiction that specifically deals with that incredible question. And Marvin Sunderland is a certified film director, web developer, and he's the author behind the first of a series of sci-fi novels that includes a 7-novel masterpiece, bringing out the best of your imagination, all about is there life in the universe. You can journey with his superstar of the novel, Sergeant Waggett, in search of a crashed alien spaceship that leads into an alien invasion discovery. So brace yourself with this war underway in the underworld. Sergeant Waggett promises to take your imagination to what he calls marvelous heights. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels when you enter coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase, at marvelous.com. That's marvelous.com. marveleous.com.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Join the millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25.
client hates like a motherfucking hates with the motherfucking.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Carl Abrahamson is a writer, publisher, magic anthropologist, filmmaker, and photographer. Since the mid-1980s, he has been active in the international magical community, integrating what we call a culture as a way of life and lecturing about his findings and speculations. The author of Source Magic, A Culture, Resonances, and Anton LaVey and the Church of Satan, as well as editor and publisher of the annual anthology of the culture, The Feminist Wolf. Carl, welcome back to the program. How have you been, sir?
Thank you very much for having me. It's great to be here, and I've been good. I've been a diligent little boy, writing away and writing new books.
Excellent.
Back in school, you know, you get this early sense of vocation, and I found that my vocation was in writing. And then, of course, what should you write about? Well, that's the game of life. You accumulate experience, and you find interesting things, you go to interesting places, and you start connecting dots, and suddenly you have your own mind frame, you know. And I was very early on interested in magic and sort of the supernatural and fantasy and myth and all these things. And I've just rolled with it, basically. And today I write about it from the sort of down-to-earth perspective. It's not highbrow, and it's not, you know, too symbolic or too arcane. It's trying to see what's magical today, in a way, and then I write about that.
Some people kind of spell magic ending in a K. You have it MAGIC as we have it here in the United States. Yeah. Is there really a difference?
The difference is having to do with this, probably most famous or infamous magician of the 20th century, a British guy called Alistair Crowley. He said his magic word with a K to sort of differentiate it from the older systems that he had been taught in. You know, as kids do in a way. You don't want to set yourself aside from whatever has been before. And some people inclusive.
And what is your thoughts on a culture? OCCULTURE.
Huh?
Yeah, it's of course it's the title of my of a book I've written. But the thing is, it's more than a punny joining of two words, meaning occult and culture. It has to do with many things that are going on today. I argue that it's tied in with our survival instincts, because we're facing so many difficult problems as a species. We have to deal with it somehow. And one of these things is going back in time, but also, looking at whatever's going on today and historically, indigenous tribes, different ways of dealing with problems. All these things have usually been occult. They have been in the occult sphere, hidden, ostracized, perhaps even forbidden. But essentially, most of these things are just like proto-science, proto-psychology. They're things that have not been validated yet in terms of speculative ideas and methods and stuff like that. And I believe that it's high time that we carry on taking a look at all these sort of banned and weird things to see if there's some little gem in there, some little seed that can take us into a healthier worldview and a more constructive approach. That is basically what a culture is. When something goes from the occult, the hidden, underground, into the overground, into the mainstream. And that's happening a lot today in culture. So we were experiencing a pretty strong culture, and I think that's very, very healthy.
A lot of people, Carl, perform magic, do you?
No, there are many ways you can define it, and I think that's one very good and useful description is just that, if you have a will, you want something, whether it's a thing, worldly, like a promotion at work or a new partner, or just something in your life that would serve with more meaning. Whatever you do to reach that goal is, by definition, magical. But then, of course, you have the more, cosmic stardust sprinkled fairy tales and myths, and you mentioned Merlin, and we have the, Harry Potters and all of that sort of the mythical than many of us care to admit. I admit it freely, and I think it's essential that we validate both aspects, both the sort of cultural process of getting what you want, but also acknowledging that there are, let's call it supernatural, or at least sort of supra-rational processes that we can't explain at this moment, but nonetheless, they are true, and they fill our life with meaning.
Let's talk about your title of your latest book, Source Magic, The Origin of Art, Science, and Culture. Explain what that is.
It's basically, the book is an anthology that contains essays and lectures about many things. But it dawned on me along the way when I'm, lecturing and writing that, well, all of this makes sense together. And there is something, we do have a source. We cannot go back to prehistoric times when there are no documentation, not even, caves, anything. But we can, based on the data that we have from archaeology and the remains, that, of course, life was incredibly tough back then. So you had to stay together, help each other, work it out, protect yourself and your friends and tribes from many threats. And part of this was getting information from what you can call a shamanic mindset, mind frame. Basically, traveling inside to get information, not from necessarily external gods, external forces, but rather psychological insights that certain people with a capacity for that kind of free-floating meditation in a way have, and then they bring it back to the tribe, and they can be useful. And everything that we have in our culture today have sort of discernible trails going back to that original shamanic mind frame, whether it's the natural sciences, whether it's culture, whether it's anything human, any human endeavor has that sense of magic to it, because it deals with speculative questions inside us. Should I do this? What if? Is this correct? Constantly processing rational levels, but also on irrational levels. And those are the seeds that can bloom into bigger endeavors.
Carl, does the magic you talk about include candles and rituals and spells and things like that?
It can. I would argue that it's not really necessary, because what I just talked about before, there's also this sort of causal magic going from point A to point B because it's my will. That can be fulfilling enough and may not require any paraphernalia or any adherence to any sort of school or teaching or mystical system. But it also can be useful as gimmicks in a way to change your mind frame in a moment of, in a way, programming yourself to become more efficient, programming yourself to become more susceptible to influx that could be good for you. And all of these things that are in the systems, like, swans and cups and candles and stuff, this could be good mood changers, just like music can be. But you set yourself in a different mind frame in order to experience the moment in a different way than if you're just watching TV or playing a game or whatever it is. Sometimes we can change our inner world by changing the outer parameters, and it's true the other way around also. And in doing that, we can become more efficient in dealing with whatever it is that we want to achieve.
When we deal with magic, are we tapping into sources? What creates the magic?
Oh, what a good question. I think that there's a general dilemma or dichotomy, basically having to do with external forces or internal forces. When I was younger, very immersed in the mythology of magic, I would say that, there's this angel or this force or this whatever natural force helps me. But as things have progressed and I've grown more mature in a way, I believe more and more in the psychology. There's great power in the human mind, as they said in the 60s, it's all in the mind. And I do believe that. I do believe that whatever, it's all inside us. It's psychological processes, emotional processes, and we have to learn and accept actually how easy it is to go inside and have a conversation with yourself, basically, and find new things that are not there if you're a kind of a slave to rational thinking. If you discard immediately like emotional stuff, or if you discard intuitive directions. It's about being open-minded, basically.
You wrote a book a year ago called Anton LaVey and the Church of Satan. He kind of performed dark magic, didn't he?
Well, I would say in the sense that a lot of it was for selfish purposes. He didn't believe in the fluff. He believed that the greatest altruism was being good to yourself first, then you can be good to others. And there's a big difference there to sort of, instead of discarding yourself for whatever you want for the sake of others. It can be nice and, altruistic, but you will feel better if you put yourself first. Then you can help other people. That's one aspect that some people may find dark. Then, of course, he had the symbol of Satan. He didn't believe in any sort of real human-like Satan figure, but it was a symbol that appealed to him because he wanted to stir, you know, the general American mind frame of the 1960s by having this controversial symbol. And it helped him to achieve his goals. So, in that sense, dark, but he was certainly not like a generally like evil person. He was a friend of mine, and he was a very, funny, intelligent, generous man. And if you look at his writing, it's basically taking all of the old magic to a new level. It's bringing it into our contemporary time and mind frames. And it's part of what I would call the source magic, acknowledging that a lot of it is psychology. Psychology on an individual level can be helped by having these external, I'm not going to say trappings, but a moment of ritual. It's not dark, it's just applied psychology with some added bonuses of changing the atmosphere in the space where you're doing this. And it works. People have been doing it, humans have been doing it for since the dawn of time, basically.
Would you say LaVey was evil?
No, I would not. To be evil, you have to be unbalanced. You have to have, bear a grudge that becomes obsessive and takes over any constructive dealings in life and, destroys your own happiness. And he certainly wasn't that. He was self-indulgent, immersing himself in his own pleasures. It's a very pleasure-oriented philosophy that he constructed. And then he had these sort of dark symbols. But it's mainly, again, because he felt attracted to it, and then other people are attracted to it, and you go against yourself. That's the ultimate evil.
Carl, what is magical anthropology?
It's something that I came up with, and I'm sure others have done it also, but I've really become obsessed with the term and the phenomenon. Magical anthropology is the study of how humans in all times, spaces, cultures have related to the phenomenon of magic, both on inner levels and also on outer cultural levels. To what extent does one culture, for instance, permit ritual and magic to be out in the open? I mean, some societies have banned it, like medieval times. Yet at the same time, what the magicians were dealing with that time is now our time. So it's almost like magic is ahead of the curve. And magical anthropology looks at that and tries to figure out, is there a correlation between a good, open, like liberal society and the presence of magic and of course, individuals. Again, in medieval times, there were many of those who became, I don't know, scapegoats. They became victims of their own conviction that this is the right path to go. So magical anthropology is basically the study of the human beings on individual level and on cultural levels, relationship to magic as a phenomenon.
How many people who practice magic, Carl, got questioned as being witches, for example, by mistake?
Well, right. Yeah, it's incredibly. I would, if I have that hat on, so to speak, I would argue that everyone is performing magic. That's part of my realization or my deduction in a way, that we are so connected to magic and magical thinking that everyone does it. But if you mean flamboyantly acting with the paraphernalia and dressing up in this way and stuff like that, I would again say it's not the majority, but there's certainly more people doing that than the critics would care to admit. And I would say one part of your culture has been the integration of fraternal societies, like Freemasons, for instance. It's very, very widespread. It became integrated in culture in the Western world and also in other places. And there you have all of these things: ritual, initiation, dressing up in a different way, receiving material to study, etc., etc. And that is no longer hocus pocus. It's part of whatever it is that we want to achieve, how we want to achieve it. The same thing with yoga. Yoga used to be hocus pocus in the 1960s. If you were the Beatles and you could afford it, you could go to an ashram in India, and it was sort of hokey and hocus pocus. Today, however, almost every housewife, goes to yoga or does yoga at home every day. It has been, gone from the occult into the culture and also into the main street. That's just how it works. It's like seed. Seed grow underground, but with right nutrition, it will grow upwards towards the sun, above the ground, and bloom into a beautiful plant, a flower.
Can magic be used in all kinds of ways, good and evil?
I would say so. And for instance, an evil application would be dogmatic propaganda, trying to make people go against their own will. Just like violence is that in its most crude form, it could also be done with propaganda, presenting a narrative that you feel as an individual human is immoral, it's not right, and yet the force of critical mass points, safety numbers, etc., that have been pushed upon a mass of people is evil, I would say, because it destroys the natural balance, it destroys the natural stratification of the individual, making individual choices in life. Whatever goes against that kind of freedom, to me, is inherently evil.
Have you ever seen anybody practice magic and they were just so phenomenal at it? Strange things happened?
Yeah, I have. But then you have to sort of take it to, can this be verified by objective means or in an empirical, clinical thing? I think in some ways it can. I mean, there's been very interesting experiments since a couple of decades, doing, measuring electricity in the brain during meditation, for instance, and doing agitated things that we call ecstasy, whether it's like sexual sense versus exhaustion, basically measuring these rare mental states, these mind state frames, and seeing what are the physical things going on here. So that's a very helpful thing also. However, if you see and say that someone, that person was so magical, that movie was so magical, or this magician did this and it was incredible and magical, it sort of sits in a very subjective interpretation point of view that it can be hard to validate. But on the other hand, not everything needs to be validated, because if that experience and that magician was magical to you, then so be it. If that fills your life and experience with meaning, it's perfect. Everything doesn't need to be clinically dissected in order to make sense.
We're going to come back in just a minute with Carl and talk more about his work, the source magic, the origin of art, science, and culture. We'll also talk more about Anton LaVey and the Church of Satan. We'll take calls with you next hour.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
After being displaced because the LAPD botched a bomb debt expunged, the Supreme Court will hear the case today. Residents across SoCal are still dealing with power issues. LA Department of Water and Power, along with SoCal Ed, parts of Studio City are still without power, but Woodland Hills on. And today is National Pancake Day. Southline weather from KFI. Mostly cloudy skies. We have on-again, off-again showers becoming heavy by late afternoon. Highs today in the 40s and 50s. Right now it's 44 in Anaheim. Westminster checks in with 43. It's 42 in Encino and 43 in Ventura. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In downtown LA, this is on the 110 northbound connection to the 101 southbound. We have a crash. You see on the 57 southbound at Pathfinder. A little fender there. That's kicking up the right lane. Watch for delays as you approach. And in Tustin, we have good news. Earlier crash that was on the 55 southbound right after the 5 has been for lanes. Your drive is up to full speeds in that area. KFI in the sky to their fast. I'm Brian.
Of astronaut training in Russia. Yes, that's true. And tells the story of the final cosmonaut, a man trapped in space while his nation crumbled to the ground.
His name is Sergei Krikalev.
He's a Soviet cosmonaut, and he's manning the world's only space station, the pride and joy of the USSR.
Listen to The Last Soviet on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Los Angeles traffic is almost as legendary as our movie stars. The late-night comics get a lot of mileage out of it, but there's nothing funny about a serious auto accident. And the congestion makes Los Angeles County the state's most dangerous place to drive. At Jacoby & Myers, we specialize in the serious injuries caused by these accidents. For over 50 years, we've won over $1 billion for our clients. If yours is a serious case, get serious help. Call Jacoby & Myers. Justice for you since 1972.
If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP and nonprofits, even if you've had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com.
KFI, AM 640. Your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Once upon a time, a girl with moonlight in her eyes put her hand in mine and said she loved me so. But once upon a time, we sat beneath the moon. Now the tree.
This is Coast to Coast AM with George Horry.
We Shall Take It keeps cruising along. 519 people to hit 155,000 members. We've got you covered there too. ParanormalDate.com/seniors is where you want to go to find folks that are like-minded and 60 plus. If your immune system can't take it with you and you
And natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system.
Supported by reducing inflammation, and it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that's various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and AdaptoStem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking AdaptoStem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put AdaptoStem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with AdaptoStem and ImmuStem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
Understand how cybercrime and identity theft affect our lives. Your personal information gets exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for a cyber criminal to steal your identity. Now, protecting your crimes are committed by thieves pretending to be you. If you do become a victim of identity theft, the dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Join now, save up to 25% off your first year with promo code George. Go to LifeLock.com, that's LifeLock.com, use promo code George, and get 25% off.
Real people, real stories.
I've had acute eczema. I have tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine. It's pretty miserable. So I started taking the carnivora, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
Our little dog developed this lymph problem. The chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. He started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try carnivora. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling did. Then I took him into the vet to get him checked out, and there was no signs at all inside. I had issues that developed in his eye, so my veterinarian said, you know what, just go ahead and remove the eye. I heard the carnivore on advertising, so I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. I did all the tests. I kid you not, this product saved his eye.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735.
The Coast, George Norrie with you, Carl Abrahamson, our special guest. Carl, what is the Fenris wolf?
The Fenris wolf is, which is very interesting. Then, of course, you might be referring to the Massive Anthropological Journal that I have that's called Fenris wolf. But basically, it's a creature that is usually kind of vilified in, however, its movement, where, things are allowed to deteriorate and eventually die, it's for a new rebirth to come in. So I'm interested in these symbols that are looked at as being, evil or bad or so that's what the Fenris wolf is.
If somebody practiced magic on a regular basis,
different cultures, indigenous tribes, etc., because there's one thing that we can do, and that I hope that we can do, and that's visuals and all these things in order to acquire new information about how to move forward in life. And I think that's one aspect of it, to sort of pieces of wisdom that come when you take your own experiences seriously, and you allow yourself to be guided by intuition in a more, change situations in your life because you want that. I mean, we're all trained, we're all grow up with parents and society and school and stuff, and none of that is inherently bad. I don't want to sort of disrespect that. A lot of it is made for, creating a functional society. But many of the things, when you grow up, you want to individuate. That's an important thing. And you want to find yourself and then go with whatever it is that you're doing. And you do find that a lot of very successful people are those people who stay with their original vision. They're going against what the parents said and the school said, etc., etc. So I think that's one key important thing in magic. It's will, personal will based in self-knowledge. And with those two things that I would call ultra-magical, you can achieve basically anything. Whether it's like the incredible inventions or careers in business or in sports, whatever, it's nowhere. It's knowing yourself. Because you can't know your will if you don't know who you are. So that's really where you should start. And just focus on the self-knowledge in the beginning. And you can do that, by meditating or praying even, or doing, rituals for that purpose. So those things, when you know yourself and you know that you have a strong will based in self-knowledge, then you can achieve almost anything. I'm not saying you can fly like a bird, because of course that would go against nature, but within the physical limitations of what's possible, you can achieve the maximum amount of meaning.
Would you say, Carl, that most of us have practiced?
Lovely manipulator and always gets this sort of way. Up until the time when mommy or daddy said, this is enough. Kids are natural magicians. They believe in or just accept the wonders, get things done, either by, looking coy and sweet, or screaming, or learning how to do things, There's a great magic in that.
Later on, I think that people tend to set that aside for so-called normality, for a rational mindset. It's, according to me and many others, in every day.
Whether we know it or not.
Getting to the goal that you want to achieve, whether it's a short-term one or a long-term life goal. We're all what I call the cosmic stardust, with ritual paraphernalia and adhering to a group structure, a distinct tradition.
About magic, Anton LaVey, jump on board.
Your magical autobiography so far, because I decided early on the ability to get to meet a lot of interesting people, and I did, and I have, and it's accumulated in a very nice way, and I think there's a lot of those fascinating stories about magicians on a manuscript level.
You're very in tune to what you do. You're different. There aren't a lot of people like you that write like you.
Well, thank you. I think that that's a beautiful compliment.
It is, yeah.
That's basically what I want to share. I'm not selling like faith or a system or anything, but I do want to inspire people by showing that if you're committed to whatever it is that you feel the most meaning with, then great things will happen, because not only will you get things done, whatever it is that you want to do, but you also inspire other people to deal with themselves in a similar kind of way. I started a campaign in my writing, usually inspire people to think about whatever it is that they want to do with their life.
What do you think about a cause?
We would need a clear definition of what had happened and what went wrong and how they interpreted that. But let's just say that someone delved into ritual magic in a traditional way, and sort of opening up themselves. And here we come to the same thing, in a ritual situation, they're opening themselves up to the atmosphere that's there. Maybe they get freaked out or terrified, because, rituals can change the atmosphere in a room and in the mind frame. And if you're not ready for it, minded enough, for instance, having grown up in a strict religious home where these things are anathema, these things are banned or taboo, and of course, you can get a little bit of a reflux of something that sort of hits you in the face and scares you a little bit. That doesn't mean that they are not ready to meet yet, because you're not fully individuated enough. Anything else except honesty in your own individuation process and the development of a strong will, so that you can walk down your specific path and see your meaning in life. You don't need the rigmarole and the paraphernalia and sort of the hocus pocus of magic. It can work for some people, but for other people, it might just be good to be focused. That can be enough.
Absolutely. So what do you think of the possibility that some
matter of definition? And I do believe that they actually don't really want. They believe that they want whatever it is that they want, because they are not fully individuated. I think a person who knows the things that you do like, and that's, what do you call it, ill-gotten gains, that sounds to me real interesting to obey. I don't know, as long as people are individuated, and that is something that's been passed on as magical wisdom throughout, the millennia.
Is the Church of Satan still exist, Carl?
Many members at the time, and they're still running the show, and I think they're doing a great job, because it's not for everybody, but the information needs to be presented in a solid, intelligent way, contained within the philosophy. So it does exist, and I think they're doing a great job, catering for people who are interested in that kind of philosophy and that kind of. I have no idea, because usually when detractors want to say, they usually say that, there are only a few, you can count them on the, a couple of the fingers on the hand or whatever, it's just a few hundred. And then, of course, people who are pro might say, we have, thousands and thousands of members. And I think the truth is impossible, if that's, part of it. Why would they divulge their membership number? If they did, or if any other group did, I wouldn't find it so serious. It would just be either showing off, claiming that we have the most members in the world, therefore we are the best. That's kind of. And also it could work the other way, specifically in a magical community, saying we have almost no members because we are so elite and so exclusive, And I think both these positions of I think they have enough to keep it going. You know, I think.
They're based out of New York, the state of. Are they?
That's right.
Where do people get your book, Source Magic?
It was literally just released last week, and it should be out in stores, you know, Barnes & Noble and wherever you go, but by books in bookstores, and of course the normal online things, also Barnes & Noble, Inner Traditions website, Amazon, of course. It's available all over.
Should people encourage their friends and people like that who want to dabble in magic? Nothing to run away from.
Right. No, I don't think so. And I mean, that's the only thing. Yeah. It's like little initiation rites for seeing who's toughest, you know, cookie in the gang, mind frame. And doing these things together, but in terms of actually working with magic as a process of transformation and personal empowerment, I do believe kind of simply trust your friends to go into indigenous shamanic work. You have to find where your own attraction lies. And you have to move in that direction and see if it's fulfilling. And I believe that magic exists within our mind. Dreams are absolutely this way, where we reflect to ourselves a different layer of ourselves. What happens is this constant unconscious. This is a dream. But our unconscious is on different levels. I might now not only be processing what you and I are talking about, I might be processing something else too.
That's true. Carl, we're going to take a break. We'll come back and take phone calls with you next.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
We ask seniors how to prevent Medicare scams. If you get a phone call, do not talk to the person. Never give out your Medicare number. They're going to get your number and put in a false claim.
Justin did not have done. Get reported.
Jason Alexander and Peter Tilton, along with experts and newsmakers and celebrities, in a search for answers to life.
I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a deepfake. Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's here. Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly. HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you've built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital.
It's hard to keep track of everything that's going on. Luckily, that's a little hobby of ours. KMI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. Tuesdays aren't so bad when they start with Jennifer Jones Lake. Here she is with your morning wake-up call.
So the ideas of what a Tuesday morning are, because I did in the Tuesday morning theory.
Oh, no.
I did. I feel it's my job. I pass along just the facts, Tyler. On Tuesday morning, for everybody who does not know, we'll turn your radio off if you don't want me to crush you. Hey guys. But Oscar, now that you know, what is the deal with Tuesday morning?
Well, Jennifer told me that, you have this sweet weekend, so Monday's still a good day.
Yeah.
And to put it all on Monday. So when you get here for Tuesday, I'm a little bit there. I'm a little tired today, but, Michelle Q comes back tomorrow. So I have whatever reserve energy I have, I can use because I know I won't be back.
Nice, Oscar. Must be nice to have a light at the end of the tunnel, Oscar.
Well, you might have to get up in the middle of the night, Oscar. Okay, you know what? Actually, Oscar just flipped this on us. It crushed us.
I will be. I'll be back. I'll see you at the end of the shift.
Yeah,
tomorrow.
exactly. When Oscar's walking in at 9 o'clock. Hey guys, how's it going?
I'll have the occasional fist bump with Oscar as I'm leaving the building.
Exactly. Must be nice, Oscar. All right. Well, Tuesdays aren't so bad when you're listening to Wake Up Call. I promise I'll get you through it. I'm Jennifer Jones Lee, and some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A winter weather warning has been issued for the mountains in LA County because of more icy weather. And then you look in San Bernardino County, where there's a local emergency that's been declared because people in mountain communities have been stuck in their homes for days because of several feet of snow. And so sad, but doctors for actor Tom Sizemore, who's been in a coma since he had a brain aneurysm, have recommended now that his family consider end-of-life decisions. 5:05, we're going to talk with ABC's Karen Travers. So you have the expiration now of the SNAP benefit. This is as of tomorrow, and that's a program that was put into place during the pandemic that allowed an additional stipend to low-income Americans who rely on food stamps on the SNAP program. So what happens to them now? And Karen Travers tried to nail the Biden administration down for some sort of question or some sort of answer to her question. And we'll see what they had to say. So let's start with some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A winter weather advisory has been issued for the mountains in LA County because of more icy weather. Forecasters say people in the mountains can anticipate moderate snow through this afternoon, becoming heavy at times late in the afternoon and through tomorrow. The National Weather Service says snow levels will start to drop between 3,000 and 4,000 feet, but the levels could drop as low as 1,500 again by tomorrow. I'm just saying, there's a chance.
Why are you excited about that?
Because I got the snow at my house, and now it's like I'm addicted to it. Heck yeah.
Oh, okay.
But you know what's funny is when the snow started on Saturday at my house, you don't think of, hey, where's my jacket with the hood? And so I was quickly going through my jacket, and it was like jackets, and it was like jean jacket after jean jacket, cute corduroy jacket. Oh, look at this fluffy jacket that has like feathers on it. Where's my winter weather parka?
Gotta get yourself one of these like weatherproof jackets.
Apparently. Now, San Bernardino County declared a local emergency because of all the snow. People in the mountain communities, they're thinking, I'm a crazy girl, because they've been stuck in their homes for days or even unable to get home because of several feet of snow. It fell over the weekend, and more is expected this week. There he works. Officials in Locking Out of Flint Ridge say inspections are being done on homes that were damaged by a massive mudslide caused by heavy rain.
Susan Colita with the city says the homes that were affected over the weekend now need to be evaluated by licensed professionals.
They will have to provide a plan to the city for review and approval, and we would issue a building permit for them to fix the damage that has occurred.
Colita says whenever there's a lot of rain in such a short period of time, mudslides are always a concern. She says the city will continue working with public officials to monitor vulnerable areas of the hillside. Chris Adler, KFI News.
And the LA DWP says more than 25,000 people are still without electricity because of the latest storm. The DWP's Brian Wilbur says down power lines and trees over the weekend caused the majority of the outages.
Just add extra blanket, cooler, things that you're going to need. And expect that your power is going to be out for a significant amount of time.
Wilbur says crews have been working around the clock to first tackle hazardous situations, then help those who've been without power the longest. Customs officials say they've made a historic fentanyl seizure at the California-Mexico border.
After x-raying a pickup and a search by a canine unit, officers found 46 packages of fentanyl and 30 packages of meth with a combined street value of more than $1 billion. Agents say on Sunday a woman driving a pickup entered the Rabbi port of entry east of Calexico. She was sent to a secondary inspection area. Agents say they found the packages inside the pickup's fuel tank with a total weight of 86 pounds. Officials say the seizure set a record for that port of entry. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
So what happens to the 30 million Americans who received that supplemental SNAP, those supplemental SNAP benefits as of tomorrow? Those go away. Still, the Biden administration insists that there are ways that Americans can make it through now that those pandemic-era stipends will be gone. But how? We'll find out what Karen Travers got for an answer when she asked that in just a second. Let's get a look at your drive. Hi, Nick Paliokini. Happy Tuesday.
Good morning, JJ. We're going to be a big one for folks that are coming out of the high desert heading into the 38 as you make your way past there. Through the Tunnel Pass route, it also looks like Captain Street example, where things are starting to get busy for you on the 15th southbound. Continuing through the Tunnel Pass for the 215 in DeVore is where things will loosen up for you. 15 southbound, 215 southbound, leaving that as interchange. Looks like a much better drive for you as you continue into the Inland Empire. Then update to something slowing you downtown 215 yourself on keyword is KFI traffic northbound 215 between Royce and Moreno Valley. Alexander passing Emergency 60 toward UCR and the Riverside interchange. 91 West Riverside to Corona patches for you drive already from before Magnolia to make way toward the 241 Full Road and 15 northbound through the Corona area. So going for you right now from before just with the Wyrick as you head towards the house. So KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm
Call your 507 on your wake-up call. Karen Travers, good morning to you. So those SNAP benefits, the additional ones that 30 million Americans got when we were in the pandemic, it was a program that was put in place that was going to help people sort of bridge the gap when it came to food. Now it's going away as of tomorrow, and I'm glad that we have you for us there on the floor in the White House asking the questions like, so what now? And what was the response?
Yeah, and the question I asked yesterday was, is there an executive action the president is going to announce? Is there something he can do to address the impact on millions of Americans who are going to bear the brunt of this when these boosted SNAP benefits expire this week? And, they were meant to be temporary. These were not permanent. They were put in place at the early beginning of the pandemic to give people a little extra help, people who are, struggling with employment issues, struggling to make ends meet, and unsure of what was going to be coming, at that point in the pandemic. They kept getting extended, but back in December, Congress voted to end them. And so that ended, it will end tomorrow. 18 states have already lifted them, the rest will do so this week. And for the average family, that means $95 a month they'll lose in these benefits. Others could lose up to $250. That's significant, especially when you think about food prices right now at historic highs. With inflation reports showing groceries are 11% more expensive in January than a year ago. So it's a big deal. The White House now says there's executive actions to announce from the president. And I think there's a limit to what the president can even do. It's not like you can just write a check. Congress has to approve the money for these things. But they do say that the Department of Agriculture is straight to an adjustment for inflation. So let's say tomorrow these extended benefits expire. It goes back to the, quote, normal levels of what they were before COVID. But that normal level is a little bit higher because they've been adjusted to keep pace with inflation. So people will get about an average of $26 a month more than they were getting pre-COVID. Again, not what they were getting for the last 3 years, but it's a little bit more than 2020 because of that adjustment for inflation.
How many people do they think these SNAP benefits kept out of poverty during the pandemic?
Yeah, about 2.5 million people is one estimate from the Urban Institute, and that it reduced poverty by 4.6%, child poverty by 8.3%. That's significant because, we're not talking about thousands and thousands of dollars that was going to families each month. In some cases it was under $100, but that made such a massive difference for pulling people up. So I asked the White House yesterday if they expect those gains will be wiped out because of these benefits expiring. And Korean didn't answer that explicitly, but said the president's going to keep pushing an economic agenda that they believe is aimed at people who are normally left behind, as she put it.
All right, Karen, thank you as always. And like I said, I like it. I feel like we've got like an insider on the floor there. Like, hit them with the questions. So keep fighting the good fight, Karen.
Have a great day. Hey.
You too. See you later. ABC Karen Chopper, whatever the case may be. I'm like, that's exactly the question I would have asked. And so I look vicariously through her. Anybody want to be a White House correspondent? It doesn't matter for which president, but would you want to be a White House correspondent? I mean, you see how those news conferences go, where they're all sitting there in front of the White House spokesperson, and you all get to, scramble and ask your questions. You're all arguing over one another, fighting for whose, voice gets through sometimes. Which one's that? Oh, I love a good reporter fight like that. Ooh, this is crazy. U.S. Marshals Service says the data attack has compromised sensitive information. Spokesman Drew Wade says the data theft last week included personal information belonging to the targets of investigations and personal information of Marshals employees. The Marshal Service handles federal prisoners across the U.S. and goes after fugitives. CNN says info on the Witness Protection Program was not breached. The LA County Board of Supervisors is set to consider a motion to end LA County's local COVID-19 emergency declaration. The motion being heard today would end the proclamation of a local emergency and the proclamation of a local health emergency March 31st. The statewide COVID-19 emergency declaration ends today. A man from Anaheim has been sentenced to 10 years in prison for causing a fatal crash while high on meth. He pleaded guilty yesterday to killing a pedestrian in Buena Park. The driver was going 62 miles an hour in a 40-mile-an-hour zone. A youth jail diversion program for low-level crimes in OC has run out of grant funding after decades of treating over 1,000 kids a year.
We need to make things right, not just punish.
Weightmakers Heather Benjamin says the nonprofit treats underlying causes for first-time offenses of crimes like shoplifting, truancy, simple assault, or vandalism.
If they were to go to court, it may be dismissed completely. The offense may just require a fine that the parents pay, and there's no learning opportunity, no intervention.
Benjamin says state funding ends today for contracts with police agencies in 6 cities. She says now the goal is to get all police agencies in the county to band together to keep the program afloat. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
And I'll get you the latest on what doctors are saying regarding actor Tom Sizemore, and unfortunately, it is not good news, and it's going to put his family in a really tough situation. Also coming up, probably a hot potato that helped end a cold case in Massachusetts. Weirdest thing ever. How do a sweet potato and The Wire, remember that show, come together to end a cold case? We'll get into that with Eric Cersei in just a second. Instead, though, let's get into your drive right now with Nick Paleocchini.
A busy one for you from England, Riverside to Corona, continuing westbound on your drive. Patchy delays for you showing up from before Magnolia, and remains the case for the 241 toll road. And then for the westbound on the 91, you'll see delays pretty much loosened up completely coming out of the high desert. South on side of the 16 through this area from before the merge of the 395 or even Joshua Street. You'll see delays continuing through the Cone Pass, passing along the 8 as you make way toward the split. For the 215 in DeVore, where things get a little bit better for you to drive. Okay, if I'm this guy helps get you there faster, I'm Nick Paleocchini. Someone uses your toilet and it overflows. Can you imagine how embarrassing that is for your guests and for you? Hello, I'm John Napoleon, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing. You're hosting a party, the water's on the floor, and your guests have to tell you that the toilet is backed up. And worst of all, you have to tell your guests that they can't use the bathroom. I shudder when I tell this story because it happened to me. Can you imagine? I own Rooter Hero Plumbing and my toilet overflowed. Talk about being humbled. Well, the truth is, it could happen to anyone. And the solution is to call 866-DRAIN-77. That's what I did, and our plumber was here within the hour. Not because I'm the owner, but that's just what we do. I'm so confident that you'll be satisfied with our services that I put my cell phone number on every business card. 866-DRAIN-77. That's 866-DRAIN-77.
This report is sponsored by personal injury firm Owen, Patterson and Owen.
When accidents happen, clients soon realize that this is a fight for insurance company dollars. Access to this money is not easy, and all lawyers are not created equal. I'm Susan Owen, managing partner at OPO Law. Let us win for you. 888-OPO-WINS, OPOLaw.com.
Hey, Ross Tucker, here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network, presented by Brad.
Possible weeks with a foot injury he suffered Sunday. LeBron will not play against the Grizzlies tonight. The Clippers will try to avoid a third straight loss tonight against the Timberwolves. The Rams proposed a rule that would make roughing the passer penalties reviewable by play. And the Ducks beat the Blackhawks for their third straight win. I'm Nikki Jordan.
Hey, it's Ross Tucker. If you'd like to make games a little more interesting, download and listen to the newest episode of the Even Money Podcast with DraftKings, releasing every Tuesday, available wherever you listen to podcasts, football and betting. The Even Money Podcast.
On the podcast, the last Sylvia, Lance Bass from InSync shares his own experiences of astronaut training in Russia. Yes, that's true, and tells the story of the final cosmonaut, a man trapped in space while his nation crumbled to the ground.
His name is Sergei Kriklev. He's a Soviet cosmonaut, and he's manning the world's only space station, the pride and joy of the USSR.
Listen to The Last Soviet on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP and non-program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a six-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com. Contractor license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix together.
One is our heating rejuvenation, where we help to prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129.
Another one is one on-call guinea drains for just $80 with a 30-foot drain snake.
And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year.
And our drain clearance service is just $80. So nice, I said it twice.
Get air conditioning and plumbing. GOETTL.com.
We do things the right way, not the easy way.
Alphabet Boys is a new podcast series that goes inside undercover investigations. In the first season, we're diving into an FBI investigation of the 2020 protests. It involves a cigar-smoking mystery man who drives a silver hearse.
And inside his hearse were like a lot of guns.
But aren't federal agents catching bad guys or creating them?
He was just waiting for me to set the date, the time, and then for sure he was trying to get it bad.
Listen to Alphabet Boys on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
They got to start filling these potholes up. It's really bad. Your whole car frame is going to shatter going over some of these things. You feel like your wheels are going to go flying off. You're going to bend your axles. This is such a third world country. John and Ken. I've been to third world countries. It's actually worse than a third world country. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is your wake-up call for a Tuesday. I'm glad you're here. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee because we've got more icy weather, and it's really going to start to come in heavier later this afternoon into tomorrow. Snow's probably going to hang out around 3,000 to 4,000 feet. However, there are some places where the snow level could drop as low as 1,500 feet. So if you were in one of those places, you know, Santa Clarita, I know, got some. Now, where I live in the Inland Empire, we got some. San Bernardino County, however, has declared a local emergency because people in mountain communities have been stuck in their homes for several days because of several feet of snow. And I just got word from ABC7 that some SoCal mountain communities in those areas, also places like Crestline, I guess, they're saying that their store grocery shelves are bare. And apparently there are some gas stations in those areas that only have morning long for you. And coming up, how would you like to set a world record at Disneyland? Right? There are Disney adults who are obsessed with finding the child inside, but how about finding the child inside and set a record at the same time? Well, that's what a guy did. And he's going to be with us coming up at 5:35 this morning. I have so many questions, like, how do you have the time to do that? What makes you think, hey, here's an idea, let me set a record at Disneyland? So all that's coming up. Right now, let's say good morning to ABC's Aaron Katursky. When you put these two things together, Aaron, it's like something out of MacGyver. You know, it had the wire, and it had a sweet potato, and it solved a cold case. But this is legit what happened. A sweet potato and the wire that came to solve a 12-year-old cold case.
It's like the Mad Libs of Christianology, for sure, Jen, because 12 years ago, there was this murder on Cape Cod, Hyannis, Massachusetts. Guy was found shot at home. Police determined he was shot through the window of the house. They found in the bushes 3 shell casings, a cell phone, and a sweet potato that had a hole in it. And prosecutors said that the sweet potato appeared to have been used as a silencer. If you're a fan of The Wire, was something from an episode of the show, spawned a whole bunch of internet demonstrations about whether it would actually work and all that. But that is admitted, the sweet potato also contained the DNA of the suspect who was just arrested 12 years later last week, yesterday, and pleading not guilty.
Because he, I guess, would have touched that sweet potato if there was the silencer, and he was using it or trying to maneuver it around to make the silencer out of it. So it would have been what? His fingerprints, I guess, it would have been on it?
They said DNA. They didn't get more specific, but if it really was the silencer of the yams, then this was perhaps a fan of the show. The phone that was found in the bushes was registered in the name of Marlo Stanfield. That's the name of a character on The Wire, you may recall. There are all sorts of connections. By the way, silencer of the yams. That was funny.
We were all laughing in the background. No, we were proud of you for that one. We literally, Tyler hit the IFB the minute you said it. We're the win this morning.
I've had a lot of time to think of these. And anyway, what they don't say is if they found all this stuff at the scene of the crime 12 years ago, why they opened the arrest last week and brought the guy into court yesterday. But be that as it may, it does seem like, case solved, and the suspect did have an affinity for The Wire and try to sweep the potato as a silencer.
So he's admitted? Yeah, I'm the guy that used the yam.
No, he's pleaded not guilty. We'll see, where the case goes. As far as the murder case, this was not the most exciting. It was sort of a guy stopped house. The victim had a criminal record. The suspect at the time was out on bail, had a GPS monitor, so they have GPS technology that puts at the scene of the crime at the time. So there's a ton of evidence. So why he was only picked up 12 years later, that's the part we're still trying to understand. But I mean, there's the sweet potato involved. So once you have fruit vegetables, the rest of the case is almost immaterial.
Absolutely. I mean, literally, when I was looking down the list of the ABC offerings last night, I was like, well, Aaron's at the top of my list. Can we just book him all morning?
It ain't much of a story, I guess. But I was talking to the prosecutor yesterday, and she was saying, look, at the very least, it's an interesting fact.
Absolutely. Aaron, thank you so much. Have a good one.
See you later.
All right, bye. We're proud of you. Balance to the end. Speaking of that, I don't know why that makes me think of what today's national days are. It is National Chocolate Souffle Day. Souffle's in the oven. National Pancake Day. Ew. You get a free short stack at IHOP today. National Essay Day. Tyler, go. What essay do you still remember writing as a kid? It was about anything? Did you write the essay?
I wrote an essay in 5th grade, and I got the highest score, and I don't even remember what I wrote about.
You just remember, like, bam!
I remember crushing it, and I wrote a speech good enough to give at my 5th grade graduation. Again, no idea what it was about.
Wow. In 6th grade, I remember that I wrote an essay on sharks, and it was like a really big project, it was like a multi-page essay. And it was when you had those folders. I mean, they still have them, but it was like just a paper folder that you would open up and put like the clear sheet protector sheets in, fold it up. And on the front of it, because my mother was clever, I used candy corn that I painted with whiteouts, and then it as teeth, shark teeth around. That was my shark report. Yes, you got an A.
Hopefully your teacher didn't eat the candy corn.
No, my mother and I are such orders. I still have it.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I still have all the notes that Bobby Villegas wrote me in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. Yeah. I remember I beat Forrest Goring in 2nd grade at the spelling bee with the word bicycle.
You must not have gotten a lot of victories because you're really hanging on to the ones you got.
I have every trophy that I ever got. I don't care if it's a freaking participation trophy. They're all out in my shed right now. Yikes. Thousands of driver licenses in Texas have ended up in the hands of a Chinese crime operation. ABC's Dennis Foley says the ruse started with criminals going on the dark web to get personal data on Texans with what they thought were Asian last names.
They then used that info security questions on the state government website. Then used stolen credit cards to order duplicate copies of active licenses.
Foley says those copies were sent straight from the Texas Department of Public Safety into the criminal's hands, and says the crime rate would sell the IDs to people around the country illegally. At least 4 other states are involved. Well, doctors for actor Tom Sizemore, who's been in a coma since having a brain aneurysm, have recommended his family consider end-of-life decisions. Doctors say there is no further hope, and the family is now deciding the end-of-life matters. The actor's representative says the family's update will be read tomorrow. Sizemore starred in Saving Private Ryan, Natural Born Killers, Heat, and Black Hawk Down. Disney has lost a little magic in losing its longest-serving employee.
Disney animator, producer, and director Bernie Mattinson has died. He worked for Disney longer than anyone else, 70 years, and was scheduled to receive a 70th Anniversary Service Award from Disney this June. It would have been the first in the company's history. Mattinson worked on everything from Lady and the Tramp and The Jungle Book to The Lion King and Aladdin, and most recently on Strange World. Disney says Mattinson began dreaming of a career with the company after seeing Pinocchio when he was 6 years old, and started in the mailroom at Disney Studios in Burbank in 1953. He was 87. Amy King, KFI News.
Well, speaking of Disneyland, there is a gentleman who has just made a Guinness World Record involving Disneyland. And wait till you hear what he did for 2,995 days in a row. I need to talk to this guy about his commitment, how he got the time to do it, and what the world made him think, hey, I got an idea. I could break the Guinness World Record on this. So I'll tell you what Jeff did in just a few minutes. Right now, let's get enough Paleokini.
This weekend for Disneyland is going to be a busy one for the drive on the Flying Southbound right at Harbor Boulevard. It's an early problem that was in middle lane that's been cleared to the center fighter or the right shoulder. Definitely still seeing a bit of a busy go for you. Yours are coming right from about as far back as you could. Heading west along the 91, delays definitely getting busier for you through the Riverside and Corona area. From before Magnolia, you'll see those delays. Stick around toward about Maple 6, the Smidgen or Leaf, and then head again for your leaving Green River as you continue toward the 241 Toll Road. KFI in the Sky helps get there faster. I'm Nick Paleokini.
If you have friends or family members that live on base or need frequent access to federal facilities, getting a real ID should be on your to-do list. Starting May 7, 2025, you'll need a federally accepted form of identification such as a real ID to access military bases, enter federal buildings, and board domestic flights. And by going online, you can conveniently start the real ID application process anytime and anywhere you like. Don't miss out on visiting your friends and loved ones in uniform. Start your Real ID application online today at realid.dmv.ca.
UC Kinetics is the nation's leader in these amazing treatments. They take highly concentrated healing properties from your own body and put them in your achy joints. The goal is to
Athletes have been doing this for years, but now it's available to anyone.
imagine being pain-free by this summer. Live in life.
Steroids and surgery are your only option.
Call and learn more about these remarkable treatments using regenerative medicine.
QC Kinetics now in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo. Call for a free consultation. 213-997.
Relief has arrived. 213-997-PAIN.
Hiring heating up? Indeed's hiring platform makes it easy to attract, screen, and interview a short list of quality candidates on Indeed whose resumes match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
What you got? Is it coming to rinse and rock? For medication, decrease risk of complications. I'm the 1, 2, 3, since I'm COVID from out the pocket. I'm so late, don't repeat it.
Ask for medication to treat COVID-19. Sponsored by the California Department of Public Health.
Seriously, Mike? Deal with it.
MCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See amco.com for complete details. Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
We'll take you to Disneyland. Sort of. Via a man who has, some might say, braved the park for almost 3,000 days. We'll explain. We'll be talking with Jeff Reed of Huntington Beach coming up in just a few minutes, who is now a Guinness World Record holder regarding something that has to do with Disneyland. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee. This is your wake-up call for a Tuesday, and some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Customs and Border officials say a record-breaking fentanyl seizure has happened at the California-Mexico border. Sunday, a woman driving a pickup truck entered the Andrade Port of Entry, east of Calexico, and was directed to a secondary inspection area. During an x-ray of the pickup and a canine search, officers found 46 packages of fentanyl and 30 packages of meth. With a combined street value of more than $1 million, the packages were found inside the pickup truck's fuel tank. And Fox chairman Rupert Murdoch says, yes, some Fox News hosts endorsed false claims that the 2020 election was stolen. The statements from a legal deposition last month were made public yesterday. Voting machine maker Dominion sued Fox in 2021 for $1.6 billion, alleging its lies hurt business. Murdoch admitted he would have liked the network to be stronger in denouncing the stolen election claim. Jeffrey, when I read your story about your love for Disneyland, I thought, I'm right there with that guy. You know what? After living now in Southern California for almost 7 years, I get it. I'm starting to get like, oh, I see why people are season pass holders. I get the mystique now. It's kind of like being part of this cool club. And what's interesting to me is in 2012, I have to ask you, let's start there. Did you even realize you wanted to be part of this cool club, or were you just the casual Disney goer at the time?
Good morning, Jacob. Yes, I was already an annual pass holder. I got my first annual pass in 2002, and then unfortunately, because of being out of work, around Easter of 2011, I had to let my annual pass go until around my birthday, December of 2011, that I was given a new annual pass. And so I had my first pass was already given to me as a gift. It was a source of free entertainment.
You got to go to the park, you got to walk around, so incredibly stressful, and it probably became kind of an outlet for you.
That's exactly it. You know, it started out as a joke to go for a challenge when Disney ran out the commercial for the 24-hour day in 2012 about giving you an extra Disney day. And we were saying, how could be an extra if you didn't use the other day? So we decided to go for all 366 days in 2012. And then it just
every single day. Did you say to yourself, hey, I'm going to set a record?
Other than going for the 366, and then when I continued, no, I never really thought about it being a Guinness or anything like that. When I hit day 2000 in 2017, I did have another organization claim that I was record holder. So I think at that point it was in the sights of, is this really something? But it was never something that I wasn't going just because I wanted to have a record. That's why, like, to me, I didn't just do a toe touch, basically put my toes in the puddle and then step out. I wanted to enjoy it. I was going for fun.
Now that you have, first of all, you've now set a record after visiting Disneyland for how many days in a row?
2,995 consecutive days in a row. So that totals out to 8 years, 3 months, and 13 days.
Okay, when you were going to the park all of those days, did you get to know every cast member there?
No, not every cast member. They do have a high turnover, plus like the college kids that come through the work and everything. I did get to know quite a few, though.
Okay, I have so many questions for you. What is your favorite food? Because we all have a place where we're like, oh, hey, we're going to whatever. Whether it be Taco Bell to, whatever. And I love the, whatever, chalupa. What was your thing every day that you're like, hey, I got to go have one of those?
Well, because I was there every day, I didn't do it every day, but one of my main go-tos was over in Tomorrowland at Pizza Port to get the pasta or the pizza.
Oh, yes, it's really good. I have actually had that. I know what you're talking about.
It's really good. It's filling, and when it comes to park food, it doesn't cost that bad either.
Yeah, that's a good point. What is the worst part about visiting the park every single day?
That is a tough one. There are sometimes you do have to deal with guests that are not in what you would think of as a good park-going attitude. And so to make it difficult, at one point, I remember I was
had my foot run over by a lady that was driving one of the electric wheelchairs, just trying to come through the crowd. And so yeah, stuff like that can make things not as fun, but I still was having a good time.
And that could have been found anywhere. That can be sometimes a Tuesday in downtown LA. So
exactly.
Every single day.
They were doing Wednesdays with Walt, and for annual pass holders, they were showing different historical Walt Disney movies and things up in the Lincoln Theater. It all depended on what was going on.
How does it work with Guinness? Do you call them?
Magic for me personally, and making it the frosting on the cake was that I had looked into it, but I had never actually filed for it. So then a week and a half ago now, I actually got a DM on my Instagram from Guinness World Records saying, hey, we'd like to do a little piece on you on our website. Can you send us an email and fill out this Q&A form? And I get the Q&A form, and on the top of it says, congratulations on your new world record.
Wow.
And so she says, no, it's actually been done as a consultancy record, meaning that one of the Guinness World Records consultants saw my record and deemed that it was worthy of the title. And so they put it together on the backside, and then I just had to update them and correct some information.
Okay, that is fantastic. Now, what do they do? Do they send you a certificate or something like that? I mean, how does it go from here?
Yes, they did send a certificate. I'm waiting to open it for having some kind of a ceremony to it. I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen yet. Yeah, I was when they had contacted me, they already had the record title page up on the Guinness website, and then basically I put out the Q&A form, and they turned around and put together essentially a news press release that became another website on the Guinness World website, and that's what got shared with everybody. That went out last Tuesday. And that was what officially announced that, hey, I am now the Guinness World Record holder for the most consecutive visits to Disneyland.
All right, two final questions for you. One, has actual Disneyland contacted you? Because instead of just sending out a survey, hey, what do you like about the park? What do you not? Here's a guy who's been there and seen it inside out for almost 3,000 days. So that, and now that you've broken the record, are you still going to go to Disneyland?
No, I have not been contacted by Disney since getting the Guinness record. And yes, I will be going to Disneyland. I haven't yet. I had gotten back into doing other activities like going scuba diving on Laguna Beach or going out hiking in the local mountains, along with being able to actually go out on trips up the coast or outside of Southern California. So I've kind of been taking my time and mixing things up with all that.
Taking a breath from all those Disney days.
I mean, being right here, as I'm sure you've learned over your last years being here in California, there's a lot you can do in a close area. So when I was going to Disneyland every day, I was still going down to San Diego to the zoo and stuff like that. Or I was going out to Palm Springs and hiking up on the tramway, or even out scuba diving in the Channel Islands, and then just driving back from Ventura and Santa Barbara and going to the park afterward.
Okay, that's amazing, because I don't think that I would have the ability to handle people from the zoo to Disneyland in one day. So you must have an incredible patience tolerance. Jeff, thank you so much, and congratulations on your world record. I think this is really cool.
Thank you, Jennifer. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and I think sharing it with everybody has been one of the best parts of it.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for sharing it with all of us this morning, and good luck to your next Guinness World Record.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you too. See you later.
Jeffrey, bye-bye.
Bye. Jeffrey from Huntington Beach with the record for number of consecutive days going to Disneyland, 2,995. All right, when we come back, you may notice some summer flight schedule changes. And this is anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes to hours. So we'll talk about who may see those changes and what airlines maybe have some of the most significant changes. That's coming up in just a second. Let's get it another look at your drive with Nick Paliochini in the 5.
Busy one for your way out of Milwaukee, Santa Fe Springs adjacent area from before the 605. Busy through Commerce, what about Slauson, a little bit earlier than heavy. Again for you leading Atlantic beyond the 77. Through Boyle Heights, sort down to 101, north on side of the 101 off the 5, so going for your drive toward the Tino Freeway. In fact, 10 West, San Bernardino Freeway, 101 north. Looks like you got a 5-car smash up, blocking lanes to the transition or causing you delays on the westbound 10 as you come away from before the 5, and also again affecting that drive on the 101 northbound as you leave the 5. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Nick Paliochini.
Attention Southern California, Semper Solaris is ready to install your solar now. Thought about going solar? Then you must go solar right now. Get your solar system installed before net metering changes and rates go up even more. Declare your independence with Semper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done with esprit de corps and honor. No money out of pocket and no payments until 2024. That's no utility bill, no payments all year. Keep your money in your pocket. Go solar American style with Semper Solaris. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about your roof? Semper's and Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Contractor. Upgrade to Owens Corning 50-year warranty. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit. $500 downloadable coupon, $500 off for military, first responders, plus 0 down, 0% interest, and 0 payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit sempersolaris.com. On approved credit.
Catalina Island this winter for adventure. Wellness arrives midweek and book 2 nights. Your 3rd night is complimentary. Plan today at visitcatalinaisland.com.
Hey, Rob Tucker, here's what's trending.
LeBron James. He could miss multiple weeks with a foot injury except for Sunday. LeBron will not play against the Grizzlies tonight. The Clippers will try to avoid a 3rd straight loss tonight against the Timberwolves. The Rams proposed a rule that would make roughing the passer penalties reviewable by play. And the Ducks beat the Blackhawks for their 3rd straight win. I'm Missy Georgia.
Hey, it's Ross Tucker. If you'd like to make games a little more interesting, download and listen to the newest episode of the Even Money Podcast with DraftKings, releasing every Tuesday, available wherever you listen to podcasts, football and betting. The Even Money Podcast.
I'm searching for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really?
I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a deep fake.
Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's really no really right there.
Really no really.
Listen to Really No Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
We ask seniors how to prevent Medicare scams.
If you get a phone call, do not talk to the person.
Never give out your Medicare number.
They're going to get your number, put in a false claim.
Just hang up.
How do you detect Medicare fraud?
Just like I check my credit card statements, I check my Medicare statements monthly.
If you get your statement and you see something that you know you did not have done, you report it. Call the Senior Medicare Patrol.
To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080.
So you and I have talked about SolarMax technology for years now.
Yes. Listen, I did a ton of research back in the day. SolarMax was clearly the best. SolarMax is going to build a custom solar system like they did for me with the most innovative technology. All of it's under one roof, right out here in Southern California, Riverside specifically. They're going to provide you with the highest quality solar panels, inverters, and battery systems in the industry, hands down.
And you know what? Now is the best time to get solar because you're going to get more electrical production in the spring.
Save big, call SolarMax, and get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. The most powerful solar panels on the market.
Plus, you'll want to lock in your NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
That's right. Call SolarMax, start saving money by spring on their 12-panel system for $0 down, $59.99 a month.
Dial pound 250 from your cell and say that keyword SolarMax. Pound 250 SolarMax or go to solarmaxtech.com.
Monthly payment available on approved credit. CSLB number 97348.
Social supports are a vital part of child development, and they help mitigate the negative impacts of stress. Keep your kids connected to their loved ones, friends, teachers, grandparents, and coaches. This CalHopeful moment is brought to you by CalHope.org can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at Cal.
Hi, I'm Lisa Duba. If you're a cancer patient in the U.S. and its territories or Canada, you may be able to help science uncover the next breakthrough by sharing your patient's data, unique experience with researchers. Join the movement at standuptocancer.org. ROTHSCHILD.com/account.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Carla, our news editor, got her Yugo from Cal Worthington.
Why would Carla ever admit she bought a Yugo?
Bill handle.
It could have been the worst car ever manufactured, by the way.
At least it had the word go. There you go. Yugo.
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Big shout out to the whole Wake Up Call crew this morning. Carla, Tyler, Oscar. Could not do it without them. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is your Wake Up Call. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee. San Bernardino County has declared a local emergency because people in mountain communities have been stuck in their homes for days because of several feet of snow. There was a place in Crestline, a store, that says its shelves are bare, and there were only a few gallons of gas that have actually left. Like a few thousand gallons. I mean, it's not like they're empty, but they don't have any way for the gas to get back up there and replenish the supply. So that's a problem. Also, we've got this winter weather warning that's been issued for the mountains in LA County because of more icy weather. And then let's transition to your summer travel. And if you booked a flight recently, all of a sudden you might have got a notice recently that said your flight schedule has been changed. Sam Sweeney is ABC's transportation unit correspondent. Sam, good morning. Welcome to Wake Up Call.
Hey, Jennifer, good morning to you.
So what happened? Why are all these airlines tweaking their summer schedules right now? I mean, it's only the end of February.
Well, the airlines publish their schedules about a year out. And as we get closer, in this case, the summer travel season, they have to tweak their schedules based on demand. In the past, prior to COVID, airlines had tons of historical data. They knew exactly how many people were going to spend their winter vacation in Mexico and how many business travelers needed to be in Chicago on Monday morning. But since the pandemic, with people shifting their habits and business travelers working from other locations and extending to long weekends, everything has changed. So they really don't have the grasp and the understanding of exactly how many seats they need to certain destinations. So as we get closer to departure, they begin to tweak their schedule. And that's exactly what we're seeing here for the summer travel season.
When we're talking about tweaking, are we talking, oh, hey, your flight has been delayed from 4:45 to 4:55, or is it bigger than that?
It really depends on the situation. And I should mention that these tweaks are happening roughly 100 days before flight in most cases. So, but it can range anywhere 2 to 4 months. As for timing, it could be as small as, hey, we moved your flight 5 minutes, 15 minutes. In some cases, though, it could be several hours, and in very rare cases, they could move you to the next day. Those are typically on, the low-cost airlines that only have a flight every other day to a certain destination. We're talking about Spirit and Allegiant, Frontier. But if you're on Delta, United, Southwest, JetBlue, you should have it the same day. And this really can work out in your advantage. So if you book a flight with a layover because it was cheaper than the nonstop, and then they move your flight several hours, you can call the airline and say, hey, look, you moved me to a flight. That's not convenient for me. I want you to now put me on that more expensive nonstop. And generally, they will do that free of charge.
Oh, that's good advice. Okay, that's good to know. Of those sort of cheaper airlines that you're talking about, I mean, a lot of people who have flown on those already say, oh, yeah, you kind of get used to, those changes or things maybe not being as great as they are on other airlines, but you still book them because they are so much more cost effective in some cases for people. So are we as travelers willing to, I guess, take that risk that our schedule might be changed a little bit in order to save some money?
Look, it really depends on what your budget is. Those budget airlines are excellent when things go right. And if you are flexible and if you don't care about paying for an aisle seat or paying for a drink on board, but you do run the risk that they have fewer flights than the larger airlines, the legacy carriers like Delta, United. So if there's a problem on United, they may be able to switch you to 2 to 3, 4 hours. But on the other airlines that have fewer flights, it becomes a lot more difficult. There are more people fighting for fewer seats. So it really is a risk that you run.
All right, Sam, thank you so much. I appreciate your time this morning, and a heads up for everybody listening, because even Tyler here on the show, he was talking about he's got a flight already. He's been given the heads up. It's been delayed 15 minutes. So a lot of people listening there. Sam Sweeney is ABC's transportation unit correspondent. What airline are you flying, Tyler?
I'll be flying Air Canada home from Vancouver.
Oh, okay. Nice. Okay, very nice. Very good. That's good travel right there. Let me get you some of these stories coming out of the KFI district. Filed the suit in 2020 saying the man groomed her when she was 11 and the sexual misconduct continued until she was 26. The former math teacher filed a suit saying the student had a crush on him and admitted that his wife found several notes and cards from her. He denies he ever sexually abused the now grown woman. LA County Sheriff's detectives say they one who has been sexually assaulted by a man in Bellflower. 42-year-old Mario Chavez allegedly approached a girl in front of a convenience store February 18th, then forced her into his car and sexually assaulted her. Detectives say the guy may have also assaulted others. He drives a white, older Chevy Malibu. He's Hispanic, 5'9", 200 pounds. He has tattoos, including an Aries symbol on his left forearm and an M on his right hand, also a face tattoo on his left. 2 days into audition because parents complained about gay and non-binary characters. Now, a petition with more than 2,500 signatures has been circulating, demanding the show must go on. Marion, the true tale of Robin Hood, is a comedic gender-bending take on Robin Hood. The play's writer says the original may not be appropriate for the high school, but the school planned to do sort of a teen version. He says he's worried students are being told it's not okay to be who they are when his play is all about being cool. In Palo Cedro, California. Go to Redding and take a right on Old 44 like you're going up to Mount Lassen. Stop somewhere in the middle. That's where I grew up. So my little school, K through 8, had 224 kids in it. My graduating class, 24 kids. So we got to take trips a lot. The parents would drive, but one of the trips was up to Ashland, Oregon. And I was in, it was my English class. It was like a, advanced English class. I mean, there's 3 of us in it or something like that for a school that tiny. And so we went to Ashland to see Romeo and Juliet. And I don't know if my teachers just didn't know or they thought that we were mature enough to handle it, but one way or another, in Ashland at that time, Romeo and Juliet was done in a very, very advanced way. I mean, sexual innuendos, the grabbing of certain parts and whatever. And I just remember my teacher looking down at us with her eyes probably bigger than ours, thinking, holy cannoli, how am I going to get out of this one? Now we, as 6th graders, that was phenomenal. Anything in 6th grade that's a little racy is giggle-worthy, right? So we all went home telling our parents how amazing this was, while our teacher was like, oh my God, parents, I'm so sorry. A great memory. Ooh, have you had shrimp recently in California, Arizona, Colorado, and Utah? For all of you listening on the iHeartRadio app, it's been recalled because of a bacteria concern. The recall says it is possible the shrimp was under process. It's by Kawasho Foods, Kawasho Foods USA. And that company has issued a voluntary recall of one of its medium shrimp, Geisha media shrimp, following reports that the 4-ounce cans were swelling or leaking or bursting. So the cans have this Best By date on them of May 12th. We're going to get more on this tomorrow, and this will be at 5:33 tomorrow. Friends of Big Bear Valley say 2 egg Jackie. Remember the bald eagle in Big Bear Valley that we all have been watching? They are unlikely to hatch. I was so sad when I read this story yesterday. So the mom and Shadow, the dad, have been keeping the eggs warm since they were first laid January 11th. But I want to know how. How do the friends of Big Bear Valley know that these 2 eggs specifically laid by Jackie are unlikely to hatch? I mean, they're watching them from as far away as we are. So how do they know? And what are the chances? I don't know of Jackie and Shadow having more eggs early on. Anyway, we'll get into that tomorrow at 5:30. And if you are not following this trial and you are any bit of a crime watcher, a true crime follower, whatever, the Alex Murdaugh murder trial in South Carolina, y'all, yeah, pulled my South Carolina out on that one. This is the most entertaining trial I've seen in a long time. Not because specifically, like, oh, it's a whodunit, but it's a more of a, what is he going to do and say next? Alex Murdaugh is charged with killing his wife and son. Now, the defense's final witness yesterday was Murdaugh's brother, John, who described Alex as a good dad and talked about how emotional his brother was at the scene of the murders.
I promise you, words don't do it justice. I would have to create a new word to describe how distraught he was.
However, just because you're distraught, you can be distraught and you can be guilty. But this guy, let's say he's guilty. I don't know. Hey, you never called your son that. Yeah, I did. I called him that all the time. Really? Insert tear here. Insert cry here. I don't know. I've been in this business 30 years, you guys. And my gut tells me that there's some acting. I'm not saying whether or not I think the guy is innocent or guilty. I'm just saying. Man, this is a performance of a lifetime. TFI and KOS HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County, snow and rain on the way today. Snow possibly as low as 1,500 feet. Let's get back to that drive. We've got problems on the 210.
On the K5 traffic zip line, time to continue yourself on work K5 traffic as you're making your way westbound. Beyond Santiniga Avenue before Baldwin Avenue, it's a couple of, well, at least one large or maybe two smaller potholes. In middle lanes, a couple of cars off the right shoulder with flat tires. Right now, seeing a slow going drive for you as you come out of Monrovia, leaving Myrtle, continuing to the Arcadia area. Well, before that, though, 210 westbound starting to heat up for the morning drive coming off the 57 out of Glendora. As you continue into Azusa, passing Azusa Avenue toward Irwindale and Irwindale Avenue. 10 West is an alternate to the 210 westbound. That will be a busy one for you. Coming out of the Covinas from before Benson is making way toward the 605. Looks like there may be issues going down for you. 10 West transition to 605 southbound. Looks like the left line of the connecting roadway is taken right due to a wreck, so definitely going to be slow going for you there. 60 westbound is going to be a little bit busy for you as you get into the Diamond Bar area from before Full Strange Road or Chino Hills Parkway, continuing toward the 57. Further westbound on the 60, actually pretty good all the way for the remainder of your drive toward Boyle Heights and downtown LA. 60 west on the 10 west and the Monica Freeway. Okay, if I'm this guy helps get you there faster, I'm Macaulay O'Keefe.
Here are some facts about water softeners. Softeners add sodium without filtering water. Old-fashioned, costly, maintenance-heavy. So there's a better solution, a Life Source salt-free water system. Life Source systems provide filtered, delicious, obviously safe water from every tap without the filters or maintenance. And if you live in an area that bans water softeners, Life Source is the perfect choice. Call 800-803-2696. Speak with a factory rep. Life Source water. Life Source taste and feel the difference.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together.
Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number? Not me. Nope. Oh no. He's been stolen.
LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, you'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 5% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
Do you have heart failure and often hear,
those stomach issues ruined your birthday?
You're too tired to play catch, Grandpa.
Sweetie, you haven't touched your tools since the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
if these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, come to your cardiologist and ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Termite problems? Search PacificCoastTermite.com or call 800-PACIFIC.
News updates, handle rants, dog videos, we've got them all. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at KFI AM 640.
How come on, the freeways are more crowded than they were pre-pandemic? You want to explain that to me? This is Houdini at work. And now, Handle on the news. Right, AM 640. Go Handle here, 28. Wow. There you go. Except for leap year. When's our next leap year due? I don't know. Whatever. I was caught. If you don't know, the leap year is 2024, or leap day is,
Just in case there's somebody who has to point out that today is February 28th, which means it's the last day of the month, as we might have just done.
Wait, can you read that again? Leap
year will begin on Monday, January 1st.
Don't most years?
But wait, there's more. Leap year 2024 will begin on Monday, January 1st. And I'm not kidding you guys. Google this. Just put in next leap year.
Well, we don't think
and it follows, following what I just read, and ends on Tuesday, December 31st.
Excellent. Well said. Thank you very much. All right. Hey, good morning to one and all. Jennifer, let's start with you.
Hello.
Good morning. And Wayne, good morning. This morning. Now, as we're looking at each other, Wayne and
Really?
Oh no, we've got to do this. Oh yeah, we have to do this. So the way it ends up happening here is a little bit of inside baseball. We're all in separate rooms ever since the pandemic. We've sort of stayed there. So I'm looking at Wayne. I'm looking at Jennifer. I'm looking at Tyler on a screen, on monitors. Just so happens that I got Oscar in the room here. So anyways, as we turned on the monitor this morning, I looked at Wayne and we say hello to each other. And Wayne is very disheveled looking, and his hair is sort of disheveled. And
I said he looked cute.
No, he looks disheveled. Now, you, my dear, came in there, and as I pointed out to you, you're way past disheveled into true white trash. I mean, hair frizzled out. I mean, the only thing other than that,
wow. First off, I've never had squirrel, although I think other members of my family have. Secondly, this is not frizz. In fact, I used an anti-frizzer volumizer. I didn't.
It didn't help.
No, it just poofed the hell out of my hair. There's no frizz.
It's just, it's, okay, fine. It's pretty white trashy. Anyway, Tyler, good morning. Good morning. And Oscar, good morning. Good morning. All right, we're all here. Weather, of course, on the news on this Tuesday morning with Jennifer, Wayne, and me. That happens to be our lead story. Well, first of all, yesterday I was driving, pouring rain again, and we're due for some more rain. I thought there was a respite going in. It didn't seem like much yesterday. And I'm going to do a story later on. Snowpack looks great. We'll do snowpack report this morning, but my God, the kind of snow that has been seen in Southern California, it's never been seen like this before.
And we could have it down to 1,500 feet by tomorrow again.
Unbelievable the amount of snow. I mean, up in Big Bear and Wrightwood, and people, they're going to discover people in the spring that have been frozen to death. It's one of those where it starts to melt. Oh, there are people there. God, it's terrible. So, as I always defer, Jennifer, the latest on the weather.
So we've got a winter weather warning in the LA County mountains right now. Forecasters say that you can anticipate moderate snow through this afternoon, but then it's going to become heavy later this afternoon and through tomorrow. So as I mentioned, the National Weather Service says we could see the snow level drop as low as 1,500 feet by tomorrow, but we're probably going to see it really impacting the 3,000 to 4,000 feet, which I think the summit on the Grapevine is right around 4,000 feet.
Wow. When's the last time you start a weather report here with snow report in Southern California up at Donner Pass, for example? Dead. Okay, am I going to go there? Am I going to stay there?
You did.
People will be nice. There'll be peepsicles being eaten by one and all come spring.
You got people trapped in San Bernardino County, and here's the problem: they don't have enough resources to plow all of the roads in San Bernardino County. So what has happened 5 feet of snow is sitting outside people's houses in some cases.
And they're trapped, right?
Yeah, so they can't get out to go get supplies, nor can anybody who got, snowed out, they can't get back in. And I was reading a story recently, I think it was from ABC7, that said there are stores in Crestline in that area where the shelves are bare, and they're running out of gasoline at the gas pumps there. So even if you want to get down, or you could get down, you might not have the gas to get down.
And that was story number 2, San Bernardino declaring an emergency because of that. It's crazy.
And the maintenance crews are working there too.
Oh, yeah.
God bless those guys.
Speaking of a different kind of gas, the natural gas that you use to heat your house, perhaps, Southern California Edison is announcing $10 million in money to help people who are dealing with these incredibly high gas bills. $5 million going into the Gas Assistance Fund, which is actually a program that the United Way runs, and lower income people can get one-time grants to help with their gas bill. Southern California Gas is going to put $5 million in there, $4 million to their Fueling Our Communities program, which is kind of an indirect way to help. This doesn't help you directly with your bill. That money goes to food banks and other nonprofits to get food to people who are suffering for whatever reason. In this case, it might be that you had to choose between your gas bill and food, and another $1 million for small restaurant owners. I'm going to say owners of small restaurants. We don't know how tall they all are. Through the Restaurants Care Resilience Fund that was started last year. Nope, 2021 is not last year anymore. And that small restaurants to get help. And, Bill, you did a thing, I think it was just yesterday, about restaurants are on the brink of failure because of gas bills. Just because of what happened to their gas.
All right, we're going to come back and we'll do more. In the meantime, Jennifer Jones-Lee live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Top economists are divided on where the U.S. economy is heading this year as inflation remains high and the job growth stays robust. The Environmental Protection Agency says 4 sites are now ready to receive waste from the February 3rd train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. There are 3 sites in Ohio and 1 in Indiana. And a spokesperson for John Fetterman says the senator is doing well on his path to recovery. The Democrat from Pennsylvania went to the hospital to be treated for depression earlier this month. We'll get a look at your drive on the 10 in just a second.
So let's say you decided you're finally going to pull money out of your house. You've been waiting, and you should have waited because the values were increasing so quickly and your equity was increasing so quickly. Well, that's gone. Values have flattened out. They're even going down. So you know what? Maybe now is the time. So if you're looking for $75,000 or more from the equity you built, let me suggest HMS Capital. These folks just make it easy for you to borrow money. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. 255-5698. That's 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. That's hmscapital.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. So we've got more rain on the way and snow as well. 3,000 to 4,000 feet is where we should see the bulk of that snow coming in later this afternoon, overnight into tomorrow. However, we could see snow as low as 1,500 feet. This report is brought to you by Compassion Products. Let's get a look at your drive with KFI in the sky, and this time we're going to the 10.
Road heading westbound as you make way onto the northbound 101. 5 cars smash up is blocking lanes of the transition road. That's going to back you up coming away from almost as far back as the 710 heading westbound on the 10 staying freeway definitely for well before the 5. Also seeing a 51 for you on the 5 northbound unrelated but heavy stretches of going for you overall now coming away from the 605. Seeing those delays as you make way toward downtown LA and the 101 westbound side of the 10 and stay into Monica Freeway. Leading Lorena off at 60, still going for drive through downtown passing the 110, as well as through mid-city LA into West LA to the 405. KFI in the sky helps get there faster. I'm Nick Poliokini. We've all felt the impact of rising food prices. For families in poverty, they're facing malnutrition and even death. You can feed a family for a month with your $50 donation to Compassion International. Just text the word radio to 97646. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Want to save 50% on new blinds? Blindster.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters with free shipping and prices less than big box retailers. And right now, save 50% off any order during Blindster's extended President's Day sale. Hurry, sale ends March 1st. Blindster.com.
When it comes to your tax refund, think City. As in, Jackson Hewitt guarantees your biggest refund or your money back, plus $100. Get to Jackson Hewitt for your biggest refund, guaranteed.
It's the Marketer's Report. This week, Patrizia Spagnoletto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust.
Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers, and if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which was one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio was a core part of that.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insight and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Starting May 7, 2025, you may need a Real ID to board domestic flights, and there's never been a better time to apply than right now. Give yourself the freedom of traveling when and where you want. From sporting events and family reunions to romantic vacations or even a weekend getaway with friends, Real ID is your ticket to fly. There's no need to wait. Visit CaliforniaRealID.org today to start the online Real ID application from the comfort of home. DMV Online. Ready when you are.
Regrow your own natural hair with the same simple one-day treatment that I received from Advanced Hair Restoration. Get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts by calling 844-333-HAIR or advancedhair.com. Our iHeartRadio Podcast Awards are back. It's the biggest night of the year for podcast fans. Get ready to celebrate your favorites. Head to iHeart.com/podcast awards to check out the nominees for Podcast of the Year, Best Comedy, Crime, News, Sports, and more. Tuesday, March 14th, join us for our 2023 iHeartRadio Podcast Awards. Audible is a proud sponsor of the Audible Audio Pioneer Award. From groundbreaking originals to best-selling audiobooks and the best and latest in podcasts, you'll find your next obsession at Audible, the home of storytelling. Try Audible free. Sign up at audible.com. You're going to make intelligent decisions, you'll have a successful society. You make stupid decisions, then you're going to have crazy people crashing on the sidewalk. So you got to decide what kind of place you want to live in. These are things beyond our control. We have to have the guts to take these people and lock them up. John and Ken. It's not complicated. There's nothing else to say about this.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handel here, and the rest of the crew, Tuesday morning, February 28th, raining again. And I thought we were going to get a respite yesterday.
Yeah,
good luck. Good luck. It was just brutal, the rain. I mean, let me tell you something. We desperately need the rain. Our reservoirs desperately need it. But wipers don't work like mine. I have a real problem because I need new wipers. They streak. None of that is worth it. I'd rather have everybody just.
How do you need new wipers already? You just bought a car.
No, I'm driving the other way. Oh, yeah. Got it.
What happened to the new car?
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
You know what? I made a computer. Yeah, well, it's a computer with 4 wheels. Yeah, but I got to tell you, I'm the more I drive it, the less crazy I am about it.
Oh, no.
Are you going to return it?
Maybe.
Bill, I know a guy.
Do you?
Yeah.
I know a guy who knows a guy. I think, yeah. I really don't like it very much.
Wow.
I'm missing a few things on it that the other car had. Like I have a heads-up display. It doesn't exist on this car. The screen to the right because I had Tesla. And I'm going, that he doesn't have Sirius radio, a car which has basically 0 gas mileage. I'm going, you know,
not so bad.
I'd rather destroy the environment. Who's Jennifer Wayne at me?
That's a fun conversation.
Oh yeah, it was a comfortable conversation. Yes.
So the ACLU is asking a judge or asking the sheriff to, ACLU keeps saying that there are systemic failures within the jail system. And now the ACLU is asking a federal judge to find LA County Court supervisors, the sheriff, all in contempt of court because they have not failed to fix what the ACLU refers to as appalling conditions in local lockups.
Yeah. When was the count suit first filed?
1975.
1975.
That's a good year, everybody. I know somebody born that year.
Yeah. I mean, isn't that crazy?
So 47 years ago is when this all started.
Yes. And back then, a different judge, who I'm sure is no longer with us at this point, ordered a bunch of specific things. And here we are now, almost 50 years later, and apparently those things haven't been done. And so the ACLU wants the judges on the case now to hold everybody in contempt. Even new Sheriff Robert Luna, who I think convincingly can say, hey, I just got here. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. And by the way, it's not nearly 50 years, it's 47.
No, it's what you said.
No, when you're knocking on the door to 50, you keep pointing out it's 47 and not freaking 70.
Oh, major cyber breach at the U.S. Marshal Service. Somebody got in there. It's the old ransomware thing, and it's a system that has some sensitive information in it, like, for example, the identities of people who are under investigation by the Marshal Service. That's special. But not people in the witness protection program. Luckily, it didn't. I gotta believe that there's, I'm going to say it and then it's going to happen, that there's no way you could break into the WITSEC system, just because that stuff is handled on a whole level of security that you could not even imagine. What you guys try to think of it? Witness security, yeah. It's witness security. Okay. Sometimes we say, and even when we had cases where people were in that program, what we had to do, you would never guess all of the things that we had to do for security purposes, and we didn't run the WITSEC program, so we just dealt with some people who were in it, so you could not, there was no way you would be able to identify anybody. Well, we would know the people that we had, that we were dealing with, that were in it, so you would know who they were. Well, yeah, we had to so that we could take all the security precautions. Okay, as well. But in any event, here they were able to segregate the system from the rest of their network, and they say they're working on it, but there was some sensitive information available.
All right. I feel like we need the It's a Small World song. It's a world of DeSantis, because he signed a bill that gives him control of Walt Disney World's self-governing district. And this is just one more way for him to put his thumb on Disney over its opposition to what they keep calling the Don't Say Gay law. I know people will email me that, but that's what they're in the story referring to it as.
There's a whole world to this, which I'm going to do at 7:20 on the Reedy Creek Development Zone. It is the county itself. Basically, Orange County, Florida, belongs to Disney. And I'll explain the history of it and its own zoning. It's fascinating how Disney effectively controlled, it owned its own city. I mean, zoning, taxes, everything, and DeSantis said, no, thank you, and just say, yank that one out. I want to give you a little bit of background on that. And one of the reasons why it was legitimate for them to form this development zone. And I'll do that at 7:20. Fascinating stuff. A little history. Well, a deposition given by Chairman of Fox, Rupert Murdoch, in that Dominion voting systems case. He said, yes, some Fox News hosts were endorsing the fake stolen election claims. Now, this is all over the place as a big headline, as if this is some massive smoking gun now. Well, it is to some extent. Significantly changes the terrain of Dominion's $1.6 billion libel lawsuit. But the thing about it is, what is he acknowledging? Something that was done on their airwaves for hours and hours every day, of which there is ample record already. In other words, we know that they endorsed those claims because it was televised.
Yeah, however, he admits, and I didn't know this, and that had to do with, remember when I said this was going to, does Hannity and Carlson, do they really believe the election was stolen like this? The stuff they were spewing? I mean, aren't they too smart for this? They are too smart for it. They lied. They knew that the election was not stolen. And then the emails that went back and forth, which helps the case immensely.
Oh, that stuff does, but that's all the text messages and everything that were found in discovery. What I'm saying is we already knew all of that before this came out.
Understood.
The only thing about it is if you want to say, well, now we know that the knowledge that the hosts on the air saying things they didn't believe went all the way to the top.
Right. And I want to talk more about that. And a great quote from Rupert Murdoch that I'm going to share with you. That is just fantastic.
The one that you censor for the air, or is the other one?
No.
He has one quote about it that has some profanity in it.
Yeah.
Well, there's another one.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's a specific quote, but it's certainly conversations that happen back and forth. We'll be back.
Are you having a Diet Coke, Campbell, right now?
I am.
This next story is for you.
Okay, this is KFI, Jennifer Jones Lee, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Caltrans has escorted small groups of drivers of snow-covered Highway 18 into Crestline, but only people who live up there. Officials say it is still way too dangerous to open the roads to all drivers, and more snow is on the way. People have been waiting to get up to the mountain since Friday. Big Bear Lake city workers, Caltrans, and California Highway Patrol workers all escorted delivery trucks up the roadway. Hundreds of kids at 2 science camps in the San Bernardino Mountains finally got to go home yesterday. They were supposed to have left on Thursday. News is brought to you this morning by DirectBuyers.com. There's a big sign posted along a road in Alabama that's offered a $2,000 reward to anyone with information about the poisoning of 3 dogs in the community. The sign was put up by a grieving pet owner whose dog was poisoned last month.
If it was an intentional act of cruelty, they need to be prosecuted.
That's Coleman County Animal Control Director Rodney Bannister, who says pet owners need to keep their dogs safe and confined to private property. Bannister says 2 German Shepherds were also fatally poisoned, and he believes the incidents are connected. Bannister says it is illegal to poison domestic animals and poison wildlife. A man from Anaheim has been sentenced to 10 years in prison for causing a fatal crash while high on meth. The man pleaded guilty yesterday to killing a pedestrian in Buena Park. The driver was going about 62 miles an hour in a 40-mile-an-hour zone. And we are keeping an eye on these LADWP power outages. More than 25,000 people are still without power because of recent storms.
LADWP Brian Wilbur says workers are trying to prioritize those who have been without electricity the longest. He says heavy rain and high winds over the weekend caused most of the outages.
There was multiple streets out. We have well over 1,000 incidents that are open right now.
Wilbur says several cities throughout LA are still affected from Del Mar to the Valley. He says crews are working as fast as possible, but response times are still between 24 to 48 hours. Chris Adler, KFI News.
An emergency food assistance started during the pandemic is ending in 32 states. The extra benefits from SNAP, the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, are getting cut tomorrow, March 3rd or March 1st.
Every SNAP household will see at least $95 a month less, but some will see reductions of $250 a month or more.
ABC's Ike Ajachi says the boost kept 4.2 million people out of poverty in the final quarter of 2021. Research by the Urban Institute says the emergency program helped reduce poverty rates most steeply among Black and Hispanic recipients. We'll get a look at your drive on the Tube 10 again, but first it's sports with Wayne.
The Dodgers beat the Padres in spring training action 7-6. They came from behind in the ninth to score 4 times. LA plays the Reds today at 12:10. That's live on AM 570 LA Sports, your home for Dodger baseball. The Angels lost to the Giants 8-6. They'll play the A's today at 12:05. The Lakers are at the Memphis Grizzlies today. No LeBron James. He's expected to miss multiple weeks with another foot injury. Here he is on the overall vision for the team.
I think the game will dictate what we need to do. We have the ability to now look at ways we can be good. That's the key for our ball club.
The Clippers host the Timberwolves live on AM 570 LA Sports. Tip-off set for 7. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports. If you're looking to sell your house, now you've decided to sell, rightly so, because it was increasing in value for so long. Well, okay, now let's get rid of it because your property values are either flat or declining. So go ahead and list the house, right? You'll pay 6%, maybe told to clean, repair, paint. Prospective buyers walk through the house, you can't be there. Yeah, once you do that, or maybe another way of doing it, which makes even more sense, a lot less hassle. DirectBuyers.com, no listing. You don't pay any commission. You don't paint or repair. No buyer walks through. I mean, it's a much better way of doing it, and you get a fair price for the house too. That's what DirectBuyers.com will do for you. They'll even get you a $15,000 cash advance before closing to help with your move. And what they'll never do is lowball you. Go to DirectBuyers.com, call 844-242-SELL. Visit DirectBuyers.com.
Look at weather from KFI. We've got a lot more rain on the way, especially later this afternoon. Most of them will probably stay 3,000 to 4,000 feet. There is a chance we could see snow as low as 1,500 feet, with highs in the upper 30s in the mountains, and we're just going to be in the upper 40s, very low 50s for everybody else. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky. Hi, Will. What's going on the 210 again?
Good morning. Yeah, it is a messy one on the 210 freeway in Arcadia, westbound side, right before Baldwin Avenue. 2 right lanes are shut down for some emergency pothole repair. Traffic is jamming up starting at about the 6:05. Another big trouble spot this morning is in Boyle Heights, 10 freeway. This will be the westbound side, right there at the 101 in the East LA interchange. Crash on the transition to the 101 north. Expecting slow from Eastern Avenue. Also in the City of Industry. 605 northbound right before Pack the Road. Crash there in the carpool and left lanes. That's really tight things up starting with Whittier Boulevard. And one more for you in the Antelope Valley. 14 freeway southbound at Angeles Forest Highway. Crash on that on-ramp, and it is stop and go back from Avenue S. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Will Pulsrider.
Visit Momentum Refresh at the LA Abilities Expo on March 10th, 11th, and 12th. When an ADA restroom isn't enough, Momentum Refresh provides an innovative solution for restroom equity that is safe, sanitary, and comfortable. Check it out at MomentumRefresh.org.
On the podcast, The Last Soviet, Lance Bass from space shares his own experiences of astronaut training in Russia. Yes, that's true, and tells the story of the final cosmonaut, a man trapped in space while his nation crumbles to the ground.
His name is Sergei Tripolin. He's a Soviet cosmonaut and is manning the world's only space station, the pride and joy of the USSR.
Listen to The Last Soviet on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Spring's going to be here soon, so start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology.
Get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. Plus, you want to lock in your NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
Dial pound 250 and say SolarMax or go to SolarMaxTech.com.
Monthly payment available. Free credit CSOB number 97248. It takes years, maybe a lifetime to build trust. Once won, it's a precious value. I'm Michael Akiva, managing partner for Jacoby & Myers. We're honored to have earned your trust since 1972, and there's nothing we value more. Jacoby & Myers, the name you trust. Contractor license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix together. One is our heating rejuvenation, where we help to prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is more on-call guinea drain for just $80 with a 30-foot drain space. We're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearing service is just $80. So nice and safe twice. Get air conditioning and plumbing. GOETTL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way.
Water damage?
Fire damage?
AskYourDad.com.
For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules.
KFI,
AM 640.
an iHeartRadio station.
More stimulating talk. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handel here on the last day of February on Tuesday, and we continue with Handel on the news. Jennifer Wayne me.
So I looked up very quickly, is erythritol used in Coke Zero or Diet Coke as a sweetener? And now, apparently, it is. It's an added bulk or to sweeten monk fruits and keto-reduced sugar products.
Yeah, but does it, is it Diet Coke?
It says, according to the official website, aspartame is actually used in
Right. I'm looking
and Diet Coke. So you're safe.
It's what I'm drinking here, and I'm okay with this.
There are a lot of, I was noticing it's a lot of those carbonated drinks that are like, oh, it's a strawberry carbonated drink. And it's, those are a lot of things. If you actually search on Amazon, it pops up all the products that have this in it. And the reason that we're talking about stroke, heart attack, and death, and apparently the degree of risk was not modest, according to the lead director of this study. And if your blood level of erythritol was in the top 25% compared to the bottom 25, you had a twofold higher risk for heart attack and stroke.
Yeah, like bottom line here, if you drink diet strawberry soda, you know, you should die.
It's like,
whoa. Well, I would throw it in reverse for a second. Where do you find strawberry diet soda?
It's like those carbonated drinks. It's not like it's not a soda per se. It's like a juicy kind of drink.
All right, back to the thing here. First of all, this is another one of those association studies. They weren't in a lab proving that this stuff directly does anything. What they did is they said people who consume more of it also had a higher incidence of these problems. So the first thing you got to ask is, what are the other things that are different about people who consume a lot of this and people who don't? That other things are completely different about their diet, their exercise, their genetics, and all of that. And the other thing is, this is one of this group of artificial sweeteners called sugar alcohols. You don't really want those anyway, because forget this study for a second. One thing that has been proven directly is sugar alcohols will give you, please forgive me if you're eating breakfast, the cramping and the diarrhea. Oh, there you go. We become a game here. Everybody who drinks diet strawberry soda should, and then we'll just put it in the lines, okay? And we'll just have a really great time with that. I love that list. I know. Of course you do. Let's go madly. Let's move on. You ever go to the South? Grape soda? You know, they have 46 different kinds of grape soda.
Yeah.
There's just something about the South.
You know that grape Kool-Aid is the way that most Southerners will tell you to flavor your moonshine, and I'm not joking.
Okay.
They'll pack it up. Grape Kool-Aid in there.
Okay. We need like a 3-second palate cleanser, okay? Because we've been having a little fun. All right. Orange County has something called the Homeless Death Review Committee. I bet you didn't know that. I didn't know that. They have found that deaths among the local homeless population went up significantly over the last couple of years, and specifically it's accidental drug-related death. Yeah, I know it's causing, of course, the increase, and we know what that's about. It's about the fentanyl primarily, and the other adult fentanyl drug issue has just gone through society across the United States. Just that is the primary reason.
Fireworks.
Yeah.
Well, those people had this deadline where they were supposed to no longer get any of the eviction help that they had had, or that they would be protected by, I should say. Now that has been given respite for now.
It's breathing room
for them.
Yeah, they will not be evicted ever. There were some families that were packing. They were literally packing their stuff just Facebook, where they were going to go. And do you know how this kind of, I don't want to say it started this way, but we have a city councilor named Curran Price, and he was talking to the LA Times. And you know what this jerk says? He goes, oh, these people, now remember what happened to them, right? LAPD came in, botched it, blew up their homes. Okay. He said, oh, those people had it good living in the hotel rent-free for several months. They want that to last as long as it can. Turning these victims of the city's ineptitude, portraying them as like welfare moochers or something. He has since walked back those comments.
Yeah, you would think so. Let's take a break. We'll come back and we'll finish up. Handle on the news on this Tuesday morning. Let's check in with Jennifer live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The Supreme Court will hear arguments today over the president's plan to forgive an estimated $400 billion in student loan debt. The Catholic Diocese of Sacramento is facing more than 270 lawsuits involving the alleged sexual abuse of minors. The bishop says resolving all disputes could leave the diocese bankrupt. And congressional members from New York and New Jersey and 9/11 first responders will gather today to announce a bill that would add funding to the World Trade Center health program. Here's SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a cloudy day ahead and showers off and on getting much heavier as the day goes on by this afternoon. Heavy rain through tomorrow morning with snow in the mountains possibly as low again as 1,500 feet. This report is brought to you by your Staples stores. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places like the 101.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere too quickly right now in Sherman Oaks. It's going to be the 101 freeway as you head northbound right there at the 405. Crash in lanes. Back to 2 right lanes are blocked. You're going to be slow back from Woodman Avenue. In the Antelope Valley, crash there on the 14th freeway southbound at Angeles Forest Highway, all the way back from Avenue S. The two biggest problems are probably the next two. Boyle Heights, the 10 freeway westbound at the 101, crash there on the transition to the northbound 101. And in Arcadia, 210 westbound before Baldwin Avenue, that's pothole repair underway right now, emergency repairs, and that's really tying things up from the 605. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Will Goldschreiber.
During Staples Teacher-Palooza, teachers save big or you save. It's the perfect time to help your favorite teachers stock their classroom. Save 25% on classroom decor, plus 2-ounce bottles of Purell hand sanitizer at just 49 cents. In store only, offering $3.11. Hurry to Staples today.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice: continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
Chlorinated water is for swimming, not drinking and bathing. Chlorine causes your skin and hair to dry out. How about upgrading to the Light Source water system? A Light Source system filters your water from every tap, reducing the harsh taste and feel of chlorine. Your body does better. No maintenance, no salt, no filters or servicing. Call 800-803-2696 for a free consultation. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference.
On the podcast Really No Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin along with No Really? Not Really?
I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a deeper.
Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's Really No Really right there.
Really No Really.
Listen to Really No Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
This is Leland Smith, founder of Service Chapter, Plumbing, Heating, and AC. Another good day for free. Sometimes it's just the little things that makes all the difference in the world. Like when our technician David was asked for a little help by a customer with Parkinson's disease. Her caregiver wasn't available, and she had a 6-pack of Gatorade stuck in those plastic ring holders. David got them free from the plastic, but she also said she had trouble with the caps. David then unscrewed the caps of all 6 bottles, removing them completely, and then putting them back on. He wanted to make sure it would be easy for her later. David also noticed the delivery of medicine and brought that into the house. He said he really enjoyed helping her out, especially because of her upbeat attitude. Thanks, David. Keep those good deeds for free coming. Service champions, plumbing, heating, AC, and good deeds for free.
This week on the Marketers Report, Patricia Spaniello.
Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust.
Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Attention Southern California, Semper Solaris is ready to install your solar now. Thought about going solar? Then you must go solar right now. Get your solar system installed before net metering changes and rates go up even more. Declare your independence with Semper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done with esprit de corps and honor. No money out of pocket and no payments until 2024. That's no utility bill, no payments all year. Keep your money in your pocket. Go solar American style with Semper Solaris. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about your roof? Semper's an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Contractor. Upgrade to Owens Corning 50-year warranty free. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit. $500 downloadable coupon, $500 off for military, first responders, plus 0 down 0% interest and 0 payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com. Unapproved credit expires 3/31/23. CSW 97192.
Blatant lies are what really pissed me off about politicians.
And it's an unnecessary lie.
Just say we screwed up. If it poses a threat, needs to be eliminated right away. The fact that we shot that down that quick, lickety-split, was kind of an admission of the failure of the first balloon.
Jerry and Shannon.
Letting it sail on for a week.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on JFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
JFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handel here in the morning crew, Tuesday, February 28th. And just before we finish Handel on the news on another rainy day, in the lunchroom, on the table, with the guy who fills up the lunchroom, what do you call it, the refrigerator and the racks stuff, there's a pile of like donuts and ding-dongs and stuff that are expired. And this is now happening on a regular basis. And if you go through that pile, by the way, here we go again. You go, of course this stuff is expired because no one in their right mind would eat this stuff in the first place.
You're eating it this morning, aren't you?
I am not.
Oh,
I am not. The other day I took those little. Some of them only expired by a day. I don't care. It doesn't matter. It's all when it hits its expiration date, it's wraps. Like, yeah, it's just done. All right, let's do it, guys. We should ask support. You should ask support reporter about that. How long those do? Oh, he'll tell you forever. Right. You know, oh yeah. Don't even bother with the expiration date. For example, meat. Even if it's green, just go ahead and buy it. Ask Neil. All right, let's finish it up. Jennifer, Wayne, me.
Nope, Wayne, we can't hear you.
Wayne, big pandemic relief scam has been extradited back to the U.S. from Montenegro, where they were hiding out. They all were sentenced in absentia. Yeah, they would have to come back and serve their time.
Yeah, remember that? Oh, what a story that was. It had to do with, I think, pandemic fraud, and they got tens of millions of dollars. And then they split over to Montenegro. One of them, matter of fact, was convicted 10 years. Prosecutor said, you got to lock her up. And the judge said, no, we'll give her a few weeks. All right, she disappears. She's off and running. By the way, nothing ever happens to those judges. Does anybody ever say to a judge, Wayne, say, hey, have that work out for you? Or you just leave that one alone like it never happened?
The only time is when they've done that, where they've let somebody go when they should have been locked up, and then they're back. And there's another question about should you let them go again or keep them locked up this time? And then we used to say, like, if the court will recall that the last time bail was granted the defendant. And that's it. That is, because you can't be sarcastic in front of federal judges.
So we've had 26 alleged gang members taken down in Goshen. Now, remember, this all started when you had 6 people who were killed, including that baby and the teen mom. And now they have come along with Operation Nightmare. And I guess they searched 97 homes in Tulare County. They also went through the cells, like the prison cells, of 23 members of the Norteño and Nuestra family gang that were already in prison. And they say they found cell phones, weapons, and gang intelligence during these seizures. And again, it's after they caught the two guys who they think were responsible for the killings of all 6 of those people. It kind of seems like, I'm wondering, and Wayne, maybe you know this, is it part of, are these guys turning, like dropping a dime on their buddies? Are they getting information out of them? Is that how they were able to further push this Operation Nightmare?
Probably.
I was wondering that.
There's always in these there's people who get popped on other stuff, not gang related, who decide they'll get a deal for themselves by giving up, and then there's always 1 or 2 moles for information. There always. How do I get a job naming these operations? Operation Nightmare, Operation Blue Shield, Operation Warthog. I mean, whatever the hell it is.
It could be like Operation Baguette.
Yeah. Who the hell does that? I guess, do they like draw straws to figure out who names them? Well, unfortunately, the naming of law enforcement operations is probably one of the jobs that will be lost to AI. And bad news for California. California has the most jobs that are at risk for being given over to AI, according to a report by some place called Net Voucher Codes, which I think just does online voucher codes to buy stuff. That's their main business. But they said these are the top jobs that are at risk of being replaced by AI, and we've got more of them than anywhere. Cashier, customer service rep, bookkeeper, IT support technician, billing clerk are the top 5. Customer service rep. You would think, I know, you would think, it's very, very easy simply to have a recording that just says, I don't care, to any question that's asked. Matter of fact, you don't need high tech for that at all.
You know what I'm finding? Sometimes, at first I hated the chat stuff, yet they're, honestly, for the most part, lately anyway, ones that I've called have been doing a really good job.
But they're getting better and better.
And it makes me sad, because they are doing such a good job. You know that, you know, Brenda and Sally and Bob, who used to work those phone lines, probably don't have those anymore, those jobs. The FDA, this one reminded me of nausea, heartburn, indigestion. This one covers fever and cough, and you don't have to go to the doctor anymore to find out if you've got COVID or you've got the flu, because the U.S. FDA authorized what it says is the first at-home test that's going to tell you whether you have the flu or you have COVID. The test is able to identify a negative result for the flu with more than 99% accuracy, and a positive test with 90% accuracy. As for COVID, it is 100% accurate for negative COVID samples, 88% accurate for positive results.
That's good to know. That is good stuff. I'll buy that.
Yeah, because when you get sick and you're like, oh,
yeah, what do I have?
COVID?
Yeah. Okay, the Biden administration is giving all federal agencies 30 days to remove TikTok from all of their devices. The White House already has banned TikTok on devices of people who work within the White House. This will be the entire federal government. And Republicans are working on a bill that would give a president power to ban TikTok for everybody in the country. The Republicans are saying that they want that much presidential power. They're going for that. Boy, that is interesting. When it's something you want, your normal values don't apply. And that's both sides of the aisle. Like the Chinese, I mean, that was on last night's, not in this story, have responded and said something that I've never heard them say. How the wealthiest country in the world, they said that, is so obsessed with this. What is going on? Because of course TikTok is a Chinese company, and so for them saying that, and the spokesperson, by the way, took a whole jug full or a whole bucket full of ice water poured over his head when he was saying that. He actually did say it though. Wow.
Can we do number 17? Can we skip ahead to yours, Wayne? Because I just last night. I'm 87 years behind, but I just started watching Yellowstone, and now it's story.
All right, go ahead. Sure, a television ad that actually debuted all the way back in 1971 is going to be retired and I guess never seen again. This is because the people who made that ad with a nonprofit called Keep America Beautiful, we are talking about the now famous ad of a Native American person looking at all the smokestacks and the garbage that happened in the country and a tear running down his face. And over the years, people decided that this was perhaps problematic in some way. And so, wanting to do something, the people who owned that ad, Keep America Beautiful, said the best thing that we can do is simply give ownership of the ad to the National Congress of American Indians, which run anymore, and anybody else who tries to use images from it or anything like that will go after them.
And I don't understand why you can't have an Indian crying
You're listening to an
the environment
Airwave Media
being destroyed.
Podcast.
You got me on that one. By the way, Iron Eyes Cody, and that's where they got him, and we are done. Coming up, Rupert Murdoch and what he has admitted. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
We tried less stimulating talk. It ended poorly. KSI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Can't get out. Jennifer Jones Lee live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. San Bernardino County has declared an emergency over the recent storm that covered the mountains in deep snow. KFI's Blake Trolley reports live that people in the mountain towns have been trapped in their homes.
And while some people have been trapped inside their homes, other people have been trapped in the valley, unable to reach their homes. Conditions are likely to remain challenging for people as more snow is expected to come down in the mountains. County officials say the emergency will help bolster the response to the storm. They say crews have been working tirelessly around the clock, around key routes for first responders. However, no estimate has been given for when mountain highways will be open for public traffic. The county and Red Cross have set up an emergency shelter here at Redlands Deep Valley High School. This is again for people who are stuck in the valley and can't get home. I will be speaking with Red Cross officials and people stuck this morning. Reporting live from Redlands, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Homes in the San Gabriel Valley are being inspected after heavy rain caused a damaging mudslide. Susan Colita with the city of Locking Out at Flint Ridge says 2 of the homes hit Friday night have been yellow tagged.
In one of the houses, there was a bedroom that was impacted, so that bedroom cannot be utilized.
The integrity of the homes will be evaluated, and any repairs will require a permit. Colita says with more rain on the way, the city is closely monitoring the area for any new mud flow. Water officials in SoCal say the recent rains and snow will help build up extra water supplies for future use.
The Metropolitan Water District says it's been keeping a close eye on the amount of moisture accumulating up north and down here, because that will help decide how much water the Southland receives from the state for the rest of the year.
For the last 20 years or so, with 5+ million more people in the area, our demands have relatively remained flat.
GMWD's Dimitri Polizos says they service 19 million people, and it takes roughly 4 million acre-feet of water a year to take care of them, or about 1 acre-foot of water per 3 people. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
Customs and border officials say a record-breaking fentanyl seizure has happened at the California-Mexico border. On Sunday, a woman driving a pickup truck entered the Andrade port of entry east of Calexico. She was directed to a secondary inspection area. Now, during an x-ray of the pickup and a canine search, officers found 46 packages of fentanyl and 30 packages of meth with a combined street value of more than $1 million. The packages were found inside the pickup truck's fuel tank. A father wanted a drug dealer to get 20 years for selling the fentanyl that killed his daughter, but a federal judge in Riverside has given the guy 9 years.
He beat my daughter to death.
Matt Capilouto says in 2019, his daughter Alexandra thought she was getting a painkiller.
Through the plea deal, he ended up admitting that he knew the pills contained fentanyl.
Capilouto says many cases similar to his daughter's get no justice at all.
Every time you hear of one of these stories of somebody dying from fentanyl, there should be a follow-up story, somebody being arrested and somebody being held accountable, and that does not happen nearly enough.
The judge said yesterday he was not convinced 19-year-old Brandon McDowell knew the fake pills had a fatal dose of fentanyl. At federal court in Riverside, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The parents of a girl in Upland given racist drawings by other kids at school have called on the state attorney general to start a formal investigation into the school. They also want the assistant principal and a teacher at Pepper Tree Elementary removed. The parents claim little action was taken by the Upland School District and that the district's response should have been much timelier. And the clock is ticking on a popular video app.
Federal agencies now have just 30 days to make sure they remove TikTok from any federal smartphone, computer, mobile device. Federal contractors have another 2 months to do the same.
ABC's Andy Field says the Biden administration claims TikTok risks sharing federal information with the Chinese government. We've got Stall on the 101, but first it's sports with Wayne.
The Dodgers logged a 4-run ninth inning to pull ahead of the Padres and win by a score of 7-6. Gavin Lux was carted off the field in the sixth after injuring his knee, running from second base to third base. Thank goodness we're only in the preseason. LA plays the Reds today at 12:10 live on AM 570 LA Sports, your home for Dodger baseball. The Angels fell to the Giants 8-6. They'll face the A's at 12:05. And the Lakers are at the Memphis Grizzlies today. The Clippers host the Minnesota Timberwolves. That's live on AM 570 LA Sports with Bob set for 7. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports. Americans pay about $5 billion to control termite and repair their damage every single year. Now, we all know that termites can be destructive, but a lot of us don't know how destructive these buggers are and what damage they can do to a home. You know, termites cause more property damage every year than hurricanes, blizzards, earthquakes, floods combined. And termite damage probably isn't even covered by your home insurance, which means you get to write the check. So let me suggest calling Pacific Coast Termite at 800 Pacific. They'll come out, give you a free home inspection, certain restrictions apply, and they'll tell you have or don't have termites. And if you do, they're going to catch you early days without tenting. And believe me, I tented before. You don't want to go there. That's Pacific Coast Termite. Call 800 Pacific. PacificCoastTermite.com, 800 Pacific.
Pacific Coast Termite, kills termites.
The clean, friendly way.
Taking a look at your KFI financial report, brought to you by Jacoby and Myers. The Dow is down 126, S&P is flat, Nasdaq up 22, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.77. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. SoCal weather from KFI. We've got rain today, heavy as we get into the afternoon and evening, overnight into tomorrow. We will have snow in the mountains as well. Looks like roughly 3,000 to 4,000 feet is where the bulk of it is going to hit. But again, we could see it as low as 1,500 feet. Then the storm should start to wrap up by Wednesday afternoon, and we might get a little sunshine Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and another slight chance of more rain coming in on Sunday. Right now it's 46 in Orange, 49 in San Clemente, 41 in Pacific Palisades, 44 in Arcadia. Let's get a look at your drive with BKFI in the sky. We've got a stall downtown on the 101.
It's hard to believe one stuck vehicle can make such a difference, but the 101 freeway northbound at the 60, basically the East LA interchange. The disabled vehicle is walking the center lane, traffic jammed up from where the 5 is the East LA interchange. Meanwhile, some good news if you are trying to get through Arcadia, they made those pothole repairs, emergency pothole repairs on the 210 freeway westbound before Baldwin. Everything's open. Traffic still recovering, though, back from the 605. And with Fort Heights, the 10 freeway westbound at the 101 crashed there on the shoulder of the transition to the northbound 101. That's that piece tied up very heavy back from State Street. In Antelope Valley, the 14 freeway southbound at Angeles Forest Highway. That earlier crash is gone. Traffic still slow, though, back from Avenue S. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Will Coleswright.
This hour of the Bill Handel Show brought to you by Jacoby and Myers. If you get hurt in an accident, choose a law firm with the experience to win. Choose Jacoby and Myers.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZQL Pure Z Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next day groggy like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep plus next day energy with melatonin plus extended release B vitamins.
Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, shortness of breath, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture. They may add up to transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTR-CM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor soon. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
More stimulating songs.
And iHeart radio station.
Today, the part of Bill Handle will be played by Bill Handle. I'm in Handle Show. What do you expect? And now, here's Bill Handle. KFI, AM 640. Bill Handle here on a Tuesday morning, rainy Tuesday morning, February 28th. And we just keep on going with this rainy winter. And some of the stories that we are covering, some of the top stories, Supreme Court this morning is considering the fate of Joe Biden's student loan relief plan. It has to do with how much power the president has. And it's a pretty important case, to say the least. Also, no surprise, San Bernardino County has now declared a state of emergency because the snow is trapping residents and visitors, and there's a lot of snow. We'll be reporting on that throughout the day. I have shared with you many times that as I do this show, I have on the computer screen, I have a bunch of newspapers there, and I go through the LA Times and now the Orange County Register, etc. And two monitors up on the wall, one having CNN and the other one having Fox News. And I enjoy both. And I've often said, Fox, let's say it's not really news. Do you remember when they first started, or right up until 2017, Fox was fair and balanced? Basically opinion. We tell you what's going on and we tell you it's right or whatever happy horse crap they throw out. And it's just, by the way, that's not to say CNN isn't biased. It is, of course. But Fox takes it to levels that are just delicious. Okay, lawsuit. Dominion voting systems, which are used throughout the country, have turned around and, no surprise, have sued Fox because Fox and the host at Fox kept on, of course, promoting the fact that the election was rigged, it was stolen, and went to Dominion voting systems. Sidney Powell, the attorney, Rudy Giuliani, outright said that Dominion voting systems were fraudulently counting the election votes, fraudulently elected, according to their vote count, fraudulently elected Joe Biden, fraudulently elected Joe Biden and stole the election from the true winner, Donald Trump. Okay, and fine. So Dominion sues Fox. Yeah, you're not going to hear, we're not going to take that crap. And so in a deposition, Fox News Corp, the chairman, Rupert Murdoch, he's in his 90s now, by the way, interesting guy, admitted that those top hosts who kept on pushing the election was stolen weren't telling the truth. And more importantly, knew they weren't telling the truth. And the reason came up, and it makes all the sense to me. First of all, Murdoch is rejecting the Fox News organization. He actually endorsed Donald Trump's election lies. We didn't do it. These hosts did it. We never took an official position, although admitted that Sean Hannity and Jeanine Pirro and a few others, Lou Dobbs, kept on promoting the election being stolen concept. So yes, they endorsed, but it's not the official policy. I would like, this is a quote, I would have liked us to be stronger in denouncing it in hindsight, but you know what? That's the only mistake we made. I should have been stronger. We did not defame anybody. We did not say anything about Dominion voting systems that would make us liable for defamation. And he went on and said it was wrong for Tucker Carlson to host Mike Lindell after the election. Over and over again, my pillow. Right? The election was stolen, and this guy is a fanatic pro-Trumper. And Carlson just had him on again and again to promote the election being stolen mantra. And Murdoch admitted why.
He assessed the situation.
Why did you allow all these hosts to promote all of this garbage when you knew it wasn't true? Here are the emails of proof it. You said it wasn't true. Carlson in an email said it wasn't true. Sean Hannity admitted that it wasn't true. Laura Ingraham admitted that that wasn't true. The election denial wasn't true. That in fact Biden really won it. Why would they do that? Lady. I had often said, I don't believe that Carlson and Sean Hannity and Laura Ingraham they cannot be this dumb. And in fact, they are not. It's nice to make $15 or $20 million a year if you're on Fox as a host, and you got to keep your audience. And that was. It's not the audience believing what Fox says. It's Fox balance because we tell the truth. We're going to get the things which turns into income, revenue, which turns into profit, which turns into, I don't fly in a private jet, Sean Hannity does. By the way, the nicest,
I've heard he's a really nice
oh,
guy.
he's a sweetheart.
Great reputation.
Oh, he's just the nicest guy in the world. Okay. I just wanted to share all this with you. Coming up, Disney and DeSantis. Great story I want to share with you. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Families at the Uvalde, Texas school shooting victims remain opposed to the screening of a documentary about the tragedy. Charlie Mann's film Robbed, 77 minutes of police incompetence, has been re-edited and is scheduled to be shown today at a theater in Uvalde. The White House is giving government agencies 30 days to get rid of TikTok from federal devices and systems. And I don't know if you're can be surprised by this. Seattle leads the list of a new survey conducted by the U.S. Census Bureau that found Seattle is still the nation's saddest city in a large metro area. However, following right behind it, that is San Bernardino and Riverside took second place. Phoenix came in third. We'll get a look at your drive with EKFI in the sky. It's the dreaded 91 in just a moment.
There are 10 million job openings in the U.S. with less than 6 million unemployed workers. No wonder it's hard to find qualified hourly employees. And then there are the hiring sites. But when you use them, you notice they cost a pile of money. You get inundated with resumes of people who simply don't fit the bill. These people either don't have the right qualifications, they're too far away from the workplace. They ghost you on the upcoming interview. JobGet is different. With JobGet, first of all, your top candidates already have the skills you need. You're only talking to candidates in your area. And your candidates get immediate notifications right to their phone, letting them know you're ready to talk. And reminding them, hey, your interview with you is coming up. Or their interview with you. JobGet is your most affordable hiring source on candidates actually go to find jobs. Try it for free. JobGet.com/handle. JobGet.com/handle.
SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a rainy day ahead. Heaviest showers are going to start later this afternoon, overnight into tomorrow morning. We do have snow coming down as well, heavy at times, especially around 3,000 to 4,000 feet, but we could see it as low as 1,500 feet. This report is brought to you by iAccidentLawyer.com. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places like the 91.
91 freeway in Green Park, the westbound side of Knott Avenue. As they crash, they're blocking the carpool and left lanes. Just start hitting the brakes right around Magnolia Avenue. Some injuries reported in that wreck, so that's going to be there for a while. San Fernando Valley, problems on the 101 northbound at the 405. A crash there blocks the two right lanes with things really starting to slow down at Laurel Canyon. And just the icing on the cake with that crash, apparently nailed across all lanes. So that could be there for a while as they clean that up. And in Boyle Heights, the 10 freeway westbound after 101 north, we have a shoulder of the transition road blocked there, and it is slow from State Street. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Will Goldschreiber.
In a crash, need cash? If you've been injured in a car or motorcycle accident, call iAccident Lawyer today. One rate to beat cut change.
AccidentLawyer.com is the way to go. Call 800-920-0815.
Attorney Donald Stevenson, Roseberry, no guarantee. This report is sponsored by Staples Stores. Staples Printed Marketing Services help small business print big. Now get $15 off signs, banners, and posters when you spend $75 or more. Offer ends 4/15. Visit staples.com/printbig for details. This is your sign to try Staples, where your prints are perfect guaranteed.
This year is the year to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. It's the Marketer's Report. This week, Patricio Spagnoletto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust.
Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-account. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers, and if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which was one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio was a close part of that.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insight data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Spring's going to be here soon, so start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology.
Get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. Plus, you want to lock in your NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
Dial pound 250 and say SolarMax or go to solarmaxtech.com.
Also, again, available to Food Credit SOB number 97240. Alphabet Boys is a new podcast series that goes inside undercover investigations. In the first season, we're diving into an FBI investigation of the 2020 protests. It involves a cigar-smoking mystery man who drives a silver hearse. In his house, starts to like a lot of goats. But are federal agents catching bad guys or creating them?
He was just waiting for me to set the date, the time, and then for sure he was trying to get the head.
Listen to Alphabet Boys on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
So the price is part of the game they play. John and Kim, they've been at this collectively for over 20 years now.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI.
And on KFI AM 640, Tuesday morning, February 28th. Bill Handel here. And it's, we're in the middle of some more rain. San Bernardino declares state of emergency as snow traps residents and visitors. And we're going to be reporting on that all day because the weather is huge news here in Southern California. Ron DeSantis, who is just about to announce for the Republican candidacy for the presidency, who actually, in my opinion, probably, well, he's as close as you can come to Donald Trump. And I don't know if Donald Trump's going to get it. I think a lot of Republicans are going, you know what? I don't know about Donald Trump again, because DeSantis gives all of the Republican platform ideas. I mean, he's as conservative as they come. He just doesn't have any of the baggage that Donald Trump has. Although, very interesting guy, DeSantis. He really is. First of all, what he just did, this is a story with him and Disney, the fight he had with Disney, which he is winning, because the governor has a lot more power than Disney does. This is in Florida. And when Disney started building Disney World, and they were buying up all this land, they actually created their own county, effectively. They bought, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of acres. It was bought secretly with various sources because the word was out. If Disney is looking to buy your land, can you imagine the price? So Disney goes ahead, buys it all, and now starts building Disney World. And it was building stuff that was so bizarre that there was no building code that existed. I mean, you go to your apartment building in safety and you put in your plans for Cinderella's castle. One inspector goes out and says, you're doing the castle wrong. You know, and who permits it? So what they did, among other things, is they created literally their own tax district and their own municipal law organization. And it was the Reedy Creek Improvement District. It's its own organization. Its own fire department, its own police department, its own taxing, and it basically controlled everything. Well, DeSantis and Disney are getting really pissed off at each other. So it all came over Florida passing the Don't Say Gay bill in March of 2022. The Don't Say Gay bill says that from kindergarten to third grade, teachers are not allowed to teach gender identity, not allowed to teach anything regarding sexuality, particularly don't even recognize that there are gay people out there in the world. And okay, that offends a lot of people. Well, Disney happens to be probably, if not the most, because if you look, well, you know, gay people are, they have the reputation of being, quote, artistic. And you know why they have that reputation? Because they are. And Disney is chock full of gay people because, well, gay people tend to go into the directions of art, artistry, I mean, just all of it. It's just something that just works. And Disney has been terrific about gay rights and has been terrific about promoting gay issues. Matter of fact, I think Disney was probably the first corporation that allowed domestic partners to have the full benefits as if you're married. This is before gay marriage was even in anybody's mind. So as the CEO of Disney, Bob Chapek, doesn't say anything. Don't Say Gay bill passes in Florida, and you would think Disney would go berserk. Straight and gay went nuts and put enormous pressure on Disney and the CEO saying, what the hell are you doing? So Chapek comes back and changes his tune. He apologizes for not saying anything, and he paused all political donations in Florida to all the Republicans from Disney, and he then went on a full blast against anti-LGBTQ legislation, which is the philosophy of the first organizations out there to say, hey, you know, there is such a thing as LGBTQ rights, and we're going to promote it as much as possible. Also, Disney has great flowers, if you notice that, and all of it. And you're not saying anything. You go to Disneyland, a lot of really great flowers. So what he did, DeSantis did, is he did away with that district. The state of Florida said, you're done with the Reedy Creek district, and created a new district. That area, matter of fact, takes that same district, doesn't just eliminate it, it just changes it. It's now the Central Florida Tourism Oversight District. And instead of Disney corporate choosing the supervisors, it's the governor who chooses the supervisors, who now control Disney. And let me tell you who the supervisors are, right? They control Disney. One is, the head honcho is Tampa lawyer Martin Garcia. He's a chair of something called Pine Hill Capital, private investment firm, just happened to donate $50,000 to the governor's reelection campaign. I mean, everybody does that, knows him. Bridget Ziegler, the wife of the Florida GOP chair and co-founder of Moms for Liberty. Yeah, not a lot of LGBTQ folks in that one. A very conservative activist group. She called critical race theory, whatever the hell that is, anti-American. Mike Sasso, he donated over, and I don't even know why they make a big deal, $9,000 for the Republican candidate, big deal, but also known as a close friend of DeSantis. Brian Ungst, a Florida attorney who specializes in land use law, and he is the son of the former Republican mayor of one of the largest cities in Florida. Ron Perry, who founded the ministry The Gathering, and is a champion of Christian nationalism, whatever the hell that is. So there's a different sheriff in town. DeSantis is clearly running for president. He hasn't announced yet. Matter of fact, the only person that's announced, other than Donald Trump, is Nikki Haley. And then you have these Republicans lining up. If it's not Trump, it's going to be DeSantis. And he is doing, I mean, he's on a presidential chair. He is doing all of the PR necessary, going from state to state. Of course, the obligatory book comes out, I think today is when his book comes out. You'll see him on all the talk shows, all the news outlets. And we are into presidential season. And he's not going to go to Disneyland or Disney World. I guarantee you he won't be doing that. Not a chance.
I've had my full share. And if it is necessary for me to...
You want to be a nurse? Do you have to go to school? No, you don't. I'll explain why and how. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Disney has lost a little magic in losing its longest-serving employee.
Disney animator, producer, and director Bernie Mattinson has died. He worked for Disney longer than anyone else, 70 years, and was scheduled to receive a 70th anniversary service award from Disney this June. It would have been the first in the company's history. Mattinson worked on everything from Lady and the Tramp and the Jungle Book to The Lion King and Aladdin, and most recently on Strange World. Disney says Mattinson began dreaming of a career with the company after seeing Pinocchio when he was 6 years old, and started in the mailroom at Disney Studios in Burbank in 1953. He was 87. Amy King, KFI News.
News data show California's snowpack has improved even more with all the winter weather. The Sierra Nevada mountain range is buried under several feet of new snow. As of yesterday, California's snow water equivalent was 181% of normal for February 26th. And 156% of a full season's average. The next snow survey near Lake Tahoe is set for Friday morning. SoCal Gas has announced a $10 million plan to help customers pay their bills. Half the money is going to the Gas Assistance Fund, which gives income-qualified customers one-time grants to help pay their natural gas bills. $4 million will go to a collaboration with local food banks and nonprofits that provide free meals and groceries. $1 million will help owners of small restaurants. A youth program in OC that's diverted about 1,000 first-time offenders from jail per year is out of funding for the first time in decades. Waymakers Heather Benjamin says the low-level crimes often result in fines paid by parents, and the kid doesn't learn anything.
Juvenile diversion also invites the victims of the crime to be face-to-face with that youth for mediation. They become a way to humanize the consequences of a young person's actions.
Benjamin says state funding ends today for a contract with police agencies in 6 cities. She says the goal now is to try and continue the diversion program by collecting financial support from all police agencies in OC. And the Supreme Court is taking on challenges to President Biden's student loan forgiveness plan. The court is hearing arguments today in 2 cases. Now, so far, Republican-appointed judges in different states have blocked the plan. The Biden administration says 26 million people have applied and 16 million have been approved to have up to $20,000 in student loans forgiven. The program is estimated to cost $400 billion over 30 years. We'll go back to that problem on the 91 after sports with Wayne.
The Dodgers beat the Padres 7-6 in spring training action, coming from behind in the ninth to score 4 times. LA plays the Reds today at 12:10. That's live on AM 570 LA Sports. Your home for Dodger baseball. The Angels lost to the Giants 8-6 the score. They play the A's today at 12:05. In basketball, the Lakers are at the Memphis Grizzlies today. No LeBron James. He is expected to miss multiple weeks with another foot injury. Here he is on the overall vision for the team.
After the game, we'll dictate what we need to do. We have the ability to now look at ways we can be good. That's the key for a ball club.
The Clippers host the Minnesota Timberwolves. That's live on AM 570 LA Sports with tip-off set for 7. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports. Unfiltered, chlorinated tap water just doesn't cut it. I mean, it's safe, obviously, but it's tap water. And what does tap water taste like? Not good. Let me tell you about the Life Source Whole House Water Filtration System. It's a very high-end filtering system, and it filters water outside the house. So as the water goes inside the house, highly filtered, delicious, obviously insanely safe water. Every faucet, every tap produces this water. And the bottom line is you are bathing, cooking, washing dishes, clothes, obviously drinking in what is effectively bottled water, and boy, what a cup of coffee it makes too. I've had a Life Source system for over 10 years, and one of the beauties of Life Source, it needs absolutely no maintenance. Once installed, forget about it. Just enjoy the water. Call 800-803-2696 for a free consultation or visit 800-803-2696, lightsourcewater.com, lightsourcewater.com. Taste and feel the difference.
SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a rainy day ahead, and we've got rain overnight getting heavier, especially going into tomorrow morning, bringing with it rain. Bringing with it rain. It does do that. And then you get snow sometimes, too. The temperatures get colder, as you can see Tyler's face. Looks like we will get 30s in the mountains, and that's where we could see the snow as low as 3,000 to 4,000 feet. It could drop as low again as 1,500 feet, probably just briefly, but then temperatures will only be in the upper 40s, lower 50s for the next couple of days, but we should see sunshine as we go into the weekend with a chance of rain coming again on Sunday. Right now, it is 49 in San Clemente, 45 in Orange. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky. Man, Will, the 91's a mess.
It's really ugly this morning. 91 freeway in Buena Park, the westbound side of Knott Avenue. Crash there in the carpool and left lanes. Traffic really not moving. Started Euclid Street again as you can westbound on the 91. New problems in Long Beach. We had, well, apparently it just cleared. 5 northbound Atlantic. The damage is done, though. Stop and go all the way back to Woodruff Avenue. There's a downed motorcycle in lanes. In Los Alamitos, a big mess on the 605. Southbound before the 405, only the 2 right lanes are open as you are stopped all the way back from Catella Avenue. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Will Colstrip.
The doctor told me my blood pressure is borderline. I figured I could worry about it or do something about it. So I took control with Garleaf's Healthy Blood Pressure Formula. It works safely and naturally to help maintain healthy blood pressure with a custom blend of garlic, vitamins, and minerals. And it's odor-free. I'm taking charge with Garleaf's Healthy Blood Pressure Formula.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed. Today, I'm Hank Culligan, sustainability and better water. Here's Sam.
Culligan, I'm really into sustainability. My clothes, my utensils, my food. But how do I get more sustainability from my water?
Simple question, Sam, and the answer is an always-on drinking water system from Culligan, which helps eliminate the equivalent of 15 billion single-use plastic bottles a year.
Well, that's a ton of sustainability.
416,000 tons, Sam, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
I realize the complexities of the human body and its ability to heal itself.
That's orthopedic surgeon Dr. John Herzog talking about regenerative medicine at QC Connect.
It's a very well thought out process, and they use it in all the professional teams around the world.
Regenerative medicine uses healing agents from your own body, like your blood or bone marrow, highly concentrated and delivered right to the achy joint.
By putting it in the spot where it can't normally get to, you can facilitate healing.
At QC Kinetics, they are the nation's leader in this exciting field of medicine. Lasting pain relief with no drugs, no downtime, and no surgery.
People are very happy to have an opportunity to get better without going through the entirety of a medical procedure.
The old ways of dealing with joint pain are no longer the only ways. Learn more about regenerative options that can help you get your life back. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics, 213-997-PAIN. That's 213-997-PAIN. 213-997-PAIN. California just made solar more expensive, but you can lock in today's great rates at sunlux.com.
KFI.
AM 640.
An iHeart radio station.
Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Where to enter the immersive world. Tragedies, hauntings, legends.
AM 640, Bill Handel here. It is a rainy Tuesday. Well, actually, it's nice outside. Looking outside, it's all blue. But yesterday it was supposed to be all blue too. It turned out to be the only person or the only thing that was blue was me as I was driving through the rain. And we're expecting another storm coming in tomorrow. San Bernardino is they've already declared a state of emergency because of the snow up there. I mean, it's we're in the middle of some really severe weather. Stay tuned here to KFI. You'll get all the latest. Now, how hard is it to become a nurse? I'm going to bring in Tyler, whose wife just graduated from nursing school. Tyler, how long was she in nursing school?
2 years cumulatively.
Okay, cumulative. And so it was pretty tough, wasn't it?
Very tough.
Yeah, I mean, they really demanded a lot of classes. So let me tell you what your wife should have done. Instead of paying the tuition, going to school, just throwing a couple of $1,000s down and get her nursing license, right? Get her nursing degree. And why is that? Well, it turns out that there is a scandal of brewing, and this actually came out of the George Santos scandal when, wait a minute, this guy's fake degrees. And how many people out there have fake degrees? You have no idea. Now, it can be all the way from, here I am, I'm applying for a job, or I want to impress you, or you're in a bar, hey, baby, I have a doctorate. Okay, all the way to nursing degrees, where nurses go out and actually save people and work in hospitals and clinics, etc., with the sale of 7,600 fake diplomas from 3 Southern Florida, God forbid, nursing schools. They're now defunct, $114 million. And what it did is enabled untrained people to sit for the National Nursing Board exam, and 2,800 of those people passed and are now nurses. Not going 1 minute to school, but studying up to sit for the exam. You can't do that, for example, in medical. You can't be a doctor, for example, and sit for the boards and pass the boards and not having gone to medical school. They just don't let you do that. Lawyers, it's a little tough. I mean, there are a couple of ways of doing apprenticing, etc., but it's almost impossible. You gotta go to law school. You have to go to nursing school to be a nurse and then take the boards, right? No, you don't. It just so happens that for some reason nursing is the poster child of these scams. There is a guy by the name of Alan Ezell. He holds 65 degrees, one of which he actually got, an AA degree in accounting from Strayer University. The other 64 are fake degrees. Now you think, why would the guy do this? He's an FBI agent, and he's been involved for the last 11 years. He's just retired in hunting down these schools. And as part of his investigation, he got these degrees. Pretty impressive to have 65 degrees, all the way from AA degrees to doctor's degree. And here is what Ezell estimates now. Phony degree mills are now $7 billion a year in sales worldwide. And you know what the majority of those are right here in the United States. We have been a hotbed for these fake diplomas forever. Why? Well, we have a decentralized system for accrediting. One thing, schools don't talk to each other. We have more private little colleges and schools out there than any place in the world. You go to major countries, they don't have private schools, or very few. Here, it's wide open. How many fake schools, the government, how many have they shut down? Remember the student loan fiasco where people were borrowing money to go to fake schools or to go to technical schools that had 2 students? Here is something that you may not know. Degree is not a crime. You can get all the fake degrees you want. You just can't use those fake degrees to get jobs or to convince people, because that's fraud. But holding on to them, I'm a clergyman, you know. You know that I am a reverend. For real.
You can marry people.
I certainly can, and I have. I am the Right Reverend William Handel, because I'm a Universal Life Church pastor. Actually, again, I'm a Right Reverend. You can get anything you want. You just can't be Pope. They don't let you do that. But you can be a cardinal. It's more money than being just a regular pastor. It was $25 when I got it. And how is that? Is that fake? No, not when it comes to religion, because who defines a religion in this country? Exactly. Now, can I use that? It's real. How about if I had a nursing degree that was manufactured, a diploma? That is not allowed. That simply doesn't work. So how did Ezell get his 64 fake bachelor's, master's, doctorate? Well, a lot of it he got credit for life experience. They do that a lot. You wake up in the morning, you go pee, you wash your face, you go have breakfast. That's life experience, and you get credit for that. Yeah, his first investigation was Southeastern University of Greenville, South Carolina, and that degree mill was run out of a 2-bedroom house. And the proprietor actually invited him in to show all the files. Yeah, the guy, as soon as he realized that he was in trouble, he ended up killing himself. Yeah, so that is not a big problem. But I gotta tell you, it's It's one of those things, one of those quirks. And the shame of it is there are, in this case, the nurses. That's the big issue that I have a problem with. Nurses that are licensed. Now, they did pass the board. They didn't have the experience. They didn't have the classes. And it's fake. It's fake. It's just crazy. All right. So much for that. Now, well, there's another fun story I want to share with you. You heard of, what is it? What's the therapy? The name of that religious conversion therapy. Yeah, conversion therapy with gay people to get them to ungay themselves. Okay. Yeah, well, there is something called parental alienation orders, like gay conversion. I'll explain that when we come back. In the meantime, let's check in with Jennifer, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
I feel like that's what every 17-year-old wants, parental alienation. That's your job at any age.
I agree.
3 former crew members in the 2021 filming of Rust are suing Alec Baldwin and members of the Rust movie production for negligence and intentional infliction of emotional distress. An American citizen has been killed in the West Bank in violence between the Palestinians and Israelis. And today is National Pancake Day. IHOP is celebrating by offering customers 1 free short stack. Recently had a big debate handled here on KFI. Have you ever put peanut butter on your pancakes along with syrup? Not paying attention.
Sorry, you asked me?
Have you ever put peanut butter on your pancakes along with syrup?
No. I've done that.
Good, right?
It's common for like a protein dish.
Yep. There had, I believe, words like blasphemous were sent at me.
Peanut butter on a waffle.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. All right, we'll get a look at your drive. DKFI in the sky in just a moment.
So how much do you think your house is worth? And do you think it's going to be worth more next year? Certainly was worth more last year, but no, it's not going to happen anymore. And I'll tell you why. Because the value of homes have actually and are decreasing, which means the equity in your home is decreasing. And if you're looking to take out $75,000 or more, maybe it's time to pull the trigger. HMS Capital can help you borrow that money against the equity that you built. HMS Capital, whether you're going to consolidate debt, make home improvements, college, doesn't matter. HMS Capital, I think, is the best solution because I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital and I know how they work. Call HMS Capital at 833-255-5698. 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. hmscapital.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. Rain is on the way, even if you're seeing sunshine like we are outside the KFI studios right now. We've got heavy rain expected tonight into tomorrow. Snow as well. 3,000 to 4,000 feet is where you're going to see it the most, but we could again see a drop as low as 1,500 feet with highs in the upper 30s in the mountains to the upper 40s inland. This report is brought to you by Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places like the 101.
101 freeway, we've got some slow traffic left over from an earlier stall on the northbound side, right around Melrose, still a bit slow out of downtown. Meanwhile, in Los Alamitos, we had a bad crash on the 605 southbound right before the 405, the carpool and left lanes. Blocked with an injury record, traffic slow back from Spring Street. Buena Park, another problem for that 91, the westbound side at Knott Avenue. Crash there blocked the carpool and left lanes with big delays from Lemon. Crash in Westminster's moved off to the right shoulder of the 405 southbound at Westminster Avenue. Still pretty slow, though, back from 7th Street. And a crash in the Cajon Pass, just making for a slow one on 15 southbound past Oak Hill Road. Slow down through the pass, but all the lanes are open. KFI in the sky, I'll switch there faster. I'm Will Fulstrike.
The wait is over. It's time to party. New kids on the block. Rock in concert. This is a night you will never forget. Yamava Theater, Friday, June 30th. Get tickets now at YamavaTheater.com or the casino box office.
This report is sponsored by iAccidentLawyer.com.
In an accident, don't be sweet, be selfish. Say I want my medical bills paid, I want my car fixed, I want my money, I want iAccident Lawyer.
AccidentLawyer.com is the way to go. $30 fee for Salisbury, no guarantee.
It's the Marketer's Report. This week, Patricia Spagnoletto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust.
Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers, and if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which was one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio was a core part of that.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Nothing like winter weather that make us hibernate with a warm drink. Here's a big item that crossed off your to-do list while snuggled up on the couch. Take care of that old car you've been meaning to deal with. Donate it to Cars for Kids, the top car donation charity in the U.S. Call 877 Cars for Kids or go to carsforkids.org. You'll have that car scheduled for pickup before your month goes down. You'll get a tax deductible receipt and a voucher for a 3-day hotel stay. Call 877 Cars for Kids or carsforkids.org. That's Cars with a K.
A clean energy future. This is not the stuff of legends. This is the stuff of everyday Southern California. Because thanks to programs and rebates from SCE, we all have the power to create a clean energy California. Visit SCE.com/clean energy to learn more.
What if a mouse could change the world? What if elephants could fly? What if the whole world could celebrate together? KFI wants to send you to the celebration of 100 years of Disney at the Disneyland Resort. Enter for your chance to win one-day, one-part tickets to Disneyland. The restrictions that change without notice. Visit KFI on Instagram and enter to win a chance to celebrate 100 years of Disney. Good luck from KFI AM Judy 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Tomorrow, another front comes through. San Bernardino already under piles of snow. State of emergency has been declared. And today's Supreme Court is considering the fate of President Biden's student loan relief plan. We're going to be talking about that a bunch. Now, I want to point out something that's happening in Utah. And I want to start with the fact that this has to do with one crazy-ass judge. So please don't use this as a broad stroke. Much like, remember, there was, under very, very, very limited circumstances, the lowest court will actually uphold a religious decision made by a clergy person on strictly religious grounds and uphold it as law. And that happened in one case, I don't remember what state, in which there were two Muslims that went to the imam who made a decision, and the court upheld it based on a matter of law. And of course, instantly, the whole group of people saying Sharia law is going to be the law of the land. We're all going to be under the influence of the Quran. Our constitution is going to disappear. Kind of crazy. Well, much the same thing is happening here. That there is a judge who has made a decision. And he has made a decision based on the premise of something called parental alienation, which unfortunately, this is the decision that is made, but it is accepted, like conversion therapy. You take someone who's gay, you can ungay that person simply by going through very heavy therapy, conversion therapy. Mike Pence, by the way, was involved in that organization with his wife, an organization of conversion therapy. So, this is a case in which a mom and a dad are fighting over custody of the kids. The kids are scared to death of the father. Have accused him of all kinds of abuse, including sexual abuse. The Utah local Department of Children's Services have concluded this guy is a bad guy. And he went and asked for custody of the kids based on parental alienation, a concept that says one parent is brainwashing the kids to keep the other parent away. And he said, my kids are being brainwashed by my wife. I want those kids. So the judge orders the kids to be returned to the father. In the meantime, he orders the kids have locked themselves up in their bedroom. They're not leaving their bedroom. They're TikToking this entire fiasco,
saying we're afraid to leave our bedroom. We are not leaving. Police are called out. The judge orders the police to physically remove those kids, break down the bedroom door, and grab those kids. So the police show up. The door is barricaded. The kids are going, we're not going with you. One's 17, one's 12, I think, and then there was a younger one. And the police at that point go, you know what, instead of breaking down the door, why don't we go back to court and see if the judge is going to reconsider this. And the judge then made a modified order after after he figured out that he was an ass. But that's not the point. The point is that this entire concept of parental is actually out there. It is being used throughout the country as a basis for custody, as a basis of using it as against the other spouse. Now, who is against this? Mainstream scientific groups don't even say it doesn't even exist. For example, the American Psychiatric Association. Then you have the World Health Organization. Among others, have simply said that it's not even a legitimate diagnosis, because we're talking about this particular concept, and we talk about parental alienation. It's being viewed as a medical diagnosis. And even with mainstream medicine completely denying it exists, it has not stopped courts across the country from recognizing parental alienation. Now, it has not gone so far as what this judge has done. I don't think there is any judge that has ever ordered the police to go in, smash down the doors of a kid's bedrooms who are barricading themselves, pick up the kids, and haul them off to see their dad. We'll actually put them in some kind of facility where dad can come. Now, the judge at one point got a little bit less crazy, and he said, okay, I'm giving the order, the father gets custody, but the kids are going to be held in a neutral place with relatives. And he can only have supervised visitation based with someone obviously there from the court overseeing the Child Protective Services. But that's all pending a hearing. He has recognized parental alienation. He said this is real stuff. And now it's simply a question of proving it. And mom is going in and saying, it doesn't exist. Here are all the medical groups that have said no, 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 no. And the judge is basically saying, I don't care. I think this is real. And the analogy is literally to conversion therapy. You talk to Mike Pence, and he will tell you, first of all, we hate the sin, not the sinner. We talk about being gay as an aberration, that in fact it is a disorder. How about the fact that every single major medical group out there says it is not a disorder? Homosexuality amongst us is perfectly normal. It is just a percentage of people that are wired that way. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Nope. It is a disorder. The Bible says you can't do it. And therefore, how are we going to get you out of being gay? Well, we're going to put you into conversion therapy, which is kind of crazy, because what that does is these guys, mainly guys, look at porno, look at gay porn, and then are screamed at and told how horrible it is, and it becomes very Pavlovian, and it's just, and psychologists get involved, and it's the weirdest crap you have ever heard, and it's dangerous. I mean, if this was just crazy fun, let me tell you about some lunatics out there, that'd be one thing. But taking gay people and trying to convince them there's something wrong with you, there's a disorder, that there's an evil aspect of you. Let's forget the morality part. Let's just go into the medical disorder part of being gay. And we're going to get you out of it by... And here we have another one of those. Welcome to the world. I mean, it's just... Have you ever heard, 20 years ago, you would never hear of this crap. All right, Rich Demuro coming up. Tech Tuesday, right here on KFI, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640.
The news, what it means, why it matters.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Iron Radio app.
Can't get there from here. I'm Jen from Jones League, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A local emergency has been declared for the snow-covered San Bernardino Mountains. KFI's Blake Trolley reports live. People have been stuck in their mountain homes and stuck down in the valley.
Highways going up the mountains are closed, and conditions will likely remain challenging with more snow on the way. The county and Red Cross have set up a shelter at Redlands East Valley High School for people stuck down low, not able to get back up. Red Cross shelter manager David Faust up to the shelter being given food, electricity, and updates on conditions on the mountains.
Last night we had one individual that was without power up in the device.
Now, Jen, we have been told there are some concerns over supplies. Manager Eric Lee at Jensen's Finest Foods is still baking bread. I'm almost out of bolster the response to the storm system. They say crews have been working tirelessly around the clock on key routes. For first responders, however, no estimate has been given for when mountain highways will be open for public traffic. At the Red Cross shelter in Redlands, Blake Trolley, KFU.
The LADWP says more than 25,000 people are still without electricity because of the latest storm. The DWP's Brian Wilbur says down power lines and trees over the weekend caused the majority of the outages.
Look at extra blankets, cooler, things that you're going to need. And expecting your power is going to be off for a significant amount of time.
Wilbur says crews have been around the clock to first tackle hazardous situations and help those who have been without power the longest. Officials in La Cañada Flint Ridge say inspections are being done on homes that were damaged by a massive mudslide caused by heavy rain.
Susan Colito with the city says the homes that were affected over the weekend now need to be evaluated by licensed professionals.
They will have to provide plans to the city for review and approval, and we would issue a building permit for them to fix the damage that has occurred.
Colita says whenever there's a lot of rain in such a short period of time, mudslides are always a concern. She says the city will continue working with public officials to monitor vulnerable areas of the hillside. Chris Adams, KFI News.
The Metropolitan Water District says it's watching the amount of rain and snow falling in northern and southern California. MWD's Dimitri Polizos says the district serves about 19 million people.
The regional demand is roughly 4 million acre feet. Now, that's a little bit on the high side. Lately, it's been much lower than that.
He says it's most likely the area will have a surplus of water because of the accumulation of extra moisture in recent weeks. An educator in her 40s has settled her lawsuit against the LA school district, alleging she was sexually abused by her math teacher in middle and high school. The woman filed a suit in 2020 saying the man groomed her when she was 11 and sexual misconduct continued until she was 26. Former math teacher filed a suit saying the student had a crush on him and admitted his wife found several notes and cards from her. He denies ever sexually abusing the now-grown woman. A federal judge in Riverside has given a drug dealer 9 years in prison for selling dose of fentanyl disguised as prescription pills. Matt Capilouto says he wanted the dealer to get 20 years, one for each year his daughter was alive.
We are receiving some sort of justice. This doesn't bring my daughter back, but it's a necessary part of this process. The vast majority of my peers aren't so lucky. There's no arrest, nobody being held accountable.
Capilouto says the guy traded his daughter's beautiful life to make a few bucks. The judge said at a sentencing yesterday he was not convinced the drug dealer knew the fake pills had a fatal dose of fentanyl. And doctors for actor Tom Sizemore, who's been in a coma since having a brain aneurysm, have recommended his family considered end-of-life decision. Doctors say there is no further hope, and the family is now deciding end-of-life matters. The actor's representatives say a family update will be read tomorrow. Sizemore starred in Saving Private Ryan, Natural Born Killers, Heat, and Black Hawk Down. We've got your drive on the 5 in just a moment, but first it's sports with Wayne.
In spring training action, the Dodgers logged a 4-1 ninth inning to pull ahead of the Padres and win by a score of 7-6. Gavin Lux was carted off the field in the 6th after injuring his knee running from second to third. LA plays the Reds today at 12:10. Back live on AM 570 LA Sports, your home for Dodger baseball. The Angels fell to the Giants 8-6. They'll face the A's at 12:05 this afternoon. In basketball, the Lakers are at the Memphis Grizzlies today. The Clippers host the Minnesota Timberwolves, and that game's live on AM 570 LA Sports. We tip off set for 7. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports.
Your KFI Financial Report is sponsored by Jacoby. Gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.77. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. SoCal weather from KFI. Dumpy afternoon goes on overnight into tomorrow morning, bringing with it rain and snow in the mountains. It looks like that's where we could see temperatures just in the 30s. And we could see 5 to 10 inches again in the snow as low as 1,500 feet. Right now it is 51 in Dana Point, 49 in Irvine, 50 right here in Burbank. Let's get a look at your drive with BKFI in the sky. This time we're checking out the 5.
Cleared from lanes, that's the good news. But the bad news is it is really solid back from the 405. That's where you're going to start to hit the brakes on that southbound 5. Now, if you are trying to get through Los Alamitos, this has been with us for a little while. The 605 southbound right into the 405 carpool in left lanes. Blocked within the San Fernando Valley, Sherman Oaks to be precise. The 101 northbound at the 405 crashed there. 2 right lanes are blocked. And a lot of nails in the roadway, so that may take a little time to clean that up to prevent further problems for your drive. Traffic stopped from the 134 as a result of that. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I will hold forever. This show is brought to you by WDC Kitchen and Bath Center. Find the largest selection of in-stock appliances in Southern California at WDCappliances.com, WAppliances.com.
Here are some facts about water softeners. Softeners add sodium without filtering water. Old-fashioned, costly, maintenance-heavy. So there's a better solution, a light source salt-free water system. Light source systems provide filtered, delicious, obviously safe water from every tap without the filters or maintenance. And if you live in an area that bans water softeners, Light Source is the perfect choice. Call 800-803-2696. Speak with a factory rep. LightSourceWater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us here. We'll always be here for the people, not the power. We'll always be here for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Spring's going to be here soon, so start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology.
Get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. Plus, you want to lock in your NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
Dial pound 250 and say SolarMax or go to SolarMaxTech.com.
Monthly can available. Approved credit CSLB number 97240. Contractor license 1047781. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix together. One is our heating rejuvenation, where we help to prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is unclog any drain for just $80 with a 30-foot drain thing. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearance service is just $80. So nice, I said it's fine. Get air conditioning and plumbing. GOETPL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way.
Running out of hot water? Visit waterheatersonly.com. Quick service, friendly technicians, low prices.
More stimulating talk.
An iHeart radio station.
Attention, station announcements. Please clean up after yourself in the employee kitchen.
Also, here's Bill Handel. Thank you. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handel here. It is a Tuesday morning, February 28th, and I guess we're in the middle of the storms that are coming through. Today's a respite. The stories that we are covering, Supreme Court today is considering the fate of Joe Biden's student loan relief plan. That's a big one. San Bernardino County declared a state of emergency because of the snow. And it is time now for Tech Tuesday with Rich DeMuro.
All the latest on gadgets and stuff with KFI's resident handsome nerd.
It's Tech Tuesday with Rich DeMuro. Rich is heard every Saturday, 11 to 2 o'clock, right here on KFI. Rich, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Bill.
Oh, we got a lot of stuff to talk about, to say the least. Let's start talking. I like this one. You can now chat with made-up AI friends. Now, that's important for people like me because I have no friends.
Yeah, this will really, you can add one friend now to your list. I mean, this is pretty incredible. This is through Snapchat. And I knew this was going to happen. I actually tweeted about this last week. I said, people are going to start becoming actual friends with AI chatbots. Like, I'm talking, there was that movie Her a couple years ago, probably like many years ago at this point. But the person became just sort of like intrigued and like enmeshed with this virtual assistant. And that is what's going to happen to humans any day now. So Snapchat is calling this My AI. It's inside their app. It's using a version of OpenAI's GPT technology. And basically,
now, how sophisticated is it? How realistic is it? How close is it to be an actual human friend?
Good question. Considering I have not tested it just yet, I can't tell you that, but I can tell you in my experience with the other AI programs that I've been using, specifically ChatGPT and Bing AI, it is uncanny. And this one is specifically programmed to be more like a friend. The other ones are more just like, search engine. This is playing the role of someone on your chat list. So you might chat and say, hey, how are you doing today? Or, hey, it's my friend's birthday. What should I do for them? Or, hey, do you think I should go out to the park today? Or should I go to the beach? And it will give you answers based on those things. So
now, that seems fairly simplistic. How about diving a few steps deeper in terms of I need some advice? I just had a real problem with a family member and I was lied to and I don't know how to react. What do you think?
Yeah, that's one of the things with your My AI, and do not rely on it for advice. Also, it can be tricked into saying just about anything, and it has many deficiencies. So again, this is, we're going to see the same stories that we've seen with all these other AI chatbots, where people are going to leave this chatbot off the rails, and we're going to hear how it advises people to do all kinds of crazy things. But the reality is, these are programmed by humans. Humans can't figure out every single thing that another human is going to ask this chatbot. So only through time can we tell how these are going to evolve.
So, as you're standing on the fifth floor of a parking structure about to take a swan dive, you don't ask, what do you think? Should I do this or not?
No, I think you should not. But I would say if I was, Snapchat is used by many young people. I would hope that they would have, even Siri has some guardrails built in with respect to, anything that might be life endangering. So if you say, hey, Siri, if you're asking about that kind of stuff, it will definitely advise you to either call 911 or give you the correct, helplines that you might need at that point.
Are we going to reach a point where the level of this AI will get to that kind of sophistication where you are actually able to talk to a shrink, but it's a program, it's AI software?
100%.
We are going to get there.
We're almost there, Bill. Now, here's the thing. I think the legal ramifications of that kind of stuff is very, very tricky. But if you don't think there are 100 companies right now working on 100 different types of chatbots for just about anything you can imagine, whether it is psychological help, whether it's medical help, whether it is help with work, whether it's help with your resume. I mean, this is going to be the biggest change in our society that I've seen, I think, since the iPhone, since electric cars. I mean, this is really life-changing stuff because I've been using the Bing AI now every single day since it launched. And many more people have been using ChatGPT since it launched.
What do you use it for? What do you use it for, Rich?
Everything. Any question I have, I'm now asking to this Bing AI. And in fact, I'm chatting with it, just having fun. Hey, how you doing today? And just seeing kind of like the responses. It's definitely not a personality-driven, AI bot like the Snapchat one. So I'm very eager to get my hands on the Snapchat one. I really want to see how they programmed it.
Fair enough. Let's take a break and come back and talk about your iPhone and how everything, everywhere, everybody you've ever listened to, talked to, watched, they know about it. We'll be right back with that. In the meantime, Jennifer Jones-Lee, live in the KFI 24-hour news center.
Top economists are divided on where the U.S. economy is headed this year as inflation remains high and job growth stays robust.
The EPA says 4 sites are now ready to receive waste from the February 3rd train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. 3 sites are in Ohio, one's in Indiana. And a spokesperson for John Fetterman says the senator is doing well on his path to recovery. The Democrat from Pennsylvania went to the hospital to be treated for depression earlier this month. We'll get a look at your drive on the 118 in just a moment.
Every time you turn around, the value of your house goes up. No, that stopped. It's now flattening out, even going down. So, okay, you pull the trigger. So, where do you go? Well, you can list it, which most people do, and you pay 6%. You pay a price. DirectBuyers.com. No 6% commission. No one walks through your house. You can still live like a slob. Matter of fact, it happens quick. 10 days or less, you get the cash. That's DirectBuyers.com. They'll even get you a $15,000 cash advance before closing to help with your move. And I'll tell you what they'll never do is lowball you. I love the way they do business in that regard. Go to directbuyers.com, call 844-242-SELL, directbuyers.com, 844-242-SELL.
SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a rainy day on the way, but the bulk of this storm is going to come in later this afternoon, overnight into tomorrow. We should see rain in basically all of Southern California, snow above 3,000 to 4,000 feet in some spots, but we could see it as low as 1,500 feet in others. So temperatures are going to range from the 30s in the mountains just into the upper 40s, lower 50s everywhere else. This report is brought to you by iaccidentlawyer.com. Let's check your drive on the 118.
118 freeway in Mission Hills on the westbound side, just before you get to the 405. Look out for an earlier crash that, well, actually the traffic is stopped there. The crash is up ahead right around Laurel Canyon. So just be ready to hit your brakes and be careful. In Los Alamitos, we have a crash. The 605 southbound right before the 405. The carpool and left lanes are all blocked with this crash. There were some injuries. Traffic had a standstill back from Carson Street. In Sherman Oaks, still a big mess on the 101 northbound of the 405. It's that crash with the 2 right lanes and a lot of nails in the roadway there that's cleaning up that mess. And it is slowed back from the 134. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Will Coltrane. In a crash, need cash? If you've been injured in a car or motorcycle accident, call iAccident Lawyer today. One ring could be cut change. iAccidentlawyer.com is the way to go. Attorney Donald Stevenson, we're so sorry. This report is sponsored by Audible. Find everything you love listening to on Audible. Here's celebrity memoirs, mysteries, true crime, sci-fi, and more. Audible is the home of storytelling, audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com.
Stop by Family Dollar for the ingredients to a perfect lunch and find more while spending less. Pick up Bumblebee tuna or chicken salad, Lay's, Powerade drinks, and for dessert, Little Debbie snack food. Family Dollar, helping you do more.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard, keeping 38,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Life Source Water uses proprietary technology to produce Southern California's best whole home water system. Visit lifesourcewater.com.
What I would tell people is that you don't have to be in pain anymore.
Meet Dr. Justin Garzone, Medical Director at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using advanced regenerative medicine to give people lasting relief from chronic joint pain.
What's exciting is that I get to see patients with our treatments actually get better.
Have you discovered regenerative medicine? It's an all-natural way to use the power of your own body to restore and repair damaged tissue.
We're using things that are already in your body, and we're simply concentrating them and then put it in an area of your body that you're having the pain so that your body can start the regenerative process, the healing process.
For pain in your knees, hips, back, shoulders, don't assume the old treatments are the only treatments. Avoid drugs and surgery and get lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 213-997-PAIN. That's 213-997-PAIN. 213-997-PAIN.
Fame.
Our iHeartRadio Podcast Awards are back. It's the biggest night of the year for podcast fans. Get ready to celebrate your favorites. Head to iHeart.com/podcast awards. Check out the nominees for Podcast of the Year, Best Comedy, Crime, News, Sports, and more. Tuesday, March 14th. Join us for our 2023 iHeartRadio Podcast Awards.
At Progressive, we're making things even easier. We'll help you bundle your home and car insurance together so you can save on both. Learn more at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
They want you to pay this much so you stop using everything. They want to get rid of the natural gas stoves. I don't think it's a coincidence. Suddenly, bills in 20 are spiking. Don't kid yourself. Just like electricity and gasoline for your car, this is going to continue to be the trend. John and Ken, you created this mess by putting these people in power. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio. Bill Handel here. It's Tech Tuesday with Rich Demuro. Heard Saturdays right here on KFI, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. And Rich, back we go. And I'm looking at a headline you basically gave me. And it says basic iPhone feature helps criminals steal your entire digital life. Sounds scary as hell.
Yeah, it is. This is it's interesting. This is something that I considered, but I didn't really realize it was happening, and probably not in a huge way. But Wall Street Journal did kind of an expose on this, saying that thieves are basically stealing people's entire digital lives in the simplest way possible, just by watching them enter their iPhone passcode. So when you unlock your phone, if it doesn't use Face ID, you type in the digit. So people just watch that happen, and then once they have that, they can unlock the phone. Then they can go through, they can reset your Apple account because of a feature built into the iPhone. They can also go into your banking apps and send money to themselves using things like Venmo, PayPal, maybe even your banking app if the password is saved. They can view your passwords. And they can basically just wreak havoc on your entire life. They can search photo collections for things like your driver's license, social security number. So this is a very low-tech crime that has very big implications.
Wow. Okay. So I always thought that, for example, well, I guess that makes sense, that at least bank accounts that you can transfer money back and forth were as secure as they come. But you're saying they're wide open for these hackers to come through and just take money out.
Well, it depends on how your bank account is set up. So let me give you my recommendations, okay? Because I really went through this morning, just thinking about the implications, kind of testing things on my phone. So number one, I recommend that you put a PIN on any financial app that you have. Different PIN than what's on your passcode, right? So if your passcode is 1234, which it shouldn't be, definitely don't use that for your banking apps. So Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, your banking app, put a separate PIN on those. Face ID is not enough because, once again, Face ID defaults back to your iPhone PIN if Face ID doesn't work. And the crook already has your PIN. Number two, 6-digit passcode. Don't use a 4-digit passcode. Don't use 1234. Don't use your birthday. Set the auto lock on your phone as short as possible. The reason for that, I see so many people put away their iPhones in their pocket or purse with their phone's still unlocked. All it takes is someone to take that phone out, and now they have access to the entire phone. I can't recommend iCloud Keychain anymore if you're using that as an app to back up your password, because, again, it uses your iPhone passcode to access all of your passwords. And finally, one other thing you can do, if you want to, you can set up in screen time, there is an option to disallow any changes to your Apple account. So basically, once someone has your open iPhone, they can go in and reset the password on your Apple account without knowing it. So you can go into your screen time settings, and under content and privacy restrictions, there's an option that says don't allow account changes. So if you enable that on your phone, if someone got your phone, they would not be able to change your password, but they'd still have access to your phone, which is still not good.
The takeaway here seems to be that really the only safe thing you can do is to use a Rolodex. Use a landline phone with a wire going to the wall. Use a key to open your front door. use a key to open your car the way we used to, the door lock, and basically go back 40 years, and that's the only way you can protect yourself. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it is interesting that with all this high-tech advancements, we are our own worst enemies. Really, insecure passwords and just general social engineering. I mean, you trust a friend, you give them your passcode. Like the other night, we were out and my kid wanted the passcode to my phone at home. And, my wife was like, oh, just give him the passcode. I said, hold on, that's like the keys to the kingdom. And so, anyway, it's just one of these things where you have to really think about the implications of not having strong passwords and not putting your stuff, not locking your computer when you walk away from it, not locking your phone. It really does have wide-ranging implications.
In the meantime, the other day I tried to count up how many passwords I have had over the years. It was dozens and dozens. Some still work, some don't. New ones, I'm told to think of a new one, and keeping track of any of them. And I think I was using Dashlane for a period of time, which I don't anymore. Let's go back to protecting your passwords, because that seems to be the end-all, be-all of everything in terms of security.
Yeah, so two things there. Number one, use a password manager, like you said. Dashlane is a good one. 1Password is another one. There are many out there, so just pick one that you like, pick one that you think is good. Bitwarden is a good free alternative to the paid ones. And then the other thing you need to do is a two-factor authentication app. So if you can set up an app like Google Authenticator, Microsoft Authenticator, or Authy, those are the three ways. They generate a code every 30 seconds to a minute. If the person breaks into your account, they need that code. So typically they wouldn't have both, your account password and that code because they don't have your physical device. So,
all right, let's real quickly, if we can do it, and that's the TikTok issue. I mean, it is huge. Obviously, the White House just issued a 30-day order. All government devices get rid of TikTok. This is going to grow. Pretty soon, TikTok
that China could look into this app and the data that's gathered by this app and figure things out. Now, what data they have access to that any other big company in America doesn't, I don't know. So that's kind of like the thing. It's like, is this all overblown? I would agree that probably government apps or government phones should probably not have TikTok on them in general, because it's a government phone. It should be a pretty secure device. It also probably shouldn't have Facebook or Instagram on there. But this is, it's something that's been going on for a while. I'm not really sure what to make of it. There are 99% of Americans at this point.
Yeah, I've always wondered why people are so upset about the government having access to the information, but no problem when you go to Ralph's, which market I go to, and they know when I walk in what I buy, whether it's 6 ounces or 8 ounces of that product, how often I buy it. They have and then the credit agencies know everything about me.
Oh yeah, credit card companies, banking companies. There's so many companies. Data is such a huge business here in the United States, and the privacy protections are very, very slim. I think that the concern with TikTok is probably overblown. I don't think it's collecting any more information, but it does have a location and information about every single person that's using the app. And so, that could be a concern with the government that does not allow freedom in a big way.
All right, Rich, thanks as always. 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. On KFI every single Saturday. Great show, by the way.
Thanks, Phil.
All right.
Appreciate that.
Take care, Rich. Goodbye. I just wanted to at least be friendly. I have no light yet. What can I tell you? All right. I want to do a segment here that I love talking about work and workplace and how we approach work. All right, so we've got remote work coming up, right? We were just dealing with remote work here in the United States. How do Europeans and Asians deal with remote work? So they have the same issue we do, and I'll explain the differences when we come back. In the meantime, let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee, live in the KFI 24-hour news.
A winter weather warning's been issued for the mountains in LA County because of more icy weather. Forecasters say people in the mountains can anticipate moderate snow through this afternoon, becoming heavy at times in the afternoon through. Snow level could drop as low as 1,500 feet by tomorrow. News is brought to you by ViralRabbi. Caltrans has escorted small groups of drivers up snow-covered Highway 18 into Crestline, but only people who live up there. Officials say it's still too dangerous to open the roads to all drivers, and more snow is on the way. Now, people have been waiting to get up to the mountain since Friday. Big Bear Lake City workers, Caltrans, and CHP work to escort delivery trucks up the roadway. Hundreds of kids at 2 science camps in the San Bernardino Mountains finally got to go home yesterday. They were supposed to leave on Thursday. Fox chairman Rupert Murdoch has admitted some Fox News hosts promoted election lies.
Murdoch saying in new court filings about the election falsehoods, I would have liked us to be stronger in denouncing it in hindsight, adding any executives who allowed election lies to be broadcast should be reprimanded or maybe got rid of.
ABC's Andrea Fujii says Dominion Voting Systems is suing Fox News for $1.6 billion. The defense is rested in the double murder trial of lawyer Alex Murdaugh in South Carolina. He's charged with killing his wife and son. The defense's final witness yesterday was Murdaugh's brother John, who described Alex as a good dad. He talked about how emotional his brother was at the scene of the murders.
I can promise you, words don't do it justice. I would have to create a new word to describe how distraught he was.
Prosecutors are expected to present their rebuttal witnesses today, and the jury could get to see where the murders happened as well. A new movement has made its way into the workforce. It's called Bare Minimum Monday. Digital creator Marissa Jo Mays in Phoenix says she came up with it.
One morning I woke up and audibly gave myself permission. Give us permission to do the absolute bare minimum today. It's insane what happened the moment I let myself off the hook a little bit.
Chris Little, are you listening? She says it's about preventing burnout. She says she was in corporate America for 3 years when she burned out and says it caused her several health issues by the age of 25. We'll get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky, but first it's Sports with Wayne, if you want to.
Dodgers Padres 7-6. They'll play the Reds today at 12:10 on AM 570 LA Sports. Angels Giants 8-6. Giants won it. Angels play the A's at 12:05 today. Lakers Grizzlies. No LeBron, hurt foot. Here he is talking about what the team's got to do.
What we need to do. We have the ability to now look at ways we can be good.
Wayne Resnick, Sports, KFI. If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees through COVID, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000.
You're listening to an Airwave Media
Now,
Podcast.
figure out the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest you go to getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions. It takes under 10 minutes. And see if your business qualifies for this payroll tax refund. And there's no charge up front. They don't get paid until you get paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, even if you had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program. They've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. They got my business a 6-figure refund. To find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer those few questions.
As I mentioned, it's going to get more rainy as the day goes on, and then we also have snow in the mountains. 3,000 to 4,500 feet, 3,000 to 4,500 is probably where we'll see the bulk of it, although we could see some dusting around 1,500 feet, but highs between today and tomorrow, upper 30s in the mountains and just some low 50s inland. Right now it is 47 in Laguna Niguel, 50 in Fullerton. Let's get a look at your drive with BKFI in the sky, and we're checking the 110.
In South LA, the 110 southbound at Adams Boulevard. 2 middle lanes blocked with a crash. It's slow back from Avenue 43 coming out of the Highland Park area, so a long haul there. Mission Hills still had crash on the 118 westbound before the 405. Only the carpool and left lanes are open. Traffic is slow from Glen Oaks Boulevard. In Van Nuys, 405 northbound past Victory. Crash in the carpool and left lanes there. It's slow from Burbank Boulevard. And that crash is cleared in Glendale on the 5 northbound at the 134. A car went into the ditch there. Still pretty slow back from Los Feliz Boulevard. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Will Cole Schreiber.
Stop by Family Dollar for the ingredients to a perfect lunch and find more while spending less. Pick up Bumblebee tuna or chicken salad, Lay's, Powerade drink, and for dessert, Little Debbie snack foods. Family Dollar, helping you do more.
1-877-5 KFI.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
On the podcast, the last Soviet of astronaut training in Russia. Yes, that's true. And tells the story of the final cosmonaut, a man.
World's only space station. For pride.
Forward cast.
Easy Cater presents We Got Your Back of Singers.
How many people want us to add it for you? I say yes, please. Turns out they were right. Good thing they asked. Because Joyce's meeting notes can be pretty sassy when she's hungry.
Hey, ladies, Easy Cater has your back with over.
It's the fun part. This is where I get to tell you about the great results I'm having in real time. I get to notice how well I sleep now, how much more energetic I am. All this I incorporated Field of Greens into my. I get it, trust me, I do. You're probably thinking Field of Greens can't be as good as you say it is, Mo, but it is. It isn't instead of a better diet, it adds to a better diet. More fruits and vegetables that I have been missing. Greens has a better health promise. Take Field of Greens and at your next doctor's visit. If your doctor doesn't compliment full refund, I got you 15% off your first order, and I got you another 10% off when you subscribe. Visit fieldofgreens.com and use promo code AFI. That's fieldofgreens.com, promo code AFI.
If you've been injured in a car accident, call Pound Wall from your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan. KFI, AM 640.
An iHeart radio station. More stimulating talk.
I just wanted you to watch me.
I don't even know KFI AM 640. Handle here. It is a Tuesday morning as we continue on. Where did I just put that topic here? As I'm looking around at what's going on. So, what is happening when it comes to the workplace? Right, I always talk about different workplace scenarios, and one of them that I talk about, of course, is remote working. We just do that. First of all, I don't understand the traffic. Everybody's different. That's for starters. Second, I walk around here, and I think the official policy, at least in the sales department, is 3 days on, 2 days off. It used to be 2 days on and 3 days off. And of course, during COVID, no one was here. As far as management's concerned, Oscar, you're Mr. Management, you're part of management. What is the policy here in terms of? I'm here all the time. Robin, still works from home. Right, but is there an official policy? No, not on our side of things. The sales, you're right. It's like a Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday that they're in office. But the rest of us would just come in, when we're as needed. Yeah, you go on Monday or a Friday here, it's a ghost town. I mean, it is. I mean, it's just completely crazy. Even certain people I know that are on the air, most of us, of course, have to be here. But there are certain people that are able to work at home. I don't want to mention any names, Jennifer Jones-Lee, that work a couple of days a week.
You know what? You're going to take that back when there's an earthquake and this place goes down and my house becomes the emergency broadcast center.
No, that's true. I mean, that is legitimate.
That's what it's there.
Except it can become and stay as the emergency broadcast center without you broadcasting there. And you could still come in and it's still an emergency broadcast center. You do know that, don't you?
Yes, but I'm testing. You can't just let it sit there.
You test 2 days a week, Mondays and Fridays.
It's weird. It's weird how that's scheduled.
Yeah. Well, the point I'm bringing up, obviously, is that we in America, we do remote work more so than any place else in the world. Did you know that? And there's a few reasons for it. One, we actually live further from work than almost any place else. Particularly here in Southern California, but we have distances to travel that are enormous. We deal with traffic like crazy and it drives us all nuts. So who is not going to take advantage of not having to come into work if you can work at home? No names, of course, Jennifer Jones-Lee, because, Jennifer, how long does it take you to get in?
Like 45, 50 minutes, and that's in the morning with no traffic.
Yeah, okay, that's a schlep. And how long does it take you to get to your studio?
like 4 or 5 steps.
Exactly. And so there is a big, big difference. So that's one of the things we do is we tend to work from the house because of distances, because of the traffic here in Southern California. So now let's move to Asia and Europe. There's virtually no distances over there.
We find out just how brutal the world this could be.
People don't drive to work. They take public transport. And so traffic doesn't exist over there except trying to get on to a subway car, for example. Also, it's easier for us to stay at home because we have much bigger homes. You go to Asia, for example, okay, first of all, the houses are tiny compared to ours, and it's multi-generational. You've got mom, dad, you've got grandma, you've got uncles, you have great uncles, and you have 46 people in a 2-bedroom apartment over there, and the bedrooms are 8 by 8 square, they're 8 by 8, 64 square feet. We don't have that. I mean, if you've been to Europe, you've been to Asia, and you've actually gone into someone's home, those homes are tiny. Whenever tourists come here from those countries and they happen to go into anybody's house, and I have friends, and I've made friends through the years that live overseas, Europe, England particularly, but some Italy, etc. They come to the house, they can't believe how big our refrigerators are. They think it's a restaurant refrigerator. What is this? They just live totally differently. Also, a 6-burner stove. Did you get this from a restaurant?
Like, we have a hot plate.
Yeah.
On a good day.
I know. And the ovens themselves, they wouldn't know a 36-inch oven if it beat them on the head. It's like, wait a second, it's impossible.
Double wall-mounted oven.
They don't have 2 ovens. They wouldn't even dream of that. They have tiny little, just tiny appliances and very crowded. So it's a completely different philosophy. And so they all come to work. They couldn't during COVID. It was a mess, but they all come to work. Also, it depends on socialization. They socialize more than we do.
The next couple of years are
I mean, if you look at me, you're like, okay, I'm extreme. I hate everybody. I can't stand my family. I get that. So I don't talk to anybody. I'm just sort of out of the loop. But compared to, well, let me give you this example. Okay, when's the last time you talked to your grandparents, your uncles, your cousins, and that was before 9 o'clock this morning? That's exactly what happens overseas. It's just a very, very different philosophy. And there's something else. You go overseas and you use the word apartment. When we think of apartment, we think of a rental, correct?
Yeah.
They own their apartments, and they're all tiny. Remember, I was in Italy a couple of years ago, and I always ask, whenever I have a tour guide, because I go weird places, I always ask how big the places are where people live and how much money it costs. How unusual. And someone will say, I live in a place that is 70 square meters, and it is big. I'm very proud of the fact that I have a big, big place. 70 square meters, and that's under 700 square feet. And that's considered a good size. If you have 1,000 square feet, that is considered a mansion. That's why we do remote work more than they do remote work. Coming up, we're going to end the show with movie theaters. You think they're dying? They're not. You're dying in the movie theaters, but they're not. The theaters themselves. I'll explain that to you. I know it's a little strange, but I will. There's actually a method to this madness. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The Supreme Court loan debt. The Catholic Diocese of Sacramento is facing more than 270 lawsuits involving the alleged sexual abuse of minors. The bishop says resolving all disputes could leave the diocese bankrupt. And congressional members from New York and New Jersey and 9/11 first responders are gathering today to announce a new bill that will add funding to the World Trade Center health program. We'll get a look at your drive pothole alert. I'll tell you where in just a moment.
All right, so let's talk about how much your home is worth. It's worth a lot more than it was a couple of years ago, but you think it's going to be worth more next year? Probably not. Property values are either flattening or even going down. So if you're looking to take money out, and you hadn't before because you were building equity like crazy, well, maybe it's time to pull the trigger. And if you're looking to take $75,000 or more out of your home, out of the equity you built, let me suggest contact HMS Capital, and they'll help you do exactly that. No appraisal, no credit report fees. HMS Capital. Well, I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital, so I know how good they are. And it doesn't matter what you're taking the money out for, of course. It's your money. College, including in the house, doesn't matter, whatever. Consolidate that. HMS Capital, call 833-255-5698. 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a rainy day ahead. I know a lot of people are saying, hey, wait, it's sunny right now. Into tomorrow, bringing snow to the mountains. We could see snow as low as 1,500 feet, and highs today will just be in the 30s in the mountains, and we'll make it into California. Toyota dealers, traffic center, let's go places. We have a pothole alert.
Addison, Baldwin Park, and Freeway westbound at the 605. The pothole is actually on the transition road to the 605 south. Traffic on that westbound 10 stopped from Azusa Avenue. Every time we have a storm, that, of course, is the expected aftermath. Kind of have to deal with it because Caltrain gets out there as quickly as they can. South LA crashed on the 110 freeway southbound at Adams. The 2 middle lanes blocked with this one. Traffic matched on the 118 freeway westbound right before the 405. Only the carpool and left lanes are open. You're slow back from San Fernando Road. KFI in the sky. Let's get you there faster. I'm a little cold right. In a crash, need cash? If you've been injured in a car or motorcycle accident, call iAccident Lawyer today. One ring could be touching. iAccidentLawyer.com is the way to go. Call 800-920-0810. This report is sponsored by iHeartAdvertising.com. Is it getting harder to find new customers? As the #1 audio company in America, we can help you grow your business at a fraction of the cost. Get started today by visiting iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
This year is the year to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit to learn.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs. How do your clients know that? Because Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interests first. So wait, you do it because you have to? No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. Our clients trust us with their retirement savings, and we know how important that responsibility is. So we take the time to really get to know them. Get to know them how? We make sure we understand their unique goals, finances, health, family, and lifestyle, so we can tailor their portfolio to their specific needs. Our life? No, we don't sell commission-based products. We have one single transparent fee that's structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management. Investigate securities involves the risk of loss.
John here. You've heard me talk for years about Cunning Dental, Southern California's premier dental practice. They're pioneers of the all-on-4 teeth-in-a-day procedure. Plus, they can handle all your dental needs, from bridges to braces, fillings, cleanings, root canals to cosmetic dentistry, and more. If you're scared of the dentist like I was, don't worry. Cunning Dental can put you in a gentle twilight sleep or full anesthesia. I've been going for over 20 years. Call now for free exam and x-rays, 888-640-SMILE. 888-640-SMILE. Restrictions apply. Portions of the following program will be recorded. A German newspaper critic had feces smeared on her face by a ballet director in the city of Hanover.
Ballet can get very cutthroat. They're very hungry. You know how you get when you're hungry. You become a different person, a monster.
Very enchanting.
This guy's been hungry his whole life.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handel here. It is a Tuesday. Actually, it's pretty clear and nice day today. But that's just between the two storms coming in. San Bernardino already state of emergency because of the snow. It is a mess. There are places in Southern California that have never gotten snow that are getting it big time. So stay tuned. We'll give you the weather report. Oh, quick reminder, I'm also taking phone calls at the end of this show as we start hearing Shannon. I'm going to do it off the air, and the number is 877-520-1150. Handle on the law questions, where I give you marginal legal advice. 877-520-1150, off the air, top of the hour. Now, I am a movie nut, and it used to be, before streaming really took off, I go to at least 2 movies a week, sometimes more. I was what the movie operators considered a P1, a person one, golden child. And I would, well, I'd bring my own food in because I got really tired of spending all the money. So for those of you that go to the movie, here's just a good one. Go to a medical supply store and get one of those bags, that they use, and put a tube in it, and then just put like Coke in it and the tube going up, and you can save yourself $9 for a big cup of Coke. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so with that being said, I don't go to movies anymore, and I'm not alone. Between streaming and COVID, and just in general movie theaters, because they haven't gotten very modern and they don't modernize them very much, people don't go to movies. Well, let me tell you, movie theater operators are going nuts, and they have been for a while, because as you can imagine, especially during COVID, entire theaters shut down. There was no place to go. And then the issue, we got used to streaming, and I've gone from going to 2 movies, sometimes 3 a week. I just sit home and I watch streaming. It's that simple. For a couple of reasons. First of all, I drink a lot of that catheter-based Coke, and I will, so I get to pee a few times. At the movie theater, you've lost it. Put it on pause and go to the bathroom. You just scored big time. And so, and it's a lot cheaper to make your little packet of popcorn in the microwave oven than spend $20 for a bucket of popcorn. So for me, it's at home. And today's TV sets are so good. They're so big. The sound quality is so good that you're sitting in a theater effectively. I mean, I love it. So what are movie theater owners are doing? Well, they're evolving. You talk to the guy who's chairman of the National Association of Theater Owners, Rolando Rodriguez is his name. He said, man, it's all about reinventing. It's like retail. You have to reinvent yourself. And here's what operators are doing. And when I read this, I was kind of, really? They're investing in improving sound, picture quality, and seating. So let's first talk about the picture quality and the sound. They are getting rid of their old technology, digital movie performance, or movie, what they call movie showings, with digital equipment. That's now old school. I mean, do you remember, it wasn't too many years ago when it was real film and the projections would bring in those big cans of film, and it took 2 or 3, and you needed 2 projectors to switch one over to the other, and then came in the digital world, and of course that was the end-all be-all. Well, guess what? That's now old school. Now it's laser-based equipment, where the picture is far brighter, it's crisper, upgrading the sound. Although the sound in movie theaters is pretty good when you think about it. I mean, how much more do you get? Well, you can do better sound. There's better quality sound, and they pay a lot of money for this. But over time, well, just to give you an example, real quickly, and that is, you've got, just reading this, and I have a projector at home, so, and that's kind of old, a bulb, which costs buckets of money. And so the average theater owner gets a bulb, and I think it's 200 or 400 hours. A laser projection is good for 20,000 hours. And so it saves money. The problem is it's really expensive. All right, so you have better equipment, you have better sound, better seating. Now, seating in movie theaters has always been a drag, unless you have really wide, you have seats with plenty of legroom. I mean, there is a world when you go to the movie theaters, when it's a crowded movie theater, excuse me, pardon me. And I usually go past people if I'm in the middle, and I go, excuse me. By the way, I have a bladder the size of a walnut, so you're going to have a rip-roaring good time sitting next to me. Well, theater owners are figuring out people don't like that, so what are they doing? They're getting much better seating. To the point where even recliners are now a big deal. They have theaters. That's the other thing is in terms of reinventing themselves. You have movie theaters. One in Pasadena, I forget the okay, iPad, which I've gone a couple of times, and I mean, you sit back. It's a recliner. I mean, it is.
Blankets.
I mean, it is just a neat way. And how much? And how much is it? $20?
No, it's like $40 a ticket.
Oh,
now.
is it?
Yeah, Amy and I just went. Amy King and I think it cost us, by the time we got out of there, tickets, food, everything, it was like $160, $180.
Just to see a movie?
Yeah, that's date night for me and Amy.
Who's worth spending $160 on in this world? I mean, come on. So in any case, the one time I went to those, or a couple of times, it was a few years ago. It was $15.
Oh yeah, no, it's not that anymore.
Maybe it was a recliner seats. Movie theater, the operators are buying just better seating. You know, it obviously cuts down on the number of seats you put in. However, I think they're talking to a core audience that wants to see a movie and is willing to pay more money. And not very much more money, but just pay more money. Okay, so that is that issue. The last issue is, well, two more issues. The food, they realized that high-end food is a good thing. There's a hot dog, and then there's a lobster taco.
That's I pick. You get all that fancy food.
Okay, that works. And then they do special events. They're using the movie theaters for, well, there's one that I was just reading about, and here it is, which I thought was kind of neat. It's a chain, where is it? It's a chain here in Southern California. It's a small chain. It's called Warehouse, and they only have 2 locations. They're going to open 3. And they run promotions, offering margaritas with movie tickets, for example. In one, they have a special called Daddy-Daughter Night. Now, that's a little problematic, not only in terms of what it's called, but also I assume the police show up in numbers at these things. So you have to be a little careful with that. Anyway, we're done. 877-520-1150. I'm taking phone calls for Handle on the Law off the air, starting in the moment. Gary and Shannon up next. Gary, what are you talking about?
Well, we're going to start with the Supreme Court today, hearing these big arguments about the student loan program, student debt forgiveness, as a matter of fact. We have Rupert Murdoch, we have Alec Murdoch, and we have the Heinz boat guy has finally been found. That and a whole lot more coming up. KFI and KOST, HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County.
I can't get there from here. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. San Bernardino County has declared a local emergency over the recent storm that has covered the mountains in deep snow. KFI's Blake Trolley reports live people in mountain towns have been trapped.
Well, some people have been trapped inside their homes on the mountain. Other people have been trapped in the valley, unable to reach their homes entirely. The county and Red Cross have set up a shelter at Redlands East Valley High School. 4 people stuck down low. Shelter manager David Bell says one person came last night because they needed power for a medical device.
Of course, there's more storms coming in today. So we're ready to ramp up to be able to handle however many people that we need.
Now, Jen, we have heard about supply chain issues as trucks can't get up these mountains. Jen's Finest Foods has several locations across the mountains. Manager Eric Lee at the Lake Arrowhead location says he could run out of milk and eggs, but otherwise his store is well stocked. He says, though, he might be in a different situation than other stores.
I've heard stories that the Ready Spring store is already empty. That they don't have anything left, and I'm not too sure about Cedar Glen.
County officials say the emergency will help bolster the response to the storm. They say crews have been working tirelessly around the clock on key routes for first responders.
However, no estimate has been given for when mountain highways will be open for public traffic. Reporting live from the Red Cross shelter in Redlands, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
The LADWP says more than 25,000 people are still without power because of the recent storm.
LADWP's Brian Wilbur says workers are trying to prioritize those who have been without electricity the longest. He says heavy rain and high winds over the weekend caused most of the outages.
There was multiple streets down. We have well over 1,000 incidents that are open right now.
Wilbur says several cities throughout LA are still affected from Del Mar to the Valley. He says crews are working as fast as possible, but response times are still between 24 to 48 hours. Chris Sassler, KFI News.
Customs officials say they've made a historic fentanyl seizure at the California-Mexico border.
After x-raying a pickup and a search by a canine unit, officers found 46 packages of fentanyl and 30 packages of meth with a combined street value of more than $1 billion. Agents say on Sunday a woman driving a pickup entered the Andrade-ported entry east of Calexico. She was sent to a secondary inspection area. Agents say they found the packages inside the pickup's fuel tank with a total weight of 86 pounds. Officials say the seizure set a record for that port of entry. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
The parents of a girl in Upland given racist drawings by other kids at school have called on the state attorney general to begin a formal investigation into the school. They also want the assistant principal and a teacher at Pepper Tree Elementary removed. Parents claim little action was taken by the Upland School District and that the district's response should have been timelier. Heavy snow's fallen across the northeast part of the country, and that's caused hundreds of schools in New England to close for the day. FlightAware says there were over 470 flight cancellations in the U.S. and 900 delays by mid-morning.
Northern New Jersey pummeled overnight, and in Pennsylvania, salt trucks and plows barely keeping up.
ABC's Trevor Alt says in Connecticut, the temperatures are expected to rise above freezing and then drop back down so all the snow could melt and later refreeze. But the Albany, New York area saw less snow than expected, just 2 to 5 inches. A sugar replacement called erythritol has been linked to blood clotting, stroke, heart attack, and death. A study published yesterday in the journal Nature Medicine says people with existing risk factors for heart disease like diabetes were twice as likely to experience a heart attack or stroke if they had high levels of the zero-calorie sweetener. And friends of Big Bear Lake say those 2 eggs laid by Jackie and Shadow are unlikely to hatch. They apparently have been trying to keep the eggs warm since the first egg was laid on January 11th. But we've been watching the Eagle Cam, but again, KFI Financial Report is brought to you by Jacoby and Myers. The Dow is down 169, S&P is down 1, NASDAQ up 18, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California, $4.77. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a sunny day right now, but don't be fooled. We've got rain coming in later this afternoon, heavy in the late afternoon, evening, and into tomorrow morning. Bringing with it snow in the mountains. 3,000 to 4,500 feet is where you'll see the bulk of the snow, but we could still see dustings around 1,500 feet. Highs in the mountains just in the 30s. For the rest of us, will be in the mid-40s to the very low 50s. Let's get a look at your drive with BKFI in the sky, and this time, where we headed to the 5, Will?
The 5 it is. In Newhall, yes. Southbound side of the 5. Southbound 5 between the 14 and the 210. All the truck lanes are closed. Main line for cars, that's all open, but it's just adding to your slowing. It's jammed back to Calgrove on that southbound 5. Crash in Mission Hills. This is kind of a big one, and it is there off the side, but really bad traffic getting away from Laurel Canyon. Trying to get through Baldwin Park. Big pothole being repaired there on the 10 freeway westbound. The transition road to the 605 south. That's just getting stopped up back in Azusa Ave. South LA. Crash has been moved to the right shoulder. This is the 110 freeway southbound of Adams Boulevard. Still traffic backed up to about Avenue 43 getting out of Highland Park. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Will Goldschreiber. This hour, and if you have a legal question and want marginal legal advice, you can call me right now because I'll help you off the air. 877-520-1150. That's 877-520-1150. Right now.
UNCF uplifts the history and culture of the African American community and salutes the past, present, and future of excellence and high achievement at historical black colleges and universities. Over the years, HBCUs have consistently graduated outstanding Americans of all backgrounds. who have made great contributions to the prosperity and stability of our nation. This month, make a gift to support the new generation of activists, leaders, artists, business owners, and educators. Go to umcf.org/donate today, because a mind is a terrible thing to do.
Spring's going to be here before you know it, so start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology.
Call SolarMax, get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month for the most powerful solar panels on the market. Plus, want to lock in those NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
Save even more with a 30% federal tax credit in California solar rebate.
Call SolarMax, start saving money by spring on their 12-panel system for $0 down, $59.99 a month.
It's seriously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together.
Before we start the annual meeting of John's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number? Nope. Oh no.
You were stolen. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
Inflation is nothing more than legalized theft. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and to preserve your wealth, I highly recommend keeping physical gold in your retirement account. To learn more, text the word SHELTER to 989898 to get a free info kit on gold IRAs from First Gold, which is the only gold IRA company I trust. So text SHELTER to 989898 to request your free info kit right now.
This is Jacob and Rabbi. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
More stimulating talk.
And welcome back. Where's your mic?
This is the craziest thing I've ever experienced in my life.
Gary Hoffman.
The problem, sir, is that our hero is not he's not a handsome man.
Shannon Barrett.
The whole crowd banging together and started chanting.
Gary and Shannon.
That's how the show started.
I don't know what you've been told.
Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Have you heard about those kids from Irvine stranded up in the mountains at camp? Who made the decision to go ahead with camp knowing that the biggest storm of ever was moving in last week?
I don't know. Considering it wasn't like it was a surprise.
Right.
It wasn't like we were not saying it was going to snow in Santa Clarita.
We'll get an update on their conditions coming up in the next hour. I'm sure they're fine. I mean, not their conditions. I mean, the conditions that may keep them up there for a little bit longer.
Bottom of the hour, we're going to get into the Alec Murdaugh case out of South Carolina. The defense is rested. We're expecting closing arguments tomorrow. This will be an interesting case because, how many times have we said the prosecutor's got to get every vote in that jury, and the defense only needs to flip one person. And so just enough doubt. And does this guy's reputation in South Carolina mean that they're more likely to fall under his folksy spell?
I watched the Netflix documentary series and burned through all 4 episodes last night. It is riveting. You and I covered every detail. I thought we knew everything there was to know. But when they sit down and interview the kids that went to school with the brothers and the kids who were there the night of the boating accident when the girl died, Mallory Beach, because the son was wasted, it is fascinating how much the family was able to, and they continue to do so, including murder.
We'll talk also today ends COVID restrictions. We're entering sort of a new era. And I know that a lot of it is like, well, somebody may be immune from some of that, but in other places, this is an important day.
The Supreme Court today considering whether to strike down President Biden's student loan debt relief plan. it looks like the program would allow eligible borrowers to cancel up to $20,000 in debt. It has been blocked since the 8th U.S. Circuit Court.
Look, I was listening to some of the arguments, and trust me, it's not riveting. Listening to the highest legal minds in our country argue things out in a 4-part Murdoch documentary.
It is interesting, though, when you talk about the constitutional separation of powers and the issues that raises with a decision like this.
Yeah, I think there's a, when you look at Biden v. Nebraska and Department of Education v. Brown, these are the two cases that they're hearing from today, or hearing oral arguments on today. They're discussing not just a student loan and whether or not an agency, whether it's the Department of Education or the White House, it's not just that they would have the ability to forgive some student loans or wipe them out altogether. It's when does somebody in the administrative executive branch, when do they have the power to do something like this?
The Nebraska Solicitor General James Campbell argued on behalf of the 6 Republican states suing the administration, urging the High Court to declare the program unlawful. He said the administration is attempting to bypass Congress and that there is no statute that authorizes the sweeping action of canceling $400 billion in student loan debt. The Biden administration, on the other side, argues it has the authority to cancel the debt under the HEROES Act. That law states the government can provide relief during a national emergency, such as the COVID pandemic, which seems to know giant overreach.
Well, considering the HEROES Act came into effect after the September 11th attack, the original purpose of it was to protect American military men and women, service members, who were struggling already to pay their loans back if they were then called active duty. The plan was, we don't want to make lives worse for these people. We're asking them to serve their, in the military. At the same time, they'd be saddled with student debt. And the plan was that HEROES Act would allow the Secretary of Education, President, etc., to come in and say, you don't have to pay those student loan debts back.
You can't ask people to fight for the country and then charge them interest. But I think there's an argument, as much as I would love it just to go away for everybody that owes money, there is my house of, well, you're going to have thousands of dollars of debt, you're never going to be able to get out from under it, and to what end? For the fancy diploma?
Well,
and you don't even know what you want to do, Shan. I mean, when you're 18 years old, rarely do you know exactly what you're going to want to do and what specific college you should go to for it, and why does it have to be the best?
I see a parallel in this between financial health and physical health. Next hour, we're going to talk about this new study about how bad obesity actually is for you. We're now concentrating on the after effects instead of student loans.
Right.
Why is it that it's predatory? Why are you going to be obligated to spend or to pay this thing back for 30 or 40 years with your left-handed puppetry degree that you
and
want?
If you just pay off the minimum, like you learn when you get your first credit card, you're never going to get out from under that.
You'll be 90 years old, and even then you'll still have some, after you die, that someone's got to pay off for you. That type of education is as parallel is, we got to stop lying to people about the food they put in their face holes and what it does to them and for them or against them.
It's time to have those uncomfortable conversations.
And the thing is, we have to do it when we're talking to our kids. We can't continue to try to ignore the fact that they have to make these decisions going forward. You're going to have to teach your kids how to eat correctly. You're going to have to teach your kids how to spend money correctly instead of a loan forgiveness program that you can qualify for because you were so ill-informed originally. Anyway, so we'll keep an eye on those arguments. They're going on right now. I didn't remember if you want to listen to just a tiny bit of them?
There are huge factual deficiencies in trying to premise standing on that basis.
Factual deficiencies.
I could actually listen to this.
I want there to be.
I think it's a good argument. I mean, I think it's the arguments are. I just don't know if the administration has a leg to stand on.
They don't. I don't think so. Especially not in front of this court. I don't think they have.
Fox News ?
Talk about what he has said about his network. Gary and Shannon will continue. Jennifer Jones-Lee is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The White House documentary called Robbed, 77 minutes of police incompetence that's scheduled to be shown today at a theater in Uvalde. And Seattle leads the list of the nation's saddest large metro areas, with people saying they've been feeling depressed and hopeless. However, Riverside thing with the snow in the mountains, highs will be in the 30s in the mountains and will just make it into the low 50s inland. This report is brought to you by Compassion International. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places like the 605.
605 freeway jammed back from Azusa Avenue. Now it's at Boulevard, even though it's not blocking any lanes, it's slow back from Avenue 43. And in Mission Hills, we still have this one. 118 freeway, westbound before the 405. A crash there has you on the brakes all the way back from Laurel Canyon. KFI is your sign to try Staples for your print, a perfect guarantee. There are no agents. They can close in days and they buy with cash.
And they offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving.
Check out their reviews online and call for no obligation offer at 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-AS-IS.
896-1658. Bill Handle here, and if you have a legal question and you want marginal legal advice, you can call me right now, 77520-1150, right now.
You can help. $50 for advice. Failures, climate extremes, and aging infrastructure make a backup gym for Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring, you can learn how to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
Have you heard there's a new way here to deal with joint pain that's done in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo, with more on the way?
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in these amazing treatments. They take
Patients are raving about this all over the country. Pro athletes have been doing this for years, but now it's available to anyone.
Imagine being pain-free like this summer, living life the way you used to, walking, running, playing sports.
If you've got pain from arthritis or injury, don't take steroids and in pain. 213-997-CAIN.
Non-surgical joint pain relief has arrived. 213-997-PAIN. Alphabet Boys, cigar-smoking mystery man who drives a silver hearse. In his house, there's like a lot of guns. But our federal agents catching bad guys, they're creating them. He was just waiting for me to set the date, the time, and then for sure he was trying to get ahead. Listen to Alphabet Boys on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Universal, cis-normative view of the parenting and birthing process. What that means.
John and Ken.
Don't find a euphemism for that.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
We got an email from one of the parents. One of the kids stuck up and it was the best thing ever for the kids. They absolutely did not want to come home. There's that too.
Normal camp, non-snowed-in camp.
I remember going to outdoor school. I think it was the first time I was away from my parents, 6th grade.
Outdoor school.
Outdoor school. It was for a week, and we got like, I don't want to say like, but it felt like it was a million miles away. But I think that if they said you're going to be here for another week, I would have probably freaked out a little bit.
You would have walked away at some point. Well, speaking of the winter storm, is going to be bringing more rain and snow across the state tonight into tomorrow. This morning, our statewide snowpack is that a chaos erupted in Russia overnight. There were drone fighter jets near St. Petersburg was also called out. Because of St. Petersburg, the Polkovo airport came to a standstill. Authorities shut down the surrounding airspace, saying,
Can you believe that?
Can I believe it? Why, yes, I think I can.
This is all about Dominion voting systems. $1.6 billion defamation suit against both Fox News and its parent company, Fox Corporation. Hosts knew they were peddling Trump's with complete BS. Guess what? They also know that many of their viewers are pro-Trump people. They go there to hear that. They go there to hear what they want to hear. And you think Fox News wants to turn them away? Hell no.
Because they were already hemorrhaging viewers to places like whether he could have told Fox News' chief executive and its stars to stop giving airtime to people like Rudy Giuliani. He assented. He said, I could have, but I didn't. The Fox statement called Dominion stance extreme, saying that there are free. So, you moron, you can't continue to lie for someone to lie. But if you don't, you ethically and morally, you have a responsibility to tell people,
There's no proof to what this moron is spewing on our air.
I don't know. I mean, you've got to take the product and when they watch it, because if we're looking for news agencies to do our work for us and to give us nothing but the truth, I think we're in a dangerous place.
A lot of people are just finding the easy way out because despite all of that, people still acknowledge that. They'll still just allow them to be themselves to be spoofed.
I just don't want to get to a place where as a news station, you have to completely can't have any fun, you can't give any opinion, you can't give any commentary. I think it's a very dangerous place to be in America. And we also like money. Fox News likes money. If it's going to move the meters to go along, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Now, the key Dominion attorney in a deposition, whether or not Fox endorsed at times this false notion of a stolen election, Rupert Murdoch said, no, not Fox, no. Maybe Lou Dobbs, maybe Maria Bartiromo as commentators. And he says,
they were riding hard on Dominion being the problem, or if it was just the general, the Democrats stole the election.
Well, and if you remember, the issue of Dominion voting systems was there were 3 people that I can recall who kept kept going after Dominion. It was
Dominion to be trashed, I guess.
Yeah.
And how frequent was this? I mean, how much airtime are we talking about?
Like, how many for then Tucker Carlson to say the same, to react the same way he did with Matt Gaetz? He could have said, that's the weirdest interview I've ever done. This guy is completely pulling stuff out of his pillows.
But again, I don't know if you're George Soros money, and you and I didn't go like, okay, well, let's just what they think is crooked. That's a lot to cover today. It's not like first on Dominion and their voting system.
Right. Well, I do think that's why this is a very, very, it's going to be very tough for Dominion to prove. And I think that's why we have.
The trial is coming to an end. It looks like we're just waiting on the prosecution's rebuttal case and a site visit to the estate where the murders took place. But wow, I was riveted by this story, even more so than I have been since we've been following it from go. Just how entrenched this family is in this small town South Carolina legal world.
They've live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
San Bernardino County has declared a state of emergency due to
are begging folks stay off the roads.
ABC's Matt Gutman says if you get a winter storm, more snow is expected to fall through tomorrow. News is brought to you by Southern California Edison, a member of the Armenian organized crime family. Babak Brumund was also ordered yesterday. Advisors is set to consider a motion to end the country being heard today and would end the proclamation of a local emergency and the proclamation of a local health emergency on March 31st. A youth jail diversion program for low-level crimes in OC has run out of grant funding after decades.
Nonprofit treats underlying causes for first-time offenses of crimes like shoplifting, truancy, simple assault, or vandalism.
If they were to go to court, it may be dismissed completely. The offense may just require a fine that the parents pay.
In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Hundreds of girls attending different schools in Iran have been exposed to what's believed to be noxious fumes walking into their classrooms for the past 3 months. Officials in Iran say the fumes were intentional attacks involving about 30 schools. Some schoolgirls ended up in the hospital from the exposure. Officials say the attacks could be aimed at trying to close schools for girls. California snowpack has improved even more with all the winter weather. The Sierra Nevada mountain range is buried under several feet of new snow as of yesterday. California snow water equivalent was 181% of normal for February 27th and 156% of a full season's average. SoCal weather from KFI. We're going to keep these cold temperatures in the forecast, and even though you might see some breaks of sunshine today, we have the bulk of the storm coming in later this afternoon, overnight into tomorrow. That's when we will get rain in the valley, but we could see snow as low as 1,500 feet, with highs in the mountains just in the 30s, and we'll make more Belinda. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places like the 5.
LA, a couple of Caltrans trucks, a lot going on there, so it is slow as you approach. Now, if you're trying to get through Carson, stall there on the 110 freeway, southbound at the 405, that's got them slow from the 91. Some really good news from Michigan. The 118 freeway, westbound before the 405, that crash is gone, it's out of there. But traffic pretty much recovering, just a few break there. And if you're headed into the local mountains, hit the chains at least, or maybe consider driving another day, because most of the roadways are still requiring chains, and some are just out now closed if you're headed into the hills. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Will Goldschrock. Hey, all, it's Dean Sharp. Are you running out of hot water? Water Heaters Only has been specializing in the repair and replacement of water heaters since 1968. That's conditions apply. Request quick service or call to speak with a live operator 24 hours a day. Don't wait and don't overpay. Visit waterheatersonly.com today. That's waterheatersonly.com. Bill Handel here, and if you have a legal question and want marginal legal advice, you can call me right now, because I'll help you off the air. 877-520-1150. That's 877-520-1150 right now. A man called Otto, the joyous and lively savings pass from 1-800-Flowers.com.
Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust.
Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are for show, audio is a core part of that.
As the #1 audio sites and data you need to grow, not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Looking for your next investment opportunity? How about 100% passive ownership from Walmart, Whole Foods, Kroger, Publix, and more? Grocery store anchored commercial real estate offers day one cash flow and more. Get information on current and upcoming opportunities commercial 301-9010 or go to fnrpradio.com. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRP's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrpradio.com. If you get hurt in an accident, choose the law firm with the experience to win. Choose Jacoby & Myers. When something happens in the KFI studios, check it out on our socials at KFI AM 640 before somebody makes us take it down.
Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We will keep our eye on the Supreme Court, which is hearing oral arguments today in two cases challenging President Biden's student loan debt forgiveness program, which remains on hold. Millions of student loan borrowers could get to $20,000 of their debt canceled, depending on the outcome. Key legal question in the case is whether the HEROES Act grants the executive branch this emergency power to implement this. That was passed in the wake of September 11th, and it grants the executive branch the power to waive or modify federal student loans because of a war or other military operation or national emergency. In this case, they're saying it was the COVID-19 pandemic, but they may not even get to those merits of the case. The justices must consider whether the suing parties have the standing to even bring these challenges. So the Republican Republican-led states that brought this must show that they have the legal injury necessary to be able to bring the challenge. They need to show they were harmed in some way in order for this to go forward, which may be a high hurdle.
Chicago is voting today for mayor. Mayor Lori Lightfoot crushed the challengers 4 years ago, but there are 8 challengers that have lined up against her, and unless one of them wins more than 50% of the vote, the top 2 finishers today would advance to a runoff on April 4th. It is very likely. There's a couple of people. She has been campaigning on, or had spent some time talking about reducing the size of Chicago Police Department force. The 2 leading challengers behind her in the polls are both saying we need to hire a lot more cops in Chicago.
Terrible scene at spring training yesterday. Gavin Lux had a horrific injury. It's one of those really hard to watch videos. Had to be carted off. He's going to miss the season. Torn ACL.
I didn't see what he did.
He was a non-contact injury. He was running the third, and he just stepped wrong. Like he was just running all out, and he stepped wrong, and it just buckled his knee. You could see it go the wrong way. Sorry, but it was really, your heart goes out for him. And as he falls to the ground at the base, you just see him go, ah. Oh, man.
Tom Sizemore has told TMZ that his doctors have told his family this is basically a life decision now. He's critical care. He's in a coma, no sign of improvement after an aneurysm last week. So medical staff has recommended what they call an end-of-life plan, which is not good. So, hopefully.
Defense attorneys have rested their case in the Alex Murdaugh's double murder trial. Prosecutors will begin their rebuttal case today. They're going to call a handful of these witnesses before the jury goes on a site visit to that estate where the wife and son were shot to death in 2021. Looks like the state will call 4 or 5 witnesses today to testify on issues raised by the defense, and they hope to finish by the end of the day today.
Prosecution featured 61 witnesses over 3 weeks of testimony. The 14th and final defense witness, by the way, was Alex Murdaugh's brother, John Marvin Murdaugh, testified in very emotional terms about what was left of Pawpaw after he had suffered a shotgun blast. He said it had not been cleaned up. I saw blood, brains, pieces of skull. For some reason, I thought it was something that I needed to do for Paul to clean it up. I felt like it was the right thing to do.
So this family has swept things under the rug for a long time. They go back 5 generations of running the legal circles there in Hampton County, South Carolina. And the documentary goes through on Netflix and how it was kind of just a known thing that when these 2 sons, Buster and Pawpaw, would get into trouble, they'd call their grandpa, who was the scion of the legal world and of their family, and he would make things go away. Several DUIs, several DUI crashes. There was Buster, who apparently may have killed a kid who he was having a homosexual affair with. When he was in high school, there was at least 1 DUI rollover truck crash that Pawpaw was involved in that they cleaned up and made go away. Apparently, the family shows up, the grandpa and the father, and they clear up, and the mother, too. The mother is also complicit in the look the other way. That people had come to her and said, your sons have a problem with drinking. They're out of control. And she would just look the other way. That Mags and Alex would provide alcohol to all their kids' friends. And that it was just a culture of, and not just Southern, but a culture of letting these kids do whatever they wanted. It reminded me of the influenza case. Remember the kid who got into the DUI crash that his parents let him do what the same kind of culture, same kind of thing, that when they got into the boat accident with this kid, Pawpaw was just ways to realize that the girls did not turn up out of the water, how he did not want to talk to the first responders, but he just wanted to use their phone to call his grandfather to make this go away. I mean, it's just disgusting.
The issue of this guy's notoriety, of Alex Murdaugh's notoriety, his family's history, 100 years basically, in terms of being very high profile members of the community, members of the legal community, and therefore members, or at least known by the law enforcement community in South Carolina, it's going to be, and without any sort of physical evidence that ties him to the murders. Remember, it's, almost all circumstantial evidence. Hard case for them to prove.
Well, and think of how far their tentacles stretch. It's not just judges. It's not just lawyers. It's the law enforcement community. It's making things go away for people that are in power positions for decades. A lot of favors have gone on with this family.
Every time I see this, outside of the video, every time I hear audio from the courtroom, I picture any sort of John Grisham novel.
Yeah.
Air conditioning in a 1920s courthouse is out or was never installed. There's ceiling fans with big wooden blades, and it's just everybody in the gallery fanning themselves because it's so hot. And he's up on the stand talking about,
as addicted as I was, and things I was doing. There's all kind of things that to be able to look yourself in the mirror. You lie to yourself.
Instead of opioids in their 30s, it would have been, I don't know, the bottom of a gin bottle or something.
I said the same thing to my husband last night. I said, this is a John Grisham novel. And it made me miss him because I've read all of them pretty much, or I did for a long time. I kind of kept up with all the new releases. And I'm like, I got to get back into one of those. Those are great books. I love me a legal thriller.
All right, coming up next, we found our Heinz guy. The story is absolutely fantastic. I don't know why we didn't see it at the Super Bowl, but Heinz has found their boat guy. We'll talk about it when we come back.
Gary and Shannon will return. Jennifer Jones-Lee is in the newsroom.
3 former crew members in the 2021 filming of Rust are suing Alec Baldwin along with Rust Movie Productions for negligence and intentional infliction of emotional stress. An American citizen was killed in the West Bank in violence between the Palestinians and Israelis. And happy National Pancake Day to you. IHOP is celebrating by offering customers 1 free short stack. SoCal weather from KFI. Looks like we've got a cold day ahead. Don't be fooled if you've got sunshine right now. We've got more rain coming later this afternoon, heaviest later this evening, overnight into tomorrow. More snow is expected as well. This report is brought to you by your Staples stores. Let's get a look at your drive with BKFI in the sky in the 405.
Getting into Costa Mesa out of Irvine, northbound side at the 55. Got to crash there's a couple of lanes taken away, and that will be a rough go for you guys coming from as far back as Culver. Also seeing delays for you on the 55 southbound coming out of Orange from before the 22, almost as far back as Chapman Avenue. Heavy delays for you to Edinburgh, but patchy delays continuing further southbound on the 55 as you make way through the Santa Ana and Costa Mesa area toward the 73. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Nick Polio-King. This report is sponsored by Audible. Find everything you love listening to on Audible. Here's celebrity memoirs, mysteries, true crime, sci-fi, and more. Audible is the home of storytelling, audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com.
When we hire new technicians at Service Champions, we always ask, would I trust this person to show up on my mother's doorstep? Leland Smith here, founder of Service Champions Plumbing, Heating, and AC. If a technician doesn't pass the mother's doorstep test, they'll never make it to your house. Applicants have to look clean and professional, and they have to be kind and polite, and they have to treat people with respect. They have to pass a background check and a drug test. When they do show up, they'll be wearing a clean uniform and a company ID. They'll wear shoe covers in your home and clean up after they leave. You're going to love your Service Champions technician, because I flat out guarantee you, if I would send them to my mother's doorstep, I would never send them to yours. Our number is 833-777-7777, or find us online at servicechampions.com.
During Staples Teacherpalooza, teachers save big or you save. It's the perfect time to help your favorite teachers stock their classroom. Save 25% on classroom decor. Plus, 2-ounce bottles of Purell hand sanitizer at just 49 cents. Each are only offering $3.11. Hurry to Staples today. Bill Handel here, and if you have a legal question and want marginal legal advice, you can call me right now because I'll help you off the air. 877-520-1150. That's 877-520-1150 right now. If you've been thinking about selling your home, the real estate market is changing. But before you call an agent, call Seller's Advantage. Seller's Advantage is focused on the seller's needs. They'll make you a competitive cash offer, and they can close in days. No agents, no commissions. Getting your home ready to list can be expensive and complicated, and you may not want people coming in and out of your house. Oh, that's true. Seller's Advantage makes the selling process easy so that the sellers walk away happy. They may even offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving expenses. Get a no-obligation offer at 888-302-AS-IS, 888-302-AS-IS. 888-302-AS-IS, sellersadvantage.com.
Sellers Advantage will buy your home, make it easy so that you don't have to worry. Self-happy with Sellers Advantage.
CRE number 0196168.
Guy in heat transmission fluid.
Seriously? My dealership just checked the brake.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for car repair. I can't believe that check engine light is on again. So don't risk it. Take your car to the experts at AMCO. AAMCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details.
For a better you in 2023, start with better water. Hey, it's Dean Sharp for Light Source, the whole house water system that will help you be a better you. It's
clean and healthy water is essential to look and feel your best, and it is. Then unfiltered chlorinated water just doesn't cut it. LifeSource removes the bad stuff, keeps the good, and means no more chlorine showers or baths. Feel great, look great, get LifeSource water. Call 800-803-2696 or visit LifeSourceWater.com. LifeSource, taste and feel the difference.
California will begin phasing out Mylar balloons. They will become a legal contraband.
I'm quite sure on the black market you'll still be able to find your Mylar balloons.
My name is Lennet, and if they don't have it, then they must not have Tennet.
Mo Kelly,
I got the Mylar balloons, and the silver spoons, and everything that you need to make the party. Hardy.
live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Gary Shannon, I
The
love it.
slap, it's going to be a live, it's going to be a doozy. A source telling them if you are waiting to see Rock on tour address the infamous Will Slap situation, the comedian is waiting to spill his humorous take on it during his live Netflix stand-up special.
It's called Selective Outrage. It's also going to feature Amy Schumer, Jerry Seinfeld, and Leslie Jones.
You just don't think women are funny.
I think a lot of women are funny.
Name one.
Oh, do you mean comedians? Sorry, I misunderstood the question. President, this was a fun story. Maybe later on in the show. President Biden caused some issues the other day. Not the part where he said, I know I'm a white boy, but I'm not stupid. Not that part. He said that at the Black History Month, at the commemoration that they did at the White House. That's not that part. He and his wife went out to dinner at Red Hen in Bloomingdale, the area near D.C., and they ordered the exact same food. Chicory salad, grilled bread and butter, 2 bowls of rigatoni.
It seems like a lot of food for two.
Oh, and I mean, by 2 bowls, I mean they each had their separate bowl, but bowl of rigatoni. How often do you go out with just you and your husband and you order the exact same food? Isn't that sort of an unstated rule of going out as a couple? You say, what are you thinking about? And he goes, I'm thinking about the margarita pizza. And you go,
Yeah,
I was thinking about the margarita pizza.
But
I'll get the chicken, you get the
But I'm not 80, and I don't like what I know that I like. I'm still in the adventure period of my life where I'm like, what's that? What's going on there?
You know
I'll try that.
Just the basic parameters
By
of what
the
your
time
body
I'm
can handle.
80, I'm probably going to eat the same crap every meal.
Get 2 pieces of Wonder Bread, one of them with mayonnaise, please.
But no, yeah, it is kind of an unspoken rule. Like if my husband's going to get something that I was thinking about getting, I'll get something different. Because I'm going to get my fork up in there anyway.
I think there have been times we've ordered. I even think we've ordered the same thing if it's just the 2 of us. Maybe if there's more people there, yes, we would order the same thing. I don't know. It just to me struck.
It also doesn't seem like we should have taken that much time to talk about it. Like, why are people caring?
Because one person on Twitter was upset about it.
Yeah. And why are we doing that in this world?
I'm telling you, it is a frustrating thing. One person on Twitter has a funny enough quip, and like, wait a minute, this has caused an internet furor.
Chris Little used to do this to me. He'd be like, I got a call from a listener who says that you don't say the correctly. So let's sit down and talk about you. And I'm obviously making this up.
I don't know, you're not.
You are.
By the way, he's in the building and he'll come in this room, Shannon.
I don't care. He's waiting that person who called in
For
their
humanity,
opinion or anything. Like, why is one person with opinion getting all the volume in the room?
In South Georgia for a couple of weeks before continuing on with the mission.
Oh, he's at the
Not
door.
before sending check with his body.
Seriously.
Sorry. Thanks, Shannon.
Elvis Francois survived being stranded at sea for more than 3 weeks by eating what was left on the boat, including ketchup. So Heinz, the people who make said ketchup, tried to get the internet, speaking of which, the one time critter, to help locate Elvis so that they could give him a new boat. He was found by an organization called Emo News in Dominica, given a cell phone by a company, and now they say Heinz is going to give him a full boat.
I love it. And, we called it They should have gotten their act together before the Super Bowl, because this would have been the fan favorite.
Fun. It would have been so much fun.
Yeah.
Now, he had said he heard from a lot of people that Heinz was trying to find it, but he didn't have a phone at all. So Insider, the Business Insider, viewed a copy of his photo ID, verified his identity, and he said, I spoke to Heinz yesterday and said that they'll try to find a way to organize getting a vote for me. That should not be hard. You're Heinz.
Yeah.
You could snap a boat into existence and sail it to Dominican.
Why aren't we getting this guy a house? Why are we getting him a boat where he barely survived? Again, why are we putting this guy back on the water where he had to live for a month eating your crap ketchup? I mean, the ketchup's delicious.
Well, also,
but if you're eating it for a month, that gets a little tedious, you know? But like you said, at least they didn't give him a lifetime supply of ketchup,
right?
Which would have been triggering, maybe. But the boat's right up there.
They understood the importance of it. Hey, the celebration of a lifetime is waiting for you. KFI wants to send you to celebrate 100 years of Disney at the Disneyland Resort.
Keep listening to KFI AM 640 for details on your chance to win a 4-pack of one-day, one-park tickets to Disneyland or Disney California Adventure Park.
There's also an extra chance to win on KFI's Instagram page. Both ticket and park reservations are going to be required.
Visit Disneyland.com for important details.
All right, coming up later in the show, we've got a true crime story, an axe murderer this time. I think we've done an axe murderer on True Crime Tuesday.
It's been a while.
Of course, Tasty Tuesday with Neil Saavedra is coming along next hour. We're going to get into Swamp Watch also. But on the other side of Jonesy's news, the Irvine kids, the luckiest kids ever.
They love it.
Stuck in Snowmageddon. In fact, the guy that we talked about last week who said it's not snowing in Santa Clarita, right? That guy?
Snowing in Santa Clarita.
He was the one who said, he called back yesterday and said they got stuck basically in Arrowhead. They made it up there. And then I am so jealous.
Also, we have a former coworker that's gone missing in the Bay Area.
This is weird.
It is weird. We'll talk about all of that coming up next on Gary and Shannon.
Mood enhancing, pharmacy grade, stimulating talk.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Not going anywhere anytime soon. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. San Bernardino County has declared a recent storm that's covered the mountains in deep snow. KFI's Blake Trolley reports live people in mountain towns have been trapped.
Highways going up the mountain are closed and conditions will likely remain challenging with more snow in the forecast. The county and Red Cross have set up a shelter at Redlands East Valley High School for people stuck down low, not able to get back up. This woman at the shelter says responders had to rescue her from her home over the weekend in the mountains.
Without electricity to run my oxygen concentrator, and was running low on my backup oxygen supplies.
Her husband is home alone right now without power. Now, we've heard about supply issues as trucks can't get up the hill. Manager Eric Lee at Jensen's Finest Foods says he's heard the store's location in Running Springs has been depleted. He says his store is in a different situation.
We're fairly still stocked pretty good just because people can't get out. I do have a bakery here, so they're baking bread. I'm almost out of milk. Milk's probably going to be the first thing to go, maybe eggs after that.
County officials say the emergency will bolster the response to the storm system. They say crews have been working tirelessly around the clock around key routes for first responders. However, no estimate has been given for when mountain highways will be open for public traffic. At the Red Cross shelter in Redlands, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
A large eucalyptus tree has fallen across the road in Brentwood. This man says his newly licensed 16-year-old was driving on Montana Avenue last night.
We were driving home with our pizza order, and we thought a branch was about to hit our windshield, and so she instinctively punched it.
He tells KTLA they couldn't tell right away that it was the whole tree that fell because it was raining, but it just missed them. He says the car pulled over and saw a torn tuft of eucalyptus on the car. The tree took down some power lines. Water officials in Southern California say the recent rains and snow will help build up extra water supplies for future use.
The Metropolitan Water District says it's been keeping a close eye on the amount of moisture accumulating up north and down here, because that will help decide how much water the Southland receives from the state for the rest of the year.
Over the last 20 years or so, with plus million more people in the area, our demands have relatively remained flat.
EMWD's Dmitry Polozov says they service 19 million people, and it takes roughly 4 million acre-feet of water a year to take care of them, or about 1 acre-foot of water for 3 people. Gregory King of News.
A father wanted a drug dealer to get 20 years for selling the fentanyl that killed his daughter, but a federal judge in Riverside has given the guy 9 years.
He deceived my daughter to death.
Matt Capilouto says in 2019, his daughter Alexandra thought she was getting a painkiller.
Through the plea deal, he ended up admitting that he knew the pills contained fentanyl.
Capilouto says many cases similar to his daughter get no justice at all.
Every time you hear of one of these stories of somebody dying from fentanyl, there should be a follow-up story of somebody being arrested and somebody being held accountable. And that does not happen nearly enough.
The judge said yesterday he was not convinced McDowell knew the big pills had a fatal dose of fentanyl. At federal court in Riverside, Corbin Carson, KFID.
The Supreme Court has started hearing arguments in a partisan legal fight over President Biden's plan to forgive or reduce student loans held by millions of people in the U.S. Biden's student loan forgiveness plan, announced last August, is estimated to cost $400 billion over 30 years.
Under the federal government would forgive up to $10,000 in debt for borrowers earning less than $125,000 a year, or for couples earning less than $250,000 a year.
ABC's Jerry Moran said for students who qualified for Pell Grants, they would receive an additional $10,000 in loan forgiveness. Biden said yesterday he's confident the legal authority to carry out his plan is there. And Target's planning to invest as much as $5 billion this year in expanding services for customers. This includes a drive-up service for returns, renovations at 175 stores across the country, and improvements in online shopping. Taking a look at your KFI financial report, sponsored by Jacoby and Myers. Right now, the Dow is down 90, S&P is up 12. NASDAQ is up 62, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.77. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a partly cloudy day right now, but then it's going to get very gray as more showers head our way and get heavier in the evening, overnight into tomorrow, bringing with them snow. Highs today are just going to be in the upper 30s if you're in the mountains, and just the upper 40s to very low 50s inland. 52 right now in Garden Grove, 50 in Orange, Arcadia, and in Pacific Palisades. Let's check out that drive with EKFI in the sky in the 110.
Starting to see delays right around Century Boulevard, kind of patchy until you get a little closer to Swanson, and then really fast and tight for your drive continuing through downtown, passing the 10 to the 101. Southbound side of the 110, not looking much better for you actually this morning, coming away from as far back as the Amerisol. Seeing patchy delays for you 110 southbound and you continue toward the 10 states of Monmouth Freeway. Westbound side of the 10, as you're coming off the 60, that'll be still going, leaving Lorena through downtown and mid-city into West LA. To the 405, you're seeing a few delays beyond that towards Santa Monica and the coast. Eastbound side of the 10 looking a little bit better, sluggish into downtown out of mid-city from as far back as Vermont Avenue to the 110. Got an update of something slowing you down, Township 15 on your cell phone. Keyword, KFI traffic as you make your way westbound along the 60, in through the industry and Hacienda Heights area, approaching the 605. Caltrans Street setting up shop for the midday drive. That's going to be a rough go for you, leaving Azusa Avenue patchy delays overall. 60 westbound still from the morning drive, heading into the midday from before the 57. Westbound side of the 10 is also the 60 westbound. Not too bad, just kind of slow going here and there. Stretches from Francis Quito before the 605, 10 West San Bernardino Freeway towards downtown LA and the 101. KFI in the sky helps get to there faster. I'm Nick Poliokini. Hey, it's Being Sharp. California just changed the laws for solar. Sadly, it means new solar customers will get 75% less compensation. The good news is you can lock in the great rates of the current system, but you need to have your solar documents filed by April 14th, which means now is the time to call Sunlux. If you're even thinking about solar, call Sunlux and get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait. Start today at sunlux.com, sunlux.com. CSLB 1008374.
Do you have heart failure? And often here,
those stomach issues ruined your birthday. You're too tired to play catch, Grandpa. Sweetie, you haven't touched your tools since the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
if these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, come see a cardiologist. Ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much
much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen his social security number? Not me. Nope. Oh no. He's been stolen. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tilden, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really?
I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a deepfake.
Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's Really Know Really right there.
Really Know Really.
Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Termite problems? Search PacificCoastTermite.com or call 800-PACIFIC.
ASI.
More stimulating talk.
An iHeart radio station.
Keep moving, keep moving.
Oh, thank you.
The whole screenshot of what you were searching for.
But it couldn't find for it. Isn't that great? That was one of my favorite texts.
That was good.
Well, I didn't send that. I don't know what you have a problem with, Effie Trinket.
I mean, I have
your
picture in my phone, my contact picture.
Compliment. It's like you look like Elizabeth Banks in Hunger Games. Like at her when she's a character, when she's like a jokey joke character, looking like hell.
Jokey joke character.
But that's okay.
Did I ever show you what I have for Jacob? I don't have a good one for Mondo yet.
I'm gonna change yours to that Clint Eastwood one.
I have that actor as Jacob's
With that.
avatar. He's been in a couple different shows.
Cute.
That's not why I picked him.
Yeah.
I just picked him because he kind of looked like Jacob. A couple stories that we're following today. The weather is going to continue to be an issue. We expect to see more rain and snow coming in later tonight. Again, it's going to be chilly, so our snow levels are going to be down. State of emergency in San Bernardino County. We'll talk more about that in a bit. Statewide snowpack, 181% of normal for this time of year, but also over 150% of normal for the entire season, and that's already. So.
Hundreds of Irvine Unified School District students were stranded at science camps in San Bernardino County because of heavy snowfall in the area. Several mountain roads remain closed yesterday because of the snow. Caltrans crews are working to clear them, including Highway 330 and Highway 18. About 600 middle school students.
Lucky. They were supposed to come back on Friday, and then they got the entire weekend to hang out and smell funny, because that's what you do when you're that kid.
Allie, yeah, they were supposed to come back Friday. Allie West, whose 12-year-old son Fletcher was one of the many stuck at the outdoor camp, said that there were talks of busing the children home as early as Thursday morning, but instead the camp officials said, no, we're going to hunker down, we're going to keep the kids safe indoors rather than chance it out on the treacherous roads.
Yeah, I would hate to have been the person who had to make that decision, but I think it's probably the right decision.
They kept busy with all sorts of fun things, indoor soccer tournament, a dance party.
Oh my gosh. And you can't just crack a window. I mean, 600 middle school students.
Oh, I'm sure they have facilities where they bathe. I would watch this Netflix movie of kids, you know. They get stuck with the snow and they come up with things to do. Maybe there's a love story.
Let's play more to the
I'm taking.
I want to be the great thing. I went on a science camp when I was in junior high. I think it was after junior high, before my freshman year in high school. And we spent 2 weeks doing stuff. we'd go to a school and we did experiments for like 2 hours a day or whatever it was. And then the last 4 days of the 2 weeks was a trip to Lassen National Park. Oh, cool. And then the very last thing we did was we actually climbed to the top of Mount Lassen. And then a bunch of our stuff had to do with a bunch of our field trips we walked to because we didn't realize they were trying to get us in shape for a hike to the top of Mount Lassen. But it was an absolute. The thing is, it was July, so there was no chance. I mean, I guess there could have been a chance of a fire or something like that. But we learned about the evacuation routes when we first got into the park. This would have been crazy to have been snowed in for an extra 3 days.
The kids were not able to bring their cell phones on the trip.
Yes, they loved it. Their brains opened up for once.
So, when it comes to being stuck and talking to your parents, that would have been kind of nice, I would assume. But hey,
this is what happened. But I would say this: if I would warn the parents, hey, just so you know, we're playing it safe. We have plenty of food. We're going to hunker down. We have cleaning facilities so they don't smell like animals when they come home. But at, say, 6 o'clock on Saturday night, we're going to do a Zoom call with the entire crowd. So if you want to come and see your kids and have proof of life and all that sort of stuff, we do that so you can see it. Now I do it. I don't know if they did that. Nobody asked me.
I don't know what the cell phone reception would be up there in terms of Zoom, and
that's probably fine. I figure if they're at a place, if they're actually at Pally Institute Running Springs, they've got a phone line at the very least.
Radio DJ up in the Bay Area who actually used to work down the hall here has gone missing without a trace, left behind a chilling message to people on social media.
Not good. We'll talk about JB Vandergrift. Jeffrey will talk about him, explain what the situation is when we come back.
Gary and Shannon will return. Jennifer Jones-Lee is in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Officials in Beijing are denouncing TikTok bans by America's government. The Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs says the move is an abuse of state power by the U.S. to suppress foreign companies. Researchers in Florida are working on an artificial system that can predict which patient will develop Alzheimer's disease up to 5 years before an actual diagnosis. And comedian Chris Rock's Netflix special Selective Outrage comes out on Saturday, and reports say it will include jokes about Rock being slapped by Will Smith on stage at the Oscars. We'll check your drive on the 60 in just a moment.
Well, we are in a nice little pocket of sunshine today, right? Just for a little bit at least. So maybe we crank out a little bit of solar energy today using our Solar Max.
Well, now is really the best time to go solar.
Why is that spring? Spring, you said? Spring because the temperatures are a tiny bit cooler, the sun is bright, longer hours, and all of that spells higher efficiency, more electrical production in the spring.
Right now, you can save big. You call Solar Max, you get a 12-panel system for zero down at $59.99 a month. These are the most powerful solar panels.
Plus, do this now so you can lock in those NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
Solar Max is the best. They've got the most innovative technology. They're all under one roof right here. They're in Riverside. They provide you with the highest quality solar panels, hands down.
Start saving money by spring on a 12-panel system from Solar Max. Zero down, $59.99 a month.
Stop pound 250 from your cell. Say that keyword Solar Max. It's pound 250 Solar Max, or go to solarmaxtech.com.
Monthly payment available on approved credit TSLB number 97248.
SoCal weather from KFI is partly cloudy for the first part of the day. Later is when the rain starts, heavier overnight, snow in the mountains and highs in the mountains in the 30s. The rest of us will just be in the upper 40s to low 50s. Let's get a look at your drive with BKFI in the sky and the 60s.
It's a regular westbound as going to the Hopkins Heights and Industry area, coming away from the Vista Avenue. But you're still going for your snake way towards the 605 due to Caltrans crews being set, or Caltrans project being set up for the midday drive. You will see delays continue further westbound on the 60 past 605. As you make your way toward, looks like about Rosemead Boulevard. Westbound 10 as an alternate to the 60 westbound, still patchy for your drive overall. So your Francis Skeeter out of Baldwin Park, and those delays stick around towards downtown LA and the 101. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Nick Polio, team.
This report is sponsored by personal injury firm Owen Patterson and Owen.
When accidents happen, clients soon realize that this is a fight for insurance company dollars. Access to this money is not easy, and all lawyers are not created equal. I'm Susan Owen, managing partner at OPO Law. Let us win for you. 888-OPO-WIN, OPOLaw.com.
Think It Up is an initiative to activate students student-powered, teacher-led learning project. Students and teachers, how can you spark great learning experiences in your classrooms today? Join at thinkitup.org.
With inflation hitting 30-year highs and prices going through the roof, we're all wondering what's coming next for the economy. Historically, one investment always withstood the test of time, and that's precious metal. That's why the top economists agree that some gold and silver belong in every portfolio and retirement plan. Swiss America has been a trusted leader in precious metals like gold and silver for 40 years. They have an A+ to the BBB, and they've served well over 60,000 customers, and that includes me. Swiss America clues me into the fact that silver is in demand for military, solar, and even the tech industry. Plus, it's very attractively priced for now, and that makes it a perfect hedge against inflation. Call or text and ask about their free report, The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn how to properly diversify your portfolio, help protect your assets against inflation with this free report. Call or text 800-289-2646, 800-289-2646, or visit SwissAmerica.com/Conway.
Are you suffering from back pain, pain in your legs and feet? Do you suffer from leg cramping, pain when you walk, numbness, prickling or tingling sensations? Have you tried all the pain treatments, the shots, the pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic pain caused by peripheral neuropathy, spinal stenosis, or a failed back surgery? Here is good news from the Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or even eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical, painless, laser-guided stem cell treatment that may reduce or eliminate your back, leg, and foot pain in minutes. If you're in pain, here's a special offer. Call now for a special $97 back, foot, and leg exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, and X-ray MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. On your cell phone, dial #250 and say pain-free. For the special $97 exam, on your cell phone, dial #250 and say pain-free.
Our iHeartRadio Podcast Awards are back. It's the biggest night of the year for podcast fans. Get ready to celebrate your favorites. Head to iHeart.com/podcast awards to check out the nominees for Podcast of the Year, Best Comedy, Crime, News, Sports, and more. Tuesday, March 14th, join us for our 2023 iHeartRadio Podcast Awards. Audible is a proud sponsor of the Audible Audio Pioneer Award. From groundbreaking originals to best-selling audiobooks and the best and latest in podcasts, you'll find your next obsession at Audible, the home of storytelling. Try Audible free. Sign up at audible.com.
Solving homelessness will cost $8 billion every year for more than a decade. That's a tremendous amount of money. You can just get more people coming in. Oh, you're right. The more you give out free stuff, the more people you get. If they spent $8 billion a year, it would be all wasted. Big nonprofits making six figures. John and Ken, this is an absolute racket. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Ooh, you want some hot labor secretary news?
Please tell me that the labor secretary also went to Ukraine.
Joe Biden nominating Julie Su, the current deputy and former California official, as his next labor secretary, replacing the departing incumbent. Incumbent? Can you guess it? Can you guess it? Can you guess it? We've talked about this. No, we always do this.
Labor. I don't know.
Marty Walsh. Oh,
it was something simple like that.
I know. I always think it's going to be an exotic name, and then you come up with Marty Walsh. You're like, oh.
Well, they wouldn't follow along with the DEIs for the president's cabinet. Marty Walsh doesn't seem very exotic.
It doesn't.
One of Moscow's closest allies, the president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, is in Beijing for a state visit. Lukashenko is an ally of Vladimir Putin, set to meet with Chinese leader Xi Jinping during this visit. Xi is going to visit Putin in Moscow in the coming months, that is. And while the Belarusian leader is in China, they are expected to sign some agreements to deepen cooperation in trade, education, technology, etc. Of course, this all hovering over the military equipment.
Conservative justices at the Supreme Court, the majority, are asking skeptical questions about the life of away will reduce student loans held by millions of Americans. It is a 6-3 conservative majority began hearing arguments today and challenges to the plan. So far, Republican-appointed judges on the lower courts have blocked the plan. It's all about standing. Can they show that they have been harmed in some way?
Big law enforcement agency got hacked. The U.S. Marshals says it suffered a security breach about a week ago that did compromise some sensitive information. The affected system contains law enforcement sensitive information, returns from legal process, administrative information, personally identifiable information, including subjects of Marshal Service investigations, third parties, certain employees. They said they discovered a ransomware and data exfiltration events back on February 17th. The system was disconnected from the network. DOJ began a forensic investigation. They said at this point they don't believe any witness protection subjects were involved, that they weren't disclosing any information about that. Still.
Wild story out of San Francisco with ties to this building. A radio DJ up there has disappeared without a trace, left a chilling final post on his Instagram page. His name's Jeffrey Vandergrift, goes by JV. And he used to work here. He is host of the JV show on the radio station Wild 94.9. It is an iHeartRadio show. And for a while, he worked in a studio just down the hall here, a couple doors away, actually.
It's right outside our office.
Yeah.
This is part of the show.
I told my partner Selena here I would give her $1,000 if she can down this entire gallon of milk. Easy. Chug it, Selena. Okay, while Selena's working on that, I wanted to let you know that every morning, 8:50, the JV show on Wild 94.9 has $1,000. By the way, you don't have to chug milk or do anything silly. When we ask for the phrase to pay, simply say this, and we'll give you $1,000. How is that? Did you drink any? Yeah, all of it. Did you not see that?
And while I don't really know much about these courses,
yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what goes on.
Okay, so the Instagram account is interesting. He reposted an edited post from August 20th, and it was recently edited to change the captions to past tense. The captions now read, "Thank you for a wonderful life, filled with joy, laughs, pain, and struggle. It's been a great journey. Your support and prayers meant the world."
And then there's the concept
and then keep shining, love, compassion, understanding.
He looks pretty slight in his last post there on Instagram. Obviously talking about pain and struggle, so don't know what that entailed for him, but
this was such a huge part
just bizarre. I mean, I don't remember ever talking to the guy. He's pretty quiet.
Well, he's busy doing a show. Usually when we were walking around with him.
Yeah, but I don't remember walking by and seeing him do like some wacky show. He was always just kind of like quietly in there. I don't know.
They're asking people to be on the lockout. They have set up candles outside the iHeart studios in San Francisco as a way to ask for help. The wife has been silent about her husband's disappearance. She's been working with investigators. She happens to be a former model, an actress featured on the show, and has actually been seen in a bunch of commercials, Target, Sony, and Marriott, among others. She appears in that August 20th post where he says, that it's meant everything to me. He was last seen at his house in the 200 block of King Street in San Francisco Thursday night. That is about a half a block from Oracle Park.
Yeah.
It is less than walking distance, stumbling distance to the baseball field. I think so.
I mean, I know that's where a lot of the radio stations are in San Francisco. So it would make sense.
Like a particularly bad neighborhood. I mean, there's a lot of bad neighborhoods.
It's a popular area.
Put in a bunch of new restaurants and cafes and shops and everything that right along King Street. As you're on the waterfront there, below, sort of below I-80 as it goes over the Bay Bridge. So anyway, it's just a strange story because here from Los Angeles, although it was a San Francisco show, you'd be here probably 4 days a week, if not more. So it's weird because without any sort of information about what was going on in his personal life, it's at this point a super bizarre, just missing persons case.
Okay, so the iHeart station is on Townsend. It's about 2 blocks from where he lives near Oracle Park. So he lives right near where he works.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. I see it.
Mhm.
And then you can go on down to Cloudflare if you're interested in picking up a. I was gonna say a sandwich, like it's a restaurant.
Yeah, now it makes me want some Cowgirl Creamery cheese from the Ferry Building. I think they shut down that location though. You ever gotten into that Mount Tam triple cream?
Yes.
I can promise you, I'm missing some stuff.
I haven't had that forever. Bill Stage, where I ate that all the time, like unhealthily so. It was probably around the time when my husband said to me, "This cannot continue." Well, I mean, you have to have those uncomfortable conversations. You know, when you get on the scale. I was not aware. And then I got on the scale, and the last time I looked at those numbers.
Just yesterday.
That was yesterday. But listen,
Yes.
it's all about moderation.
Yes, it is. All of it.
So if I stumbled upon some Mount Tam Cowgirl Creamery cheese, say at the market,
Hardly share it.
all right, get out your regulation-sized footballs because the COVID state of emergency is over.
Color codes.
No, there's not going to be a drain.
There will not be a drain.
There will not be a
Never
drain.
be back to
It'll never be back to normal.
Very interesting. Endeavor Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Officials in La Cunada Flint Ridge by heavy rain. Susan Colita with the city said the home provided a plan to the city for review and approval, and we would issue a building permit for them to fix the damage that has occurred.
Colita says whenever there's a lot of rain in such a short period of time, mudslides are always a concern. She says the city will continue working with public officials to monitor vulnerable areas of the hillside. Chris Adler, KFI News.
The news is brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. There, officials say it's still too dangerous to open up the roads to all drivers, and more snow is on the way. People have been waiting to get up the mountain since Friday. Big Bear Lake City workers, Caltrans, and the California Highway Patrol workers escort delivery trucks up the roadway. Hundreds of kids. The Metropolitan Water District says it's watching the rain and snow falling in northern and southern California. The MWD's Dimitri Polivo says the district serves about 90 million people.
The regional demand is roughly 4 million acre feet. Now that's a little bit on the high side. Lately it's been much lower than that.
He says it's most likely the area will have a surplus of water because the supply 3 people in a year. Emergency food assistance started during the pandemic is ending in 32 states. The extra benefits from SNAP, that's the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, are getting cut, I should say, tomorrow, which is March 1st.
Every SNAP household will see at least $95 a month less, but some will see reductions of $250 a month or more.
ABC's Ike Ejotzi says the boost kept 4.2 million people out of poverty in the final quarter of 2021. Research by the Urban Institute says the emergency program helped reduce poverty rates most deeply among Black and Hispanic recipients. And gloom may lead to feelings of doom.
I'm only happy when it rains. Unless you're in Seattle. Seattle came in #1 on a new survey from the U.S. Census Bureau as the saddest large metro area. The Emerald City had the highest percentage of people who answered they were feeling depressed and hopeless. In the first 2 weeks of February, nearly half the people in Seattle reported feeling down. Riverside, San Bernardino took second place, and Phoenix came in third. Jennifer Jones leads KFI News.
Southland weather from KFI. Mostly cloudy with a chance of rain. Highs in the low to mid 50s for Metro LA and inland Orange County, upper 40s to mid 50s in the San Gabriel and San Fernando valleys, 40s to around 50 in the Antelope Valley, upper 40s to low 50s in the Inland Empire. Right now, 54 in Seal Beach and 53 in Ladera Ranch. We have a crash on the 10 in West Covina.
We're going to be going down on the eastbound side before Citrus. 2 left lanes are taken away. A couple of vehicles involved in a bike crash seems to be down in lanes. It's going to be a little sluggish for you coming from Azusa Avenue. Westbound side of the 10 does remain slow going for you, unrelated or not, as you continue passes of the 10 into downtown LA. So the 101, speaking of the 101, slow going for you off the 5, and as you make your way past the 10 segment of Vino Freeway and the 110, seeing those delays continuing ahead into Hollywood. KFI and the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Nick Molyneux, team.
Looking to invest in real estate as a way to diversify, hedge against inflation, and receive consistent quarterly cash distribution? With First National Realty Partners, you'll get access to commercial real estate investment investments that are reserved only for elite private institutions. You'll enjoy all the benefits of fully passive real estate ownership, like tax write-offs, limited liability structures, quarterly tax distributions, and Protect Zero. That's 888-301-9010. Or to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Tax distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations may
Even more with digital deals at Bonds and Albertsons. Members save on fresh boneless skinless chicken breast. Right now, buy 3 pounds or more and pay just $1.83 per pound. Limit 10 pounds with digital coupon on Bonds or Albertsons.com. Price valid through February 28th. This year is the learning new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
Contractor license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix it. Yeah. One is our heating rejuvenation, where we help to prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is unclogged any drains for just $80 with a 30-foot drain snake. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearance service is just $80. So nice and satisfied. Get air conditioning and plumbing. GOETTL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way.
At Ralph's, you'll find high-quality products at great prices in every aisle every day with Kroger brand. When you stock up on your household favorites for lower than low prices, it feels like winning. Shop now in store or online. Ralph's, fresh for everyone.
Save more and earn rewards too. Use your digital coupons up to 5 times, plus earn double gaming rewards points on participating items. Restrictions apply. Los Angeles traffic is almost as legendary as our movie stars. The late night comics get a lot of mileage out of it, but there's nothing funny about a serious auto accident, and the congestion makes Los Angeles County the state's most dangerous place to drive. At Jacoby and Myers, we specialize in the serious injuries caused by these accidents. For over 50 years, we've won over $1 billion for our clients. If yours is a serious case, get serious help. Call Jacoby and Myers, justice for you since 1972. Call Service Champions for an $88 precision heater tune-up or visit servicechampions.com.
AFI AM 640.
Good news, what it means, why it matters.
Still don't understand your fascination with it.
Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640, everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. For a few weeks in late January and early February, U.S. economy seemed to have reached a rare sweet spot. Inflation was steadily showing, and growth and hiring remained sturdy despite rising interest rates. The thinking was the Fed's inflation fighters were managing to nail a notoriously difficult soft landing, the scenario in which borrowing and spending slowed just enough to tame inflation without tipping the economy into a recession. Then something went wrong. Of course, inflation resurged, and with it, the fear that the Fed may have to raise rates so high as to cause a recession.
We're going to see a lot of Ron DeSantis in these next couple of days. He's making stops in Davenport, in Des Moines, Iowa. He's going to be in Nevada. He's going to go to New Hampshire, possibly South Carolina. Oh, and his new book is out. Because you have to have a book out if you're going to run for president. It's called The Courage to Be Free, Florida's Blueprint for America's Revival. It goes on sale today. According to Amazon, it's already #1 on the top 100 list. He wrote, Florida has stood as an antidote to America's failed ruling class. Describes about his battles against COVID restrictions, corporations, the education system, rails against the left, but also criticizes the Republican establishment as well, portraying himself, he says, as a common sense leader.
Listen how rich this is. China says U.S. government bans on Chinese-owned video sharing app TikTok reflect Washington's own insecurities and are an abuse of state power. It's China saying that. China lets you look at nothing.
Do they not have mirrors in China? You can't even...
No self-awareness.
Zero, apparently.
Foreign Ministry spokesperson Mao Ning said the U.S. should stop suppressing the company and provide an open, fair, and non-discriminatory environment for foreign companies in the United States. TikTok is used by 2/3 of American teenagers.
The White House, speaking of, is giving all federal agencies 30 days to wipe TikTok off of all of their devices. The Office of Management and Budget called it a critical step in addressing the risks presented by the app's sensitive government data. Here's the thing. If you don't get the kids to take it off of their phones also, it's a lost cause. No 49-year-old government worker at the Department of Energy is using TikTok, but this one is. Did you see about this NFL lawsuit? No, new lawsuit alleges that the NFL's production arm, called NFL Films, has been generating all kinds of content. I mean, cameras all over the table. New lawsuit says that there's a catalog of lewd at games, and it's a specific index that they use. Victoria Russell was a former temporary worker for them. Her complaint is that they have a database of timestamps with all of them, with descriptions like cheerleader butts, cheerleader rear end, female bikini top, naughty camera work, cleavage shot, all of these things.
One could argue that those could be used in some sort of creative way moving forward. I mean, that's just, when I worked at a TV station, Fox Sports Bay Area to be exact, one of my jobs as an intern was to watch an entire A's game, right? Sit there in that little dark room. Yeah. This must be why I have an aversion to baseball.
Strange love, they hold your eyes open with forks or something.
They sit in that little dark room with a yellow legal pad. This was back in 2000, so everything was by hand. And you put in that giant VHS tape. That's probably not even VHS. I don't even know what it is, but it's massive. And you go frame by frame and write down the code, the timestamp, and what is on the screen. Good or bad, kid picking his nose, girl flashing boobs, whatever.
That you know what's
so that you know exactly what's on the tape. So if you want to look for that, you know, things, baseball games gone wrong with fans,
right?
You can go back and be like, and here's this woman who flashed her boobs, and you would blur out the boobs for the sake of whatever blooper reel you're putting together.
According to a spokesperson for the NFL, the images are marked as sensitive to make sure they're not used.
Okay.
And they're no longer accessible for production.
Then what's the problem?
Well,
why have them at all?
Why have them? If you're not going to use them, you delete that section of the footage for whatever. Why would you even keep it? I don't know. Guess what? It's over.
It's over?
Well, it will be over. Gavin Newsom has decided, and we know this obviously because he's decided some time ago, that today is the last day of our official coronavirus statewide emergency. Now, this is important. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
We're looking at these 4 tiers, color-coded, purple, red, orange, and yellow. We don't put up green because we don't believe that there's a green light. So let's go back to the way things were.
Remember that? Remember the good old days? Today's a green light, see?
Gosh, now I'm hungry for French laundry.
This does not have much of an impact on any of us. Because most of the statewide restrictions have already been lifted. LA County is a different animal because apparently we play by different rules and we live in a different area than the rest of the people that surround us. But that's not masks, beaches were closed, businesses were closed. But this is a humongous change in policy simply because it takes away some of the power that Gavin Newsom has had for the last couple of years. The order in May will expire in Illinois, for example. The governors of Rhode Island and Delaware extended their coronavirus emergency declarations. In New Mexico, they're trying to figure out if they should extend theirs past Friday. Meanwhile, you look at a state like Texas, they haven't had major coronavirus restrictions for years, which you would think means that there's people dying left and right in the streets in Texas. There aren't. So Governor Newsom said he used his authority to make sure all of California's local governments have restrictions in place, even threatening to cut funding to some of those cities that refuse to enforce them. The declaration is ending, but other emergencies will remain in place, including LA County, home to nearly 10 million people. The one bright spot in all of that appears to be Supervisor Janice Hahn, who has raised the question of why the hell are we doing this again still? What's going on now? At least another month for the LA County restrictions, which right now are up for, I guess you would say, the order would end on March 31st. They could choose to end it then, and I guess they could choose to end it sooner if they would.
Coming up next, the Gas Wellness Corner, bringing you this headline today. Obesity is bad. Gotta talk about it.
They dump any here. They don't.
Gary and Shannon will continue. It is. Is that why your face is doing that? Got it. Deborah Mark is in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
San Bernardino County has declared a local emergency because of all the snow. A man from Anaheim has been sentenced to 10 years in prison for causing a fatal crash while high on meth. The guy pleaded guilty yesterday to killing a pedestrian in Buena Park. Nissan is recalling more than 800,000 small SUVs in the U.S. and Canada because a key problem can cause the ignition to shut off while they are being driven. Southland weather from KFI, mostly cloudy with chance of rain, highs in the 40s and 50s. This report brought to you by iaccidentlawyer.com. We're going to a crash on the 5 in Commerce.
Going down to the dry man, making their way along the northbound side, right around Garfield, just before the 710. Right lane is taken, right? A couple of cars involved, as well as a box truck, and that's why you're seeing a busy one on the northbound side of the 5. More so as you're approaching the 710, definitely heavy delays for you off the 605, but surprisingly, you do get a bit of relief as you're getting a little closer to the situation itself. And then southbound side of the 5 looks busy for you right now from the 710 as you make your way back toward about Slauson. KFI and the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Nick Poliokini. This report is sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn's Colitis Foundation.
Hey y'all, it's Team Sharp. Let me tell you the unfiltered truth about water softeners. They don't filter anything. They add sodium, they're old-fashioned, costly, maintenance-heavy, but hey, there's a better solution. A Light Source salt-free water system. Filtered and delicious water from every tap, no maintenance, and perfect for areas banning softeners. Light Source does more than a softener and better. Get yours by calling 800-803-2696 or visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference. In a crash, need cash? If you've been injured in a car or motorcycle accident, call iAccident Lawyer today. One rate could be touchy.
The way to go.
At LA Fitness, there's no end to what you can try with your 3-day free pass. Sign up at startlafitness.com. From cycling to swimming, running to rowing, dunk to downward dog, and battle ropes to box jumps, it's all here at LA Fitness. When you join LA Fitness, it opens the door to premium amenities like basketball courts, Olympic lifting platforms, pools and saunas. This is the best time to make a new day resolution. Any day can be your day to start fresh at LA Fitness. Get your pass today. Come in the club or join online with our latest offers. From yoga to Zumba classes, cycling to our signature bodywork classes. Your muscles might get tired, but your workouts never will. Get started at startlafitness.com with your free 3-day pass at startlafitness.com. That's startlafitness.com. Amenities vary by location. Certain amenities may be available for an additional fee. Free 3-day pass is redeemable by non-members only. Other restrictions apply.
It's the Marketers Report. This week, Patricia Spagnoletto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Bros. Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust.
Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that
Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. So the Dragon gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisals, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
If you had COVID-19, you have an increase for diabetes. Or diabetes. How do you pronounce it, Bellio? Diabetes or diabetes?
Wait, I gotta act like I'm just talking.
Hey, Bellio, how'd you lose your foot?
No diabetes.
The Tim Conway Jr. Show.
Oh, I guess I say diabetes.
Thank you. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Supreme Court has finished hearing oral two cases that challenge President Biden's student loan forgiveness program. Under normal circumstances, in terms of what happens next, a case with such high political stakes would be resolved in late June or early July. But they did expedite the briefing, so there is a possibility this may be a priority and it may be released before the end of the term.
Border issues between Ukraine and Russia. Russia's President Putin has ordered the border with Ukraine tightened after several drone attacks inside Russian territory. Officials said that one drone crashed about 60 miles from Moscow. Moscow is blaming Kyiv for the attacks. Ukrainian officials didn't immediately claim responsibility, but they did also avoid directly acknowledging responsibility for past drone strikes and sabotage, while emphasizing the right to hit any target within Russia if they need to.
Your report finds 60% of all U.S. adults are living paycheck to paycheck. This is according to Lending Club, so take it as you will. It's down slightly from last year in spite of inflation. It suggests some belt tightening by consumers help give their budgets a little bit of breathing room. The report notes Americans adjusted their spending to better manage their cash flow, especially during the holiday shopping season.
Court documents say that Fox Corp chairman Rupert Murdoch did acknowledge some Fox News commentators endorsed false allegations of a stolen 2020 presidential election. Those allegations are at the heart of a defamation lawsuit against the cable news giant by Dominion Voting Systems. In the court filings that were released that referenced his deposition, Dominion said he acknowledged that Lou Dobbs and Maria Bartiromo and Janine Pirro and Sean Hannity endorsed the false notion of a stolen election. But attorneys also noted that Murdoch testified he never discussed Dominion or voter fraud or anything with any of those hosts accused of pushing the message.
I don't look at Fox News as news. I look at it as entertainment. So I'm not part of the uproar of, well, you call yourself news, so you've got to be straight news. Are these hosts, are they, because I don't watch it enough to know, are these hosts show hosts or are they delivering the news?
Every one of those, it's important that even in that version, the Associated Press refers to them as commentators.
Okay. So they offer commentary. Exactly.
See, now that there's a weird distinction. There's a weird distinction. I think we see it because we're in the midst of it. I mean, we see it because we do it every day, as opposed to somebody who just sees somebody show up on television. Okay, speaking of which, I'll be on Fox Business Network at 4 p.m. today on the Kennedy Show. But you and I are aware of the differences. This may be not the right analogy. The difference between a defensive back in general, safety versus cornerback. Okay, you can say a news person, and in the general public, they hear defensive back. You could say something specifically. That guy is a strong safety. That is a reporter who is reporting the news without opinion. And then you could say, but that guy's a cornerback, and it's free to do whatever he wants in terms of he's still playing a game, he's still providing information, but he's got all kinds of opinion and judgment. And
probably, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think you hit the nail on the head because we're in it. We can show the distinction between a news anchor and somebody who's going to be providing commentary and their opinion on a news show.
And this I've had to explain to people before. They say about us specifically, well, you guys tell the news all day. Yes, we do, and we have. But there's no requirement that I withhold judgment or opinion. The reason I think that I have had to explain that to people is because we spent 2 decades as reporters doing that end of it, doing that side of it. So we understand. And I think we may have a better nose when it comes to sniffing out where the BS is, or where the judgment begins and the facts end.
Exactly. I mean, I didn't even let myself have an opinion one way or another when I was a reporter. I was really serious.
That was the goal, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I don't want anybody to know how I feel about politics or whatever.
All right. Well, the obesity crisis is getting worse.
Which meant that she was at least 6 to 8 weeks.
But here, pick 4 items off the menu for $2. You can get the chicken fingers, the French fries, the chili cheese, banana souffle, and a giant big gulp for $1.99.
New research from University of Colorado Boulder warns that obesity raises a person's risk of death by anywhere from 22 to staggering 91%. It's written incorrectly. Everybody will eventually die. The chance is 100%. The question is, are you going to die early? They said
that is staggering difference.
Yes. They analyzed 18,000 people and found that scientists could be looking at BMI, body mass index. The author of this study says the BMI measure, weight and fitness, can lead to scientific bias and can actually provide a misleading picture of your health.
Totally. I remember I got it was an auction item, and it was a gym membership for one-on-one trainings 20 years ago out in Beverly Hills. And I went there and they did my BMI, and it told me that I was on the cusp of obesity. And that made me kind of go the other way of okay, if you think I'm obese, I'm throwing my hands up in the air, kind of thing.
One of the points that they make in this study is Tom Cruise. At one, Tom Cruise was 201 pounds, despite the fact that he was 5'7". 201. The thing is, it listed him as obese, even though the vast majority of what he was dealing with was muscle.
It does not account for that, exactly.
So this new study of the weights linked to health, they examined the data from National Health and Nutrition Examination surveys from 85 to 2015. 1 in 5 of the healthy weight categories have been overweight or obese at some point over the past decade. Results show that those people have much worse health profile than other participants whose weight remains stable throughout the study. So if nothing else, it almost says that being obese, having a fluctuating weight is just as dangerous, perhaps. For groups born in the 70s or 80s who have lived their whole lives in this obesogenic environment, the prospects of healthy aging into older adulthood does not look good right now. I hope this work can influence higher level discussions about what, as a society, we can do about all of this. Throw that on this headline, which I saw in the Military Times, that we're having a hard time getting our military men and women in shape. Think about all of the pictures, documentaries, movies, whatever you've seen about World War II, about the Korean War, hell, about the Vietnam War, and what those people looked like, what those guys looked like in their uniforms. If you see pictures of Grandpa in his military uniform, and you think to yourself, did Grandpa weigh 140 pounds? Yes, Grandpa weighed 140 pounds.
Today's active duty force uses alcohol 20% more than the general pop, smokes 50% more, and has a 17% obesity rate despite access to nutritionists, gyms, and wellness centers. They say a large part of the answer can be found in your nearest shopette. Last year, the stores posted sales exceeding $5 billion, largely by enabling our addictions to dip, Doritos, and drinking. On every base, the stores offer tobacco at state minimum prices, deals on candy bars, and alcohol without tax.
So, 2-for-1 Monster energy drinks, hot dog discounts, chewing tobacco, that's all on the regular lunch plan. So.
I'm gonna grab some chips. You want anything? We don't have that in the
whole long cut.
I'm feeling sick to my stomach.
Swamp Watch when we come back to Gary and Shannon.
The more you know, the easier it is to avoid the idiots around you.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Echo Radio app.
Snow may be pretty, but causing a big headache. I'm Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, a local emergency.
People in mountain communities have been unable to leave their snowed-in homes. Highways up to the mountains have been closed to public traffic. Melissa Smithy is staying at a Red Cross shelter in Redlands after crews rescued her from her home when she lost power.
So without electricity to run my oxygen concentrator, and was running low on my backup oxygen supplies.
County officials say the emergency will bolster the response to the storm system. At the Red Cross shelter in Redlands, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Homes in the San Gabriel Valley are being inspected after heavy rain caused a damaging mudslide. Susan Colita with the city of Locke and Yada Flint Ridge says 2 of the homes hit Friday night have been yellow tagged.
In one of the houses, there was a bedroom that was impacted, so that bedroom cannot be utilized.
The integrity of the homes will be evaluated and any repairs will require a permit. She says with more rain on the way, the city is closely monitoring the area for any new mud flow. The LADWP says more than 25,000 people are still without. Others says down power lines and trees over the weekend caused the majority of those outages.
Look, that extra blanket, cooler for a significant amount of time.
Wilbur says crews have been working around the clock to first tackle hazardous situations and help those who've been without power the longest. The news is brought to you by 3 James Accident Attorneys. Customs officials say they have made a historic fentanyl seizure at the California-Mexico border.
After x-raying a pickup and a search by a canine unit, officers found 46 packages of fentanyl and 30 packages of meth with a combined street value of more than $1 billion. Agents say on Sunday a woman driving a pickup entered the Andrade port of entry east of Calexico. She was sent to a secondary inspection area. Agents say they found the packages inside the pickup's fuel tank with a total weight of 86 pounds. Officials say the seizure set a record for that port of entry. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
The president's student loan giveaway will do nothing.
A group of Republican-led states has been at the Senator John Thune says Biden's plan does not address the root of the problem. Soaring college costs. The public can listen in to the hearing on the Supreme Court's website.
This handout for the needy. This is a government handout that will disproportionately benefit Americans who are better off.
26 million people have applied and 16 million have been approved to have up to $20,000 in federal student loans forgiven since Biden introduced the plan last August. And a new movement has made its way into the workforce. It's called Bare Minimum Monday. Digital creator Marissa Jo Mayes in Phoenix said,
gave myself permission You have the permission to do the absolute bare minimum today. It's insane what happened the moment I let myself off the hook a little bit.
She says it's about preventing birth issues by the age of 25.
At this point,
We're going to go.
There's a new way to deal with joint pain. It does not require drugs or surgery or downtime. QC Kinetics has arrived. They've got real, lasting, all-natural relief using the latest advances when it comes to regenerative medicine.
Yeah, they've got clinics in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo with more on the way.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in these amazing treatments. So they take highly concentrated healing properties from your own body and then put those into your achy joints.
The goal is to restore and repair damaged joint tissue the natural way. Patients are raving about this all over the country. Pro athletes have been doing this for years, but now it's available to anyone.
Imagine being pain-free by summer. Living life the way you're used to, with the walking and the running and the playing of all of the sports and stuff.
If you have pain from arthritis or injury, don't think steroids and surgery are your only option.
No, learn more about these remarkable treatments using regenerative medicine.
QC Kinetics in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo. Call for a free consultation, 213-997-PAIN.
213-997-PAIN. Finally, non-surgical joint pain relief has arrived with QC Kinetics. 213-997-PAIN.
The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby and Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow is down 91, S&P 500 is up 14, NASDAQ is up 78, and the average price of a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.77.
Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972.
Southland weather from KFI, mostly cloudy with a chance of rain this afternoon. Highs in the low to Meadow Valley 40s, around 50 in the Antelope Valley. Upper 40s to low 50s in the Inland Empire. Right now, 54 in Orange is 56, Buena Park 49 in Agora Hills and 50 in Sherman Oaks. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going back to the 5 in Commerce. On the 5 northbound before you get to Avenue, had a crash in the right lane. Good news, they just got everything over to the right shoulder, but it's still going to be a little slow from 605. In Silver Lake 101 South at Vermont, got a wreck just reported in the left. Got a disabled vehicle on the right shoulder of that connector. In the Sepulveda City 405 South, right at Venice Boulevard, got that wreck clearing to the right shoulder. In Southgate 710 northbound at Firestone Boulevard, got a crash, and that on-ramp is still closed. Don't forget in Beverly Hills, Mulholland Drive is closed between Summit Circle and Beaumont Drive due to a mudslide. And it looks like in Corona, not even west side before you get to McKinley Street, that earlier wreck clearing to the shoulder as well. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. What about those round trips that you plan in advance, which are perfect on your way there and perfect on your way back? Or those meetings with friends for which you make a group chat 3 months before so that nobody or anything is missing? Or your daughter's first birthday party. You planned it with such dedication that instead of a birthday, it felt like her quince. The same way you plan each detail for those moments. Start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best planning thing. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by TMA and the
Resume campaign. Sun goes up and the sun goes down, but it's the bill the same. I'm just drywall now. Your parents moved away. I know you gotta move away. You're looking down on me. I know you gotta
KFI 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Coming up in True Crime Tuesday, she was hit in the head with an axe. It seems like
American out for an ACL official. Hard to watch today. Angels are taking on the A's in spring training.
Clayton Kershaw on the mound today. Of course he does.
That with your face didn't say what with your mouth did.
I know.
Okay. It's time for Swamp Watch.
Swamp is horrible.
The government doesn't work.
Oh, man, they make it like a reality TV show. Corn Pop was a bad thing. Always like to be anywhere in Washington, D.C.
Hey, Joe.
A town hall too clearly built on a swamp. In so many ways, still a swamp. That's a bunch of malarkey. The way to drain the swamp is oh, no, so okay. Yeah, there's you know,
Well, we talked about this earlier. The Supreme Court hearing oral arguments in two challenges to the president's student debt relief plan, with several conservative justices appearing skeptical of the government's authority to discharge millions of dollars in federally held loans. It's a question of standing, or it should be a question of standing, whether or not the Republican states that brought the case can show harm.
Among others, Chief Justice John Roberts pointed to the wide impact, the wide expense of the program, about $40 billion over the course of 3 years, 3 times, saying that it would cost $500 billion. He said, if you're talking about this much in the abstract, I think most casual observers would say if you're going to give up that much money, you're going to affect the obligations of that many Americans on a subject that's of great controversy. They would think that's something for Congress to act on.
They did grill the lawyer, the Solicitor General for, is it Nebraska, that brought that argued first, I believe, whether the Republican state threatened by the type of harm that makes it appropriate for the court to intervene, I say, was a major theme. That he received a series of questions from justices on both sides about whether the state had overcome this procedural threshold. Standing.
In Australia, he confronted officials who accused him of
And I don't know how you can prove that.
He would flip the tables on them, pointing out that
Well, and maybe that's what eventually dooms this case for them. And
Then it gets thrown out and the loan forgiveness goes into motion.
The reason, okay, so the issue is the 2003. Originally, the benefit victims of the September 11th attack and military service members who would be struggling to pay back loans if, in fact, they were called into service, Congress came up with the HEROES Act. They made it permanent in 2007. So by making it permanent, they said Congress determined that Education Secretary should have broad and lasting authority to modify or even eliminate student loan obligations in future emergencies. And in this case, since COVID was an emergency as declared by the federal government, they said that the HEROES Act allowed, they being the Biden administration, that the HEROES Act allowed the president to forgive some of these student loans. But there are several provisions that indicate that Congress wanted the secretary to have a free hand when acting when a national crisis does come up. But should it extend to people that are not military members? Should it extend to people who are not otherwise dealing with a severe financial burden outside of the severe financial burden they put on themselves?
Justice Sotomayor spoke to that today. She said there are 50 million students who would benefit from this, who today will struggle. Many of them, she said, don't have assets sufficient to bail them out after the pandemic. They don't have friends or families or others who can help them make these payments. She says those debtors will suffer in ways others won't because of the pandemic.
Who would fight against
law? Federal law, or every state has some sort of patchwork thing there where it's so important to learn how taxes work, to learn how loans and interest and credit and all of it works. And I just think, and maybe it's changed in the 500 years since I was there.
I don't know. I mean, if
interestingly enough, the only class in my high school, and it was an elective, was law and finance, where it covered major Supreme Court cases, and how to balance your checkbook type of thing. Those are two important enough subjects where they should be separated, and probably given more than just one class. Exactly.
Just weird. And it's, to me, discussion. If you have tens of thousands of dollars worth of student debt and they're at a rate that you're never likely to repay, how did you get in that position? it's not enough to say it was a predatory lending offer that came your way. Someone didn't tell you the truth about this sort of stuff, but you also were willing to overlook some of the basic money. I'm not blaming you for having that much debt. Just feel like there's a lot of other discussion that has to take place around this issue so that we don't find ourselves talking about it 30 years from now. TikTok, this whole issue of TikTok, when we come back, the White House is setting a deadline for getting TikTok off of federal devices, and the House is actually looking at allowing the president to declare a ban on TikTok for the entire country. We'll explain.
Gary and Shannon will continue. Deborah Marks in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
California's COVID-19 state of emergency will end at midnight. Emergency food assistance started during the pandemic is ending in 32 states. The extra benefits from SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, are getting cut tomorrow. Bloomberg says Elon Musk is again the richest person in the world. His net worth yesterday was about $187 billion. We're going to go to the 60 next.
You pay your homeowner's insurance like you should every month, like clockwork. Maybe it's every 6 months, however you do it. But when you need them, when you count on your homeowner's insurance premium because I don't know, broken water pipe, toilet overflow, something like water damage in your house, that insurance company is probably going to try to pay you so little that you won't even be able to repair the damage. This is when you call Abner Gatt, because Abner Gatt is a public insurance adjuster. That means he is looking out for you. He's on your side. And you can try to negotiate with the insurance company yourself, but you're going to find very quickly it is not that simple. Meanwhile, Abner Gatt will negotiate on your behalf and make sure you get the best possible outcome, not the insurance company. They've got the experience, the industry know-how that you're going to need on your side. Abner Gatt also rated stars on Yelp, Google, Better Business Bureau. No one messes around with this guy. Give Abner Gatt a call. Direct line, by the way, 818-917-5256. It's 818-917-5256. Or visit AbnerGatt.com. ABNERGAT. AbnerGatt.com. Or call him directly. 818-917-5256.
From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 60 in Diamond Bar. On the 60 eastbound, right before you get to the 57, the right lane is blocked. It's going to be stop and go coming away from Lemon Avenue. In Corona, 91 westbound after McKinley, it looks like that crash is cleared into the center divider area. I still do see a little bit of slowing there. Don't forget, the mountain areas, a lot of roads are closed. In Phelan, Angeles Crest Highway closed between Cardinal Road and the 138. The 138 closed between the 173 and Summit Valley Road. And also the 330 is closed both directions between the 18 and Highland Avenue due to the weekend snowstorm. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harman.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
Go big on burgers at Whole Foods Market. Animal welfare certified 90% lean ground beef is just $4.94 per pound with Prime through February 28th. Grab your spatula and don't forget the melty cheese while supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Gene Sharp. California just changed the laws for solar, and sadly, it means new solar customers will get 75% less files by April 14th, which means now is the time to call Sunlux. If you're even thinking about it, at sunlux.com, sunlux.com, CSLB 1008374.
It's the Marketer's Report. This week, Patrizia Spagnoletto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and a really easy thing to destroy. And we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust in the consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which was one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio was a core part of that. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted
influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Call Pacific Coast Termite for free home inspection. Call 800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com.
Pacific Coast Termite. Just termite.
The clean, friendly way.
Alphabet Boys is a new podcast series that goes inside undercover investigations. In the first season, we're diving into an FBI investigation of the 2020 protests. It involves a cigar-smoking mystery man who drives a silver hearse.
And his job is hard to like a lot of goods.
But aren't federal agents catching bad guys or creating them?
He was just waiting for me to set the date, the time, and then for sure he was trying to get it ahead.
Listen to Alphabet Boys on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
He's threatening to do nuclear testing again and maybe add more missiles to his supply. He doesn't want any limits on his ability to show that he can kill us all. But we don't have thousands of missiles. He has thousands, we have thousands. I mean, there's enough to go around. I'm in Ken. I am taking reservations on the iHeartRadio app.
Otherwise, Vincent will continue his life as a sailor
Jerry Shannon, KFIM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Snow, rain, going to be another issue today. We expect to see another storm rolling in later this afternoon. It's going to bring some heavy rain in some spots, a little bit more snow, especially for those areas that are already socked in with snow. Great news for our
We are in the midst of Swamp Watch, and my favorite Swamp Watch story of the day involves the governor of Tennessee. We've talked about Tennessee becoming maybe the first state to outlaw drag shows, drag performances in public and in front of children. This is a Governor Bill Lee who has signaled that he will sign this. Shall it move through the entire state legislature? We've kind of talked about how we think that this is kind of something silly to be bothering yourself with, but even sillier than that is that a picture has surfaced of Governor Bill Lee in drag himself. It has circulated on Reddit and Twitter, and it is a photo that appears to show him dressed in drag as a high school student. He's wearing a short men's suit. The caption says, Governor Bill Lee in drag, 1977 high school yearbook.
As someone who has
dabbled,
Cheatham was a popular member of the group,
much to the chagrin of my lovely wife, in wearing dresses.
Sadly,
And by dresses, I mean dress.
find that a 16-year-old son had drowned while working on an ocean liner.
Governor Lee was asked later if that was him in the picture. And he said, what a ridiculous question that is. Shared on Twitter by the Tennessee Holler, the local news. His quote, conflating something like that to sexualized entertainment in front of children, which is a very serious subject.
Okay, so I have a couple questions.
Jake, let me also say the press secretary for the governor did not confirm if it was him or not.
Number dance in a Marilyn Monroe white halter top dress involving a man in a chair is sexualized.
You're going to have to ask Tim Conway Jr. if he felt that way about Mondo. What is wrong with you?
Well, you were wearing a halter dress, and you were giving him
not that one.
You just have to stay on the right part of the carpet.
You'd make a great
And my dad would gamble. Mom wasn't a big gambler, but my brother and I would kind of sneak and like try and play the slot machines a little bit, and they would always come and tell us, no, you got to stay on this part of the carpet. As soon as that pattern goes away, you can't be in that area.
Is there no difference between this and what Billy is trying to do? Again, we talked about it yesterday. I think this is the wrong issue for Republicans to hang their hats on. You guys, you're making way too much noise about this. This is not. The idea of overly sexualized performances in front of kids. Yeah,
How often
everybody
does that happen? How often does that happen? Is it sweeping the great state of Tennessee, or the drag shows popping up on every corner in front of the school children? Probably not. It's a silly thing to concern yourself.
And the kid was what? Probably too short of a skirt for a gentleman of a certain stature.
I dressed up like a football player, and the guys dressed up as cheerleaders. What you did.
Oh,
And we swapped uniforms.
Can I play this for you because this is really fun?
Sure.
Yesterday, the president was at a White House reception for Black History Month, and he said this beautiful job. I know we could be avoid TikTok on any federal device.
They check out the dance videos.
There is also a bill in the House introduced by Michael McCall, the House Foreign Affairs Committee chair, last week, that would allow the president of presidents to ban TikTok. It will debate the proposal this afternoon following a separately scheduled hearing about combating Chinese aggression in the tech and economic sector. And just very quickly, a new poll had come out. 1,000 registered voters, I mentioned, that nationwide found Trump leading DeSantis 43 to 28% among GOP primary voters in a hypothetical matchup. There was another one, an Emerson poll that also suggested that President Trump would have an easy.
Sorry, I was looking for a picture for your wife with my birding cup. Your category is familiar phrases for $600.
Yeah.
Answer: on the interstate, it's 475 miles.
The crow flies.
Everybody knows that. I mean, you're very smart.
Neil Savage is going to join us. We're going to do Tasty Tuesday when we come back, including the Pepsi Cola, Coca-Cola testicle enlargement.
Oh. What?
You're the one who brought that to my attention the other day.
Last week.
Well, we didn't talk about it with him.
I do feel that my testosterone rises when I drink a Diet Coke.
That's not what it is.
That's not what it is.
I think I know what you're feeling.
I feel that. I feel that.
That's not what it is.
You don't know my body.
That's not how it works.
Wow. And I didn't even cover all the men. No matter, I hope you enjoyed hearing some of that.
You don't know everything. Gary Shannon will continue. Deborah Mark is going to keep my 24-hour newsroom. The LADWP says more than 25,000 people are still without power because of a recent storm.
LADWP Brian Wilbur says workers are trying to prioritize those who have been without electricity the longest. He says heavy rain and high winds over the weekend caused most of the outages.
There was multiple trees down. We have well over 1,000 incidences that are open right now.
Wilbur says several cities throughout LA are still affected from Del Mar to the Valley. He says crews are working as fast as possible, but response times are still between 24 to 48 hours. Chris Adler, KFI News. New data shows California's snowpack has improved even more with all the winter weather. The Sierra and Nevada mountain range is buried under several feet of new snow. As of yesterday, California near Lake Tahoe is set for Friday morning. The news is brought to you by OPO Law. A federal judge in Riverside has given a drug dealer 20 years, 1 year for each year his daughter was alive.
We are receiving some sort of justice. Justice doesn't bring my daughter back, but it's a necessary part of this process. The vast majority of my peers aren't so lucky. There's no arrest, nobody being held accountable.
He says the guy traded his daughter's beautiful life to make a few bucks. The judge said at sentencing yesterday he was not convinced the drug dealer knew the fake pills had a fatal dose, the fentanyl. The parents of a girl in Upland given racist drawings by other kids at school have called on the state attorney general to start a formal investigation into the school. They also want the assistant principal and a teacher at Peppertree Elementary removed. Parents claim little action was taken by the Upland School District and that the district's response should have been. Reagan says federal help with cleaning up the area will be there for state officials have repeatedly said air testing in the town and inside hundreds of homes has not detected any concerning levels of contaminants, although many residents are worried about what they were exposed to. No one was hurt when that train derailed earlier this month, but officials conducted a controlled burn of vinyl chloride that sent black smoke into the city. Southland weather from KFI, mostly cloudy, chance of rain, highs in the low to mid-50s for Metro LA and inland Orange County, upper 40s to mid-50s in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley, 40s to around 50 in the Antelope Valley, upper 40s to low 50s in the Inland Empire. Right now it's 55 in Cypress and 54 in Brea. We have a stall on the 5 in Laguna Hills.
Still 5 southbound right at Alicia Parkway. Right now they are getting that over to the right shoulder. On the 5 heading into San Clemente, we had a really bad crash. 5 northbound before Barcelona Road. Everything is cleared. Everything is over on the right shoulder, but you're still going to see a lot of slowing from the San Freeway station. Diamond Bar 60 eastbound before you get to the 57 line. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
Looking for your next investment opportunity? How about 100% passive ownership in commercial real estate? First National Realty Partners is backed by $1.5 billion in commercial real estate assets from Walmart, Whole Foods, Kroger's, Publix, and more. Grocery store anchored commercial real estate offers day one cash flow from high credit National 1010 or go to FNRP Radio or go to FNRPradio.com. Securities are only available. Visit FNRPradio.com.
Joe Buck and John Smoltz welcoming you back to the City Center Convenience Mart. She's looking at the cigarettes, but she just scratched the gum off the counter. Stand Up to Cancer and Rally want you to reduce your risk for cancer. Go to takeahealthystand.org. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America, fighting to visit forthepeople.com for an altar near you.
This year is the year to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lot of
Disney replacement. Here is good news from Laser Reject Pain Institute. There's now hope of it. Call now and receive a special $97 exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a neural 250, and say, knee pain. Don't delay. These $97 exams are limited. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say, knee pain.
Hard to find the right candidate. I've had a tough time for 30 years. It's still in finding that perfect candidate and quickly. With other hiring sites, your job posting gets flooded with thousands of resumes who just don't cut it. With JobGet, your top candidates are already endorsed for their skills. Post your first job for free. Chat with qualified candidates /handle. This really works. Visit JobGet.com/handle. This is
the news, what it means, why it matters.
Lockdown to tell you about over in Riverside County. Toro Canyon Middle School, Desert Mirage High, and Las Palmitas High put in place these lockdowns after a student turned in a magazine with bullets to administrators.
An actual magazine or like a paper magazine?
Pretty sure.
I wouldn't be surprised.
At Pitches, detention scent erupted among detainees. Well, no way.
Chicago is headed to the polls today to vote in this highly contested to unseat her, and it's likely that none of them win more than 50%. A great Facebook post from the Mono County Sheriff's Office from yesterday. It was in response to the roads are closed. All of them. There is no alternate, or wherever you are if you aren't home, and make good choices. Perfect. That's why you use social media.
Hey, Mondo.
Yes, Shannon.
Why was the fruit busy on Friday night?
I don't know. Why was the fruit busy Friday night?
It had a date.
Let me teach you how to eat. Is the host of the Pork Report. Saturdays here on KFI. He joins us on Tuesdays to talk about food stuff.
Neil, have you congratulated? Okay, all right.
Listen to you. I had him up. You were just saying. Crossed the trophy. Is that why he didn't respond to us in text on Saturday? Because he was on with you?
You're right, he didn't.
To believe that they're telling tortilla chips.
It's tortilla chips go, they're kind of on the bottom for me.
Wow, you're a bit of a connoisseur.
They're perfect.
Smart choice. I know exactly what you're talking about.
They're not. I like chip diversity. I don't want it all to look like that strip. That mission.
I do like which full of brands that are harder to find. Let's say in less brown neighborhoods. Because they have just kind of the 10, but those $2 ones are good ones. They scream now. What are you talking about? And then, but there are places where you can get to like that have like entire rows of just chips. Yeah.
For me, it doesn't get better than El Torito's chips.
Oh, El Torito's.
Oh my goodness.
I'm with you. when they're warm.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. And then you get the tableside guac.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Which you know what that is?
I don't care.
No,
What is
basically
it?
tableside guac is essentially pico de gallo and avocado.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Which is a great way, by the way, a great way to make
Yeah.
simple guac. Perfect. Mm. Oh, I want one.
I know.
Like,
Why do we
like
do
Mondo,
this?
go home and get some of that award-winning stuff. I saw this headline a couple of times over the last couple of days about, and it's not new necessarily, on some of the food additives that we allow in foods here in the United States. And things like potassium bromate, titanium dioxide, brominated vegetable oil, the propylparabens, that sort of stuff. I almost hurt myself there, opening on the Sierra stage at Coachella this year. Yes, things are different when it comes to brominated flour, or in this case, the way you said it was the potassium bromate. That ends up in the glutens, and it makes things rise higher. Right? If you use I love King Arthur's flour, they don't eat it. It's most likely here in the States you have it. The question is, how much is too much? So toxicity is in the dose, as we know. There's things that we could have now that are good for you. You can overdose on orange juice. You can overdose. There is, and I'm not a scientist or a doctor, bakes off, when there's a word I'm looking for, bromine. And that to a certain temperature, that both are left there, and in certain amounts of doses, it becomes toxic. The concerns are with your lungs and also tumors. It's the idea, though, that we have these types of chemicals in our food, regardless of where they come from. If there are things that are natural. If you look at the chemical compounds of an orange, understand that this is not something found in nature in that same way. It's processed, right? Processed to make this. The other one about titanium that came out, almost a year ago with Skittles. Remember, that's what's white underneath that makes the colors pop. Right. If you go to the UK, you can't get Jimmy cake. Those little colored sprinkles. Yeah, they were the same reason. They have like red, green stuff that doesn't pass in other countries, India, China, Australia, that we pass here. But again, someone in the science community has to say, these are the doses that are okay, and this is how it's processed to be okay. And then if it's not processed properly or in heavier dose, not. So if you don't like it, there are websites galore where you can go and you can look up how it's labeled. If you see it as potassium bromate, or if you see it as bromated flour.
I'm just trying to break on time here.
I guess I've got a break.
The KFI News.
Fox Chairman Rupert Murdoch said some Fox News hosts endorsed false claims that the 2020 election was stolen. The statements from a legal deposition last month were made public yesterday. Puerto Rico's government is permanently closing its only zoo as activists highlight suspected negligence, a lack of resources, and animal deaths. And a new report finds 60% of all adults in the U.S. are living paycheck to paycheck. Lending Club says that is down slightly from last year in spite of inflation. Southland weather from KFI, mostly cloudy with a chance of rain, highs 40s and 50s. This report brought to you by personal injury firm Owen Owen. We're going to a crash on the 405 in Westminster. On the 405 northbound right at Westminster Avenue, got a jackknife Vicarage. It is blocking that on-ramp. Also in Irvine, 405 northbound at Jamboree Road, got a crash and had that off-ramp partially blocked as well. Studio City 101 southbound after the 134. Traffic break that's going on right now. They're holding lane hard to fix some potholes. In Boyle Heights on the 5 southbound before Soto Street. 2 left lanes are blocked with an accident. It's going to be slow from the 510 split. And March Area Reserve Base, 215 southbound after Van Buren Boulevard, got a wreck in the center divider area. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice: continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
If you feel sick, just to know it's trouble. Medication is key to all the virus in your body. Recover smoother. You might test negative sooner. Before you know you need it. You can
Yeah. Visit youcanfreeze.org or call 833-422-4255 to ask for medication to treat COVID-19. Sponsored by the California Department of Public Health.
When accidents happen, clients soon realize that this is a fight for insurance company dollars. Access to this money is not easy, and all lawyers are not created equal. I'm Susan Owen, managing partner at OPO Law. Let us win for you. 888-OPO-WINS, OPOLaw.com.
The experts at Zamco have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certifications, so they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technologies. After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen or fixed. It's how we know cars inside and out. AA, check engine light on? We'll check it for free.
Portions of the following program will be recorded. What if a mouse could change the world? What if elephants could fly? What if the whole world could celebrate together? KFI wants to send you to the celebration of Disneyland or Disney California Adventure Park from KFI. Enjoy the celebration. Offering subject to capacity restrictions and change without notice. Visit KFI on Instagram and enter to win it.
More stimulating talk.
Jerry and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio, on the free iHeartRadio app. Sorry, Ben. Keyword AM 570 LA Sports. This afternoon, the Dodgers take on the Cincinnati Reds. First pitch, 12:05. Your home of Dodger baseball is AM 570 LA Sports. They have us read this, telling people to turn off our show in 10 minutes.
We've done the exact same thing in C earlier this year. No one really
Neil Savater joined us. He's the host of the 4 Year Saturdays right here on KFI. We talked to stuff.
Yeah.
Before I get to Shannon's favorite story, let's talk about the subscription models in when it comes to restaurants. An interesting idea. Panera, P.F. Chang's, a couple of examples for a monthly fee. They want to attract customers to the idea of a subscription service with unlimited drinks and things like free delivery, while others offer guests a favorite appetizer free for each visit. The average American, they say, according to Rocket Money, now has 7 subscriptions, growing from 4 in 2019. If you live near a place, I don't even think this works if you have a favorite place, but if you live near a place, this makes perfect sense. I'm done with subscriptions. I'm just done. Companies now that search your subscription say, you have this subscription. So I think it's sort of jumping the shark, and it's going to have to go through a revival. However, I do like the concept of clubs, membership clubs, or where you get benefits if you go often enough, or if you pay a monthly fee, whatever it is. Then to me, it's like Disneyland Magic Key or something. If you're going to go and it makes sense, then you get it for your family. I'm just kind of sick of everybody going, we're not going to wait for you to need us. We're going to force you to need us by reminding you every time you get your credit card statement or your debit card, whatever, that you don't go broke buying a bunch of houses. They go broke by the nickel and dime, like the little parts. And I think we're getting to a place where that's becoming more of a problem. And cook at home. Well, that's the thing that they're looking at right now, though. You've got Red Lobster that you can bring home, and that kind of beef it up. They're just looking for ways to stay afloat. That has surprised me that in the unprecedented time that we have just emerged from, that more restaurants did not get into the business of boxed up food that they send to you. Because plenty of them have the frozen dinners in the their potato skin, right, and load them out there now that they didn't do more of that. Smart. That's a smart idea. I don't think people thought it was going to last as long as it did. That's true. 2 weeks. to flatten the curve.
Like the ice of the
Remember, we were going to be back at it by Easter. We were out there doing all kinds of stuff. Taco Bell experimented with a $10 taco lovers pass. Now that's the type of thing that I think works out. Because it's fast food? No, because it's something that if you're going to, like those clubs or something where you're going to be using it on the fly or on the weekend, or like if you're really into their tacos, I think if you were, approximately located, if we had, I don't know, we had the new restaurant that's going in the corner of this building, for example. It would make sense for us to have some sort of a thing like that. If we're going to be there 2-3 days a week, if you like that sort of stuff. Or if there was an El Torito, we could be part of their warm chicken. Oh my gosh, I see, and we'd be like right there, right now, with our little fob on our key ring going, scan this. People. So there are options. They're scrambling, and we're going to take another hit here in Los Angeles for restaurants. And they're going to affect the smaller places more. The chains are trying to find relevancy because they're massive companies. You walk into a chain and how many tabletops there are and how many people they have to turn over. They're massive.
Well, I first heard this from John Cobalt on the John and Ken show. He was very excited when he found out that drinking Coca-Cola and Pepsi can lead to larger testicles. In fact, he waxed poetic about how much coke he has put down in his lifetime.
I thought he was going to wax something else when you said that. In fact, he waxed it. I'm like, what?
What? How else do I finish that sentence?
I don't know, like pride that his Pepsi drinking had.
He was prideful. Like there was an overwhelming sense of pride.
Listen, they could do this. Was the university in China conducted a study on soda consumption because mostly the studies have said that the modality and sperm count and these types of reproductive needs of the man, not only does it beef testosterone, it beefs up the size of the testicular volleyballs in rodents. But we know for a fact this is not true because of our unscientific study between the amount of soda that John Cobalt and Bill Handel drink. But unscientific. Oh, please, it sounds like jingle balls. They said blood and weight tests, including.
Please not talk about their
every time they walk in there, I change the page of the book. Blood and weight tests, including measurements of testicle diameter, were performed over a 15-day period as the mice consumed the given liquids. And on the final day, scientists noted the testicles, or the testicles, so
well, the mice are tiny, of course it's going to blow them up, right? I've never noticed testicles on a mouse.
Doctor, they've never fed your mouse Coca-Cola, have you? But there was also an uptick in road rage incidents with little mice. They said that the previous findings are contradictory. Of course, the survey, 2,500 men, results showed that drinking 1 liter of soda every day, wow, reduced quantity by 30%.
Yeah, that's
a
not
liter?
Way to go through life.
Yeah, another study found that soda impacts ovulation by causing alterations to hormones. That is usually a woman. Yeah, I'm assuming. I'm not a scientist. Yeah. Well, let me ask Shannon, since she has also not seen giant balls on mice. So ovulation refers to females.
Yes.
Mostly? Or all?
Justin Worsham and females. No, he'll tell you. Yeah, he's pretty self-aware. No, I don't want to other anyone. If there are men listening who feel that they experience ovulation, you do you. Ovulate your little hearts out.
That's how it comes out. The point about John, though, is that he was so proud of that. I guess that he was suggesting that.
I've only been that proud when he talks about his children.
She just lifted up the can. Oh, yeah, she's got the biggest balls in the room.
She has great testosterone.
So, never see her in a mini skirt. But the consumption of carbonated beverages also leads to obesity, cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes. According to Coke, for every 300 milliliter can, 12 ounces, it's 35 grams of sugar. Pepsi's are even sweeter. It's 41 grams of sweetness. Yeah,
Author Alfred Lansing would say this at the moment. Quote,
If things start messing with SDs, yeah, no, it should be a sign. That's like water is God's gift to the world.
Water is wonderful.
Yeah. Drink water.
Neil, thank you.
No, thank you.
All right, join us next. We'll talk trending. Also, True Crime Tuesday around the corner as well, right here on Gary and Shannon.
You can listen to KFI everywhere, like you haven't noticed. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Money Mess, some depth remark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Firefighters in LA have responded to a dangerous mudslide near Beverly Crest caused by heavy rain. The debris flow knocked down a retaining wall, causing mud to spill down the hill and onto Mulholland Drive. Dan Levens with LA City Fire says 2 homes had to be evacuated.
There's no injuries at this time. Currently, we're waiting on the geologist to come and determine the safety of the hillside, as well as the building engineer determine the safety of the homes and if they need to be reattached.
An electricity pole is being pushed over by the mud, and Levens says the Department of Water and Power will determine if the power poles need to be reworked. He said Mulholland could be closed for hours to days. In LA, Chris Adler, KFI News. San Bernardino County has declared a local emergency for its mountain communities that have been pounded by snow. Some people are stuck in the valley and inside their snow-covered homes. This woman says she had to be rescued from her home over the weekend because she lost power and her oxygen machine needs electricity.
So they took me to another shelter in Lake Gregory, but they didn't feel like they were equipped to handle somebody with medical issues. So the sheriff's department brought me down to regular.
County officials say the emergency will bolster the response to the storm system. Roads up to the mountains have been closed to public traffic. A large eucalyptus tree is fallen across the road in Brentwood. This man says his newly licensed 16-year-old was driving on Montana Avenue last night.
We were driving home with our pizza order, and we thought a branch was about to hit our windshield, and so she instinctively punched it.
He tells KTLA they could not tell her right away that it was the whole tree that fell because it was raining, but it just missed them. He says they pulled over and saw the torn tufted eucalyptus on the car. The tree took down some power lines. Water officials in Southern California say the recent rains and snow will help build up extra water supplies for future use.
The Metropolitan Water District says it's been keeping a close eye on the amount of moisture accumulating up north and down here, because that will help decide how much water the Southland receives from the state for the rest of the year.
Over the last 20 years or so, with 5+ million extra more people in the area, our demands have relatively remained flat.
The MWD's Dimitri Polizas says he serviced 19 million people, and it takes roughly 4 million acre-feet of water a year to take care of them, or about 1 acre-foot of water per 3 people. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
The first official report on homeless deaths in Orange County shows a substantial spike over the last decade of people dying on the street.
The Homeless Death Review Committee report showed 103 deaths in 2012 compared to 395 in 2021. And OC Sheriff Don Barnes says the preliminary numbers for last year showed deaths could reach 500.
They are significant risks of violence. They are more prone to suicide, and like the general public, are experiencing the same phenomena with fentanyl.
The report found 144 of the 395 deaths in 2021 were caused by fentanyl, pushing accidents past natural causes as the leading cause of homeless deaths. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The Supreme Court has finished hearing arguments in a partisan legal fight over President Biden's plan to forgive or reduce student loans held by millions of people in the U.S. Biden's student loan forgiveness plan, announced last August, is estimated to cost $400 billion over 30 years.
Under the federal government would forgive up to $10,000 in debt for borrowers earning less than $125,000 a year, or for couples earning less than $250,000 a year.
ABC's Terry Moran says for students who qualified for Pell Grants would receive an additional $10K in loan forgiveness. Biden said yesterday he's confident the legal authority to carry out his plan is there. The former engineering director at FTX has pleaded guilty to criminal charges involving the collapse of the cryptocurrency exchange. Nishad Singh's plea requires him to work with federal prosecutors as they pursue a $1 billion fraud case against FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried.
Singh is the third close associate of FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried to plead guilty and cooperate. Bankman-Fried has pleaded not guilty to criminal charges and accused him and the others of misappropriating $8 billion of customer and investor money.
Eric Tursky says in exchange for Singh's cooperation, prosecutors agreed to recommend a sentence below the 75-year maximum. U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Damian Williams, says today's guilty plea underscores that the crimes at FTX were vast in scope and consequence. The KFI financial update is sponsored by Jacoby and Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow is down 180, S&P 500 down less than a point, NASDAQ is up 39, and the average price of a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.77. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. Southland weather from KFI mostly cloudy, chance of rain, highs low to mid 50s for Metro LA and inland Orange County, upper 40s to mid 50s in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valleys, 40s to around 50 in the Antelope Valley, upper 40s to low 50s in the Inland Empire. Right now it is 57 in Tustin, 52 in Laguna Beach, 51 in Fontana, and 53 in Van Nuys. We're going to a crash on the 5 in Boyle Heights. From 5 southbound right at Soto Street, what's blocking the 2 left lanes? They're getting everything over to the right shoulder. You're southbound 5. It's going to be a slow ride from the 60 all the way down to the 605. South LA 110 North at Vernon got a brand new crash with a motorcycle down. It is blowing the left lane. You're already stacked up from Florence. Then Culver City, 405 North at Venice Boulevard. Brand new wreck just reported metal like a car door. It is lying in the right lane. In Industry, 60 West on 7th Street, brand new wreck blocking the carpool and the left lane. And a little chihuahua running through the lanes there, so heads up. And in Westminster, 405 North on Westminster Avenue, a jackknife dig rig is blocking that on-ramp. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon. This hour of the Gary and Shannon Show is brought to you by SolarMax Technology.
Get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. Go to SolarMaxTech.com. It's the Marketer's Report. This week, Patricio Spagnoletto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust.
Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy. And we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which was one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio is a core part of that.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Is your home's title still in your name? What would you do if you discovered you're the victim of a home title theft and that the one document that proves you own your home is no longer in your name? With Home Title Lock's free lookup service, you can verify your home is still safely in your name. Thieves can now discover the title to your home online. They simply forge your signature on a transfer document stating you sold your home to them. Then they take out loans on your home or sell it to some unsuspecting buyer. Homeowners insurance and common identity theft programs do not protect you. Home Title Lock does. Home Title Lock puts a virtual shield around your home's title to help keep criminals away. First things first, verify your home's title is still in your name with Home Title Lock's free lookup service. There's no obligation. It's absolutely free. Then register your address for 30 free days of protection. Visit HometitleLock.com/free. HometitleLock.com/free.
This is Jacob Emrani. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
More stimulating talk.
An iHeart radio station.
What happened there? What'd you do to that microphone? Somebody been twisting it around? Looks to be broken. Well, Gary's done for the day.
Cheaper. I don't understand this. Jacob, what did you do?
Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We will dig into the gruesome murder of Kathy Krusenek coming up in True Crime Tuesday. Why did it happen? What went wrong? Because they seemed like the all stories are following for you today. Conservative justices holding the Supreme Court's majority seem likely to sink Biden's plan to wipe away or reduce student loans held by millions of Americans. John Roberts, Chief Justice, led his conservative colleagues in questioning the administration's authority to broadly cancel the student loans because of the COVID emergency. Drones that the Kremlin said were launched by Ukraine flew deep inside Russian territory, including Russian defenses, as President Putin ordered stepped-up protection at the border.
Some sad news out of Hollywood. Tom Sizemore's family is apparently, according to TMZ, deciding end-of-life matters as they're getting updates from his doctors. His agent said last night, doctors informed the family there's no further hope. They've recommended end-of-life decision. The family's deciding end-of-life matters, and a further statement would be issued. According to the hospital, suffered a brain aneurysm earlier this month. Tom Sizemore, 61 years old. He's been in critical condition the whole time, in a coma, in intensive care ever since.
It feels like many experts warning that technological advancements could put hundreds of thousands of Americans out of work. Top 10 careers at high risk of being replaced by AI. Ready for it? Number 10, executive assistant. Number 9, claims assessor. Number 8, compliance officer. 7, paralegal. 6, HR assistant. HR assistant. Yeah, I guess it would just be paperwork. 5, billing clerk. 4, IT support tech. 3, bookkeeper. 2, customer service representatives. That will be maddening. And number 1, cashier.
Well, the customer service representative thing is tons. I mean, there's so many times when you call for help and the computer doesn't quite understand you.
Oh, yeah.
Please repeat that. Or just push in the numbers.
Yeah, I just push 00000 until I get a person in India where the connection is bad.
Hey, I checked this out. So you paid multiple gas bills over the last couple of months and had to take out a second mortgage to do so. The good news is how gas is hoping to raise rates next year.
Great.
Yay! They occur every 4 years, these proceedings. The Public Utilities Commission takes a broad, in-depth look at utility costs of operating and maintaining the system, the allocation of those costs among consumers. The thing is, when we got punched in the face in, was it first, second week of January, with all of the incredibly high, hundreds of dollars worth of gas bills, and then we thought they were going to go down, and then you got your February bill, and you thought, wait a minute, I thought you said this was going to go down. And then if you can go to the SoCal Gas website, by the way, they'll estimate what your next bill is going to be. It is also a quick jab to the jaw. It is not very good.
San Bernardino County declared a state of emergency after people up there in the mountains were left stranded and snowed in because of this week's winter storm.
The hundreds of roads that are still shut down, most businesses have been closed, gas stations are starting to run out of fuel, so it's going to be a couple of days. Today, they're expecting to see some more rain roll in, rain and snow up in the mountains, but by Friday, things should be relatively back to normal.
A teacher at Beckman High in Irvine has been arrested after he allegedly placed a hidden recording device in a bathroom at the school. And here is the odd thing about this story. I mean, that's odd on its face, right? But he was placing recording devices in all gender restrooms near the school's pool. High schools have all gender restrooms?
South Georgia is
maybe it's just a one-holer.
Maybe it's a one-holer.
And they just say it's a restroom.
Yeah, it's not like a thing.
But you don't have to call it an all-gender restroom. I don't call my bathrooms at my house all-gender restrooms, but they are.
That's a very good point. Yeah.
I don't know who's been in
That's a
there.
really good point.
But it is.
I've been in there.
Well, then I don't know which gender you described yourself as, but I would assume probably one of.
I think I'm going to take your picture and post it on our story
My arm is tired.
we have a broken microphone.
Well, they find the absolute worst. Not they.
Don't say that.
The construction of this is very cheap. There's one weak spot, and it's a plastic nut.
If that happened, you were pretty much dead.
That's right. Alec Baldwin and the other producers of Rust have now been sued by crew members over the shooting on the set. The lawsuit alleges negligence and intentional infliction of emotional distress. Ross Adeggio, Doran Curtin, and Reese Price are three crew members who claimed that they were there. The defendants in this lawsuit, they said, cut corners, ignored reports of multiple unscripted firearms discharges, and persisted rushed and understaffed to finish the film. So, I mentioned the Tom Sizemore story. Courtney Cox actually got a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Did you know that?
I did not.
I actually thought you already had.
Yeah, me too. I thought all of the friends would have been represented on the Walk of Fame by now. All right, coming up next, we will check in with the legal drama coming out of South Carolina, this Alex Murdaugh trial. Derek Dennis is covering. He'll join us with all of the latest juicy bits when we return.
Gary and Shannon will continue. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The Coachella Valley School District says a student turned in a magazine with bullets to administrators this morning, causing 3 schools in Thermal to go on lockdown. The Sheriff's Department says Desert Mirage High School, Toro Canyon Middle School, and Los Alamitos Elementary School were all placed on lockdown at an event out of an abundance of caution. A woman from Encino convicted of COVID-19 pandemic-related fraud has been extradited back to the U.S. The Department of Justice says the woman arrived in L.A. last night after she and two of her co-conspirators escaped to Montenegro following their convictions. And Target is planning to invest as much as $5 billion this year in expanding services for customers. This includes a drive-up service for returns, renovations at 175 stores across the country, and improvements in online shopping. We're going to go to a crash on the 110 in South LA. Only 110 northbound riders are coming up on Vernon Avenue. We got a motorcycle down. It is blocking the left lane of the main line, and it's stopped coming away from Florence Avenue. A reminder in Beverly Crest, Mulholland Drive, shut down both directions between Shirley Ranch Road over to Beverly Park Drive. In Industry, 61 and 7th Avenue, got a wreck in the carpool and the left lane. And in Orange on the 55 southbound after the 22. Brand new accident blocking the left lane there. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon.
This report is sponsored by churches. There are so many reasons to get hooked on churches. They can be shrimp meals. It's dippable, crunchable, narrow variety, and irresistible. And it starts at $5.99. The only catch is only here for a limited time. Churches Texas Chicken. Welcome to the great state of flavors. Are you suffering from back pain, pain in your legs and feet? Do you suffer from leg cramping, pain when you walk, numbness, prickling or tingling sensations? Have you tried all the pain treatments, the shots, the pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic pain caused by peripheral neuropathy, spinal stenosis, or a failed back surgery? Here is good news from the Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or even eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical, painless, laser-guided stem cell treatment that may reduce or eliminate your back, leg, and foot pain in minutes. If you're in pain, here's a special offer. Call now for a special $97 back, foot, and leg exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, and X-ray MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free. For the special $97 exam, on your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free. Rose always has more ways for you to save. On top of their everyday low prices, Rose can save big when buying in bulk. It always pays to be a pro at Lowe's. While supplies last, minimum purchase required. Selection varies by location. Lowe's reserves the right to limit quantities.
Adjust your thermostat. Signing up for eco-friendly rebates. All to create a clean energy California. And thanks to programs and incentives from SCE, we all have the power to ensure a clean energy future. Visit SCE.com/clean energy to learn more.
Contractor license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix together. One is our heating rejuvenation, where we help to prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is we'll unclog any drain for just $80 with a 30-foot drain span. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearance service is just $80. So nice, I said it twice.
Get air conditioning and plumbing. GOETTL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. No one has the same taste as you. Damn right. From the music you love to the podcasts you can't live without. And only the iHeartRadio app has it all for free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Charging my phone in my electric vehicle drains my battery.
Charging the phone, CD player.
Who would have a CD player in an EV?
He probably has cassette tapes too.
If I only could, Amy. Hello, Kelly. And you want to tell me about driverless technology? You can't even tell me about seamless technology. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
In the wrong direction. I'm myself in a conversation. I'm a make connection. Put my eyes in the right direction. Find myself in a conversation. I'm a make connection.
Jerry Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh, they fixed your mic.
Well, it was like a NASCAR pit crew in here.
Yeah, he doesn't mess around.
The White House has given all federal agencies 30 days to wipe TikTok off all government devices. The Office of Management and Budget said that this guidance is a critical step forward in addressing the risks presented by the app to sensitive government data. Some agencies, including the Department of Defense, Homeland Security, and State, they've already got restrictions in place. The guidance calls on the rest of the federal government to follow suit within 30 days. The White House already does not allow TikTok on the devices for people who work specifically at the White House. One sign that you know you're going to run for government, you're going to run for president, that is, you put out a book. Today, Ron DeSantis' book has hit the store shelves. It's called The Courage to Be Free, Florida's Blueprint for America's Revival.
Who writes these books?
That's it. You know what? That's a good question.
I would like to do a deep dive on presidential books and find out. I mean, I understand that like some people, I've read before that there's like an interview process where people come in, they want to help you write your book, and you kind of see if it's a good fit and how that works out.
I'm trying to think of the prospective candidates for Republicans that I can think of that have books out. I know Mike Pompeo has a book out. Nikki Haley had a book out a couple of years ago, as a matter of fact.
Does Marianne Williamson have a book out about crystals and crap?
Absolutely. And I think Mike Pence has a book out.
He does, because we've talked about how we were not dying to get our hands on it.
Tim Scott has one, the senator from South Carolina. He has a book out. This came out a couple of months ago, if I'm not mistaken. It's one of those, you have to check that.
And did presidents actually used to write their books decades ago? Or was it always done this way?
I don't know. It probably depends on who the person was and what they had going for. Oh, the other one that I read, which was not a great, was not a stimulating read, was John Kasich, governor of Ohio. He was not stimulating.
Americans waiting to find out if the Supreme Court will allow student loan debt to be forgiven could be waiting until this summer for an answer, though. A decision on these cases, it may not come until June. I think that this one may become a priority. Oral arguments today, U.S. Solicitor General Elizabeth Prolager argued the Biden administration has the authority to cancel hundreds of billions of dollars in student debt under the HEROES Act, which was put into place after 9/11, make sure that people fighting for our freedom did not have to pay up or go deeper into debt because of it. That states the government can provide relief during a national emergency. Biden administration saying that the pandemic was emergency enough. They also heard a case brought by two borrowers. Plaintiffs argue the Biden administration made arbitrary decisions about who would qualify for debt forgiveness and how much of their balance would be canceled.
Well, one of the big stories that we have followed over the course of these last several weeks is the murder trial of Alex Murdaugh in South Carolina. This long-time, well-known attorney, very troublesome family, I think is probably the best way to put it. His defense has rested. We're waiting for some closing arguments, etc. Derek Dennis is joining us live now from New York to cover this story for us and for ABC News. And Derek, this has been a pretty wild case in terms of dominating the headlines there in South Carolina.
Oh, absolutely. As you mentioned, a prominent attorney has now been disbarred, accused of killing his wife and one of his sons, named Paul, back in June of 2021. He's on trial now. He's pleaded not guilty, but there's been a line of witnesses testifying on both sides. Right now, we're in the rebuttal phase. This is where the prosecution puts up witnesses to rebut the defense witnesses that were on the stand yesterday and you know, the days leading up to today, including Alex Murdaugh himself, who testified in his own defense that he didn't kill his wife and son, and his defense lawyers raising the claim that there might have been two killers somehow to commit these murders. And so in this rebuttal phase, there was a pretty fiery exchange just this morning between a friend, longtime friend of Alex Murdaugh, and former law firm partner, who you know, doubled down on his claim that he wasn't currently mad at Alex Murdaugh, but he was mad at him stealing millions, admittedly stealing millions from the law firm that they've shared. And so that's just been a sampling of the testimony we've heard. The case is ongoing, and we're waiting for the jury to go on a field trip to the scene of the murders, a rural family property. That should happen sometime this afternoon.
Talk about a sampling. What jurors are hearing in that courtroom is just a sampling of the trouble this family has been in for years.
Right. I mean, there's, you know, allegations and proven allegations that Alex Murdaugh stole from his law firm, that there was a murder that his son was involved in and got a lot of public backlash over it. And just the even Alex Murdaugh said on the stand that he lied repeatedly and said something to the effect of what a tangled web we weave. And so, you know, that was just some of his testimony from last week that dominated the headlines. I mean, as you said, we're waiting for closing arguments to come. That should happen after the jury goes on this field trip to the family property where the murders were carried out. Look, there's been tense moments on both sides, and a lot of legal analysts say that the outcome really could be a toss-up here.
Is there any way to gauge I mean, both sides are going to be confident about their cases. Prosecutors obviously bring the case, so they're confident that they can get a conviction, but the defense attorneys are suggesting all of these different theories there. Is there a way to gauge which side is more confident than the other?
No, I mean, you know, what we have is analysts saying that the case is largely circumstantial against Alex Murdaugh, and you know, that prosecutors have raised a lot of his prior crimes, his admitted lying, the financial wrongdoing that led to millions being stolen from his law firm, but no real smoking gun here pointing Alex Murdaugh as the murderer of his wife and son Paul. And so it's really going to come down to what the jury believes here. Did he kill his wife and son, or did someone else do it?
It'll be interesting, and I know it's interesting there in that county where this family is entrenched in legal circles, both on the civil side and the criminal side for generations, and it, by all accounts, and is highlighted in the Netflix documentary, this family's been able to get away with murder, and they have their tentacles spread out throughout the law enforcement community, in the private community, and a lot of people have looked the other way for quite some time when it comes to this family's, let's just say, arrogance and affluenza, it could be described as, I think. So I think it'll be very interesting to see what this jury comes up with.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of that in Alex Murdaugh's testimony. In his own defense, he seemed very confident, very sure, so confident that he admitted on the stand, you know, I'm a liar. I've lied about a lot of things, but, you know, doubled down on his claim that he did not commit these murders.
Derek, we appreciate it. Thanks. Sure. Derek Dennis there, live from New York with ABC on this case. Now, you mentioned the closing arguments tomorrow. Are they? I think they're expected to take a day and a half, if I read that correctly. So, I mean, after instructions, by the end of this week, we expect the jury to at least begin deliberations. So, well, the celebration of a lifetime is waiting.
KFI AM 640 wants to send you to celebrate 100 years of Disney at the Disneyland Resort. Keep listening to KFI AM 640 for details on your chance to win a 4-pack of one-day, one-park tickets to Disneyland or Disney California Adventure Park.
There's also an extra chance to win on the KFI Instagram page. Both ticket and park reservations are required.
Visit Disneyland.com for important details.
All right, coming back, our True Crime Tuesday, where we go through one of the cases that intrigued people for a long time. This one is called the Brighton Axe murder in Brighton, New York. Kathy Krausneck. There's some weird aspects of this case. Yes, there's a husband. There's also a 3.5-year-old who was maybe a witness to a murder, and this spawned all kinds of different versions of this same story over the course of the last 40 years or so.
Gary and Shannon will continue, and Deborah Mark from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Officials in La Cunada Flintridge say inspections are being done on homes that were damaged by a massive mudslide caused by heavy rain.
Susan Colita with the city says the homes that were affected over the weekend now need to be evaluated by licensed professionals.
They will have to provide a plan to the city for review and approval, and we would issue a building permit for them to fix the damage that has occurred.
Colita says whenever there's a lot of rain in such a short period of time, mudslides are always a concern. She says the city will continue working with public officials to monitor vulnerable areas of the hillside. Chris Atkins, KFI News. Heavy snow has fallen across the northeast part of the country, causing hundreds of schools in New England to close for the day. FlightAware says there were more than 470 flight cancellations in the U.S. and 900 delays by mid-morning.
Northern New Jersey pummeled overnight, and in Pennsylvania, salt trucks and clouds barely keeping up.
ABC's Trevor All says in Connecticut, the temperatures are expected to rise above freezing and then drop back down, so all the snow could melt and later refreeze. But the Albany, New York area saw less snow than expected with 2 to 5 inches. A federal judge in Riverside has given a drug dealer 9 years in prison for selling a fatal dose of fentanyl disguised as prescription pills. Matt Capilouto says he wanted the dealer to get 20 years, 1 year for each year his daughter was alive.
We are receiving some sort of justice. Justice doesn't bring my daughter back, but it's a necessary part of this process. The vast majority of my peers aren't so lucky. There's no arrest, nobody being held accountable.
He says the guy traded his daughter's beautiful life to make a few bucks. The judge said in sentencing yesterday he was not convinced the drug dealer knew the fake pills had a fatal dose of fentanyl. U.S. Marshals Service says a data attack has compromised sensitive information. A spokesperson says the data left there last week included personal information belonging to targets of investigations and personal information of Marshals employees. The Marshals Service handles federal prisoners across the U.S. and goes after fugitives. CNN says info on the Witness Protection Program was not leaked. Southland weather from KFI, mostly cloudy, chance of rain, highs in the low to mid-50s for metro LA and inland Orange County, upper 40s to mid-50s in the San Gabriel and San Fernando valleys, 40s to around 50 in the Antelope Valley, upper 40s to low 50s in the Inland Empire. Right now, 57 in La Habra and 58 in Laguna Niguel. We're going to crash on the 5 in Tustin. Still 5 north, right at the 55. They are clearing that over the right shoulder right now. They're still going to see some delays from Jamboree. Costa Mesa 55 south of A Street. Got a crash blocking the left lane and over on the right shoulder. Heading into San Clemente on the 5 northbound before Barcelona Road. Still got a wreck blocking the right lane. It is stopped going away from the San Onofre way station. In Brea, 57 south on Yorba Boulevard, heads up a large cage is lying in the middle lane. And in South LA on the 110 northbound before you get to 51st Street, the 2 left lanes are blocked with a wreck. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harman.
This week on the Marketers Report, Patricio Spagnoletto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust.
Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Hey, it's Dean Sharp. California just changed the laws for solar, and sadly, it means new solar customers will get 75% less compensation. The good news is you can lock in the great rates of the current system, but you need to have your solar documents filed by April 14th, which means now is the time to call Sunlux. If you're even thinking about solar, call Sunlux and get your solar documents filed. There is no time to waste. Start today at Sunlux.
Sunlux.com, sunlux.com. CSLB 1008374.
Part of the job, now pound 529 on your cell. Pound law, that's all.
Gary Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. A couple stories that we are following. Another winter storm forecast come in through tonight into tomorrow. We expect to see not quite the storm totals that we saw over the weekend, but we will see some new snowfall, some lower elevations again. Statewide snowpack, by the way, is up over 180% of normal for this time of year, and it's over 150% of normal for the entire season already. The president of Belarus is headed to China, as a matter of fact. Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko due to arrive in Beijing for a state visit. He is an ally, of course, of President Vladimir Putin, set to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping during the visit. Xi is due to visit Putin in Moscow in the coming months as well. And they're expected to sign a few agreements for trade agreements, education agreements, technology, and things like that.
True Crime Tuesday kicks off with the story of the murder of Kathy Krausneck, murdered in 1982 in Brighton, New York. It was called the Brighton Axe murder because Kathy was found in bed facing the opposite wall with an axe in her head. Sorry, that didn't start off uplifting.
Well, you just get right to the point, though. I think that's important.
Let me start it off with a little bit of a better story. James and Kathy Krausneck seemed like an all-American couple. James, square-jawed, fit, handsome. Kathy, flowing hair, winning smile, attractive. He was more reserved. She was more outgoing. Then she was found in bed with the axe. Yeah.
This was back in 1982, and one of the investigators in that case, currently a state Supreme Court justice apparently, one of the investigators says that he went upstairs into the bedroom and sees her there in the condition that she was in. And years would pass before someone would even be accused of the murder of Kathy.
1982 rolls on, 92 rolls on, 2002 rolls on, 2012, but in 2019, a grand jury finally indicts her husband James on second-degree murder charges. Now, James had been married 3 times since Kathy's death. He and his current wife together since 1999. His previous spouses did not give investigators any sort of evidence that would hint that he was capable of this, but nevertheless, in late September 2022, a jury convicted James of killing his wife back in 82.
So one of the unfortunate aspects of this case is that their 3.5-year-old daughter was home at the time, and the 3.5-year-old daughter was Sarah spent the day basically with her mom's dead body in the house. She had dressed herself in unmatched sweaters. The investigator recalled seeing her with shoes on the wrong feet because obviously she was doing it herself. And when she did talk to police, she was confused by what had gone on in the house, whatever it was, and was confused by what she saw. She in fact said that there was a bad man in the bed with an axe in the head. She didn't even recognize the body as her mother. When Sarah was in the police station a few hours later, this investigator took Sarah to the library. They gathered some playthings from the kids section. He said, I wanted to, went in, got some stuffed animals and brought them to her. The word was beginning to reach the TV media in the area, newspapers as well, about a homicide in Brighton. But at that point, they really didn't know much more than the fact that Kathy was found in bed with an axe in her head.
Dennis O'Brien produced a segment in 2005 for the national show A Current Affair 2. And he says that it just always fascinated him, right? Why? If it was the husband, why did he do it? who, if it wasn't him. He says there was no smoking gun with the crime, no confession from the husband, no eyewitness testimony, no moments of explosive temper throughout the husband's life, no indication that he plotted to do anything remotely criminal. So Dennis O'Brien, who worked for the Current Affairs I mentioned in 2005, on the night of the murder, he was a reporter at what now is WHAM-TV. And it stayed with him 20 years later to where he produced this segment. Over the years, he kept some renewed interest in 2005, but no more leads of consequence. It was an old story with no ending to it.
So they get a new police chief, a guy named Mark Henderson, and he was sent the video of the news story itself by that reporter. And the timing of it was absolutely perfect because the FBI was just stepping in. They were going to do a cold case collaboration with local police to try to tackle some of these long unsolved crimes that they had. And that Current Affair 2 segment was perfect, according to the police chief. It synopsized. It was a perfect synopsis of the case itself.
The police chief, by the way, was no stranger to this crime. His predecessor, Thomas Vogel, had talked about it repeatedly. Apparently, Thomas couldn't get it out of his mind as well. The former chief, Eugene Shaw, who headed the department in '82, kept parts of the police file on his desk. You hear that from detectives from time to time, that they keep files that are cold or had import to them on their desk to remind them why they do what they do. Some nights after reviewing the files or receiving an occasional tip, that Chief Eugene Shaw would make cassette recordings at home about the unsolved murder. It was just fascinating to every law enforcement official who came in contact with him.
So this new chief, Mark Henderson, re-examines the case along with the investigators that are currently working for Brighton Police, and he enlists the help of the DA at the time, Sam Dooley, who also tasked some investigators to check in on this case as well. And they all pitch it to the FBI to try to get the resources of the Federal Bureau of Investigation behind them as they reopen this cold case, and they said it was successful. They all made a trip to Michigan to tell Kathy's family that police and other law enforcement agencies were going to take a new look at this thing. They're going to do a complete re-examination forensically of the evidence. They were going to digitize thousands of pages of investigative records and then do basically a front to back, beginning to end restructuring of the crime itself, and another look at the time of death.
So the police chief and investigator fly into the small airport in Traverse City, Michigan, to visit Kathy's father, now in his 90s. Lives in a 900 square foot home on 118 acres in rural Michigan. It was once a hunting camp there that he himself built. Dad did. Now, when the investigator and the police chief fly in, they didn't know that there was a major golf tournament nearby. They turned up at this little airport. They realized they had reserved a rental car. They thought they could just pick one up, and they were all sold out.
It doesn't hurt to have an FBI badge when you're trying to get a rental car. In this case, they actually found a minivan that's typically used for transit service that they were able to rent and go visit Robert Schlosser, again, Kathy's dad.
They knock on the door. Dad welcomes them in. They brief him on what they plan to do with the case, and afterwards, as the chief and the investigator are getting ready to leave, Dad says, "Let's have a beer." At first, the chief is like, "No, I got a 2-hour drive back to where I'm headed." But the daughter, Annette, says, "This would really mean a lot to my dad."
I get that, too. I mean, if this father for 20, 30 years has been, reliving the mystery of who killed his daughter in such a gruesome way, the idea that now they have new eyes, new energy into solving it, it makes perfect sense that he would want him to stick around. So we'll talk more about this meeting, how it eventually led to the arrest and the conviction of the suspect.
And another beer.
And another beer. Gary and Shannon will continue in just a moment. We'll take a look at the news. Here's Deborah Martin.
The LA County Board of Supervisors is set to consider a motion to end the county's local COVID-19 emergency declaration. The motion being heard today would end the proclamation of a local emergency and the proclamation of a local health emergency on March 31st. A man from Anaheim has been sentenced to 10 years in prison for causing a fatal crash while on meth. The guy pleaded guilty yesterday to killing a pedestrian in Buena Park. And Nissan has been calling more than 800,000 small while they are being driven. We're going to go back to the 110 next.
Well, we've been talking about solar technology for what, 6 years? Okay, listen.
It's been a long day, hasn't it? Oh, I see. Yes, several years ago, I actually did the research. Solar Max was clearly the best when it came to solar production. Solar Max is going to build you a custom solar system like they did me. They use the most innovative technology. They have the highest quality solar panels, inverters, and battery systems in the industry, hands down.
Now is the best time to get solar because you get more electrical production in the spring. So call Solar Max, save big. Get this 12-panel system for $0 down at $59.99 a month. These are the most powerful solar panels on the market.
Plus, you're going to want to lock in those NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th. But you got to start now. Call Solar Max. Start saving money by spring on their 12-panel system for $0 down, $59.99 a month.
Dial pound 250 from your cell. Say that keyword Solar Max. Pound 250 Solar Max or go to solarmaxtech.com.
Monthly payment available on approved credit. SLB number 972.
Southland weather from KFI, mostly cloudy, chance of rain, highs 40s and 50s. This report brought to you by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. We're going back to the 110 in South LA. We got a pretty tough crash here with a motorcycle down on the 110 northbound right before 51st Street. The two left lanes are blocked. The crawlers are coming up on it, and you've got spectators slowing on the southbound side. It's going to be slow from the 10. Also in Culver City on the 10 westbound right at La Cienega Boulevard. That reported a disabled vehicle in the lanes. In West Whittier, it looks like we got a crash. 605 northbound, right as you're coming up onto Whittier Boulevard. Now, it says northbound, but I see a ton of slowing on the southbound side. It is going to be backed up from the 605 and heading into the, leaving the Camp Pendleton area, 5 northbound before Basilone Road. That wreck still blocking the right lane there. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harman.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Want to save 50% on new blinds? Blindster.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters with free shipping and prices less than big box retailers. And right now, save 50% off any order during Blindster's extended President's Day sale. Hurry, sale ends March 1st. Blindster.com.
It's the Marketer's Report. This week, Patricio Sagnaletto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for show, audio is a core part of that. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Contractor license 1047-781. There are some homeowner headaches we fix together. One is our heating rejuvenation, where we help to prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is we'll unclog any drain for just $80 with a 30-foot drain span. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearing service is just $80. So nice, I said it twice. Get air conditioning and plumbing. GOETTL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Visit YouCanFeed.org or call 833-422-4255 to ask for medication to treat COVID-19. Sponsored by the California Department of Public Health.
The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
If you want to sell your home, call Seller's Advantage. Everyone has different reasons for selling. Some people want to downsize and move. Some have inherited a property they want to get rid of.
Or maybe it's time for a change. Whatever your reason for selling, Seller's Advantage has a custom solution for your needs. They'll make a competitive cash offer with no repairs needed, and they can close in days. No complicated closing process or contracts falling through. Seller's Advantage has been making sellers happy for decades, and they have the reviews to prove it. Call them today and get a no-obligation offer at 888-302 as is. 888-302 as is. 888-302 as is, and sellersadvantage.com.
Seller's Advantage will buy your home, make it easy so that you don't have to worry. Sell happy with Seller's Advantage.
CRE number 01961658. They're going to monitor how much electricity you're using during peak times. They'll restrict the electricity flow to your house. John and Ken, they're going to come to a point where they made natural gas, gasoline, electricity so expensive that we're just going to have to live in a reduce on the iHeartRadio app.
Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 645 everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Before we get back to our True Crime Tuesday story.
Did you hear about those eye drops?
Yes, they're bad for you, right?
Yeah. U.S. disease detectives, figured out how eye drops were linked to dozens of infections. Some really bad eye infections in California led health officials to link at last count, 58 Americans in 13 states have been infected. At least one died. 5 have suffered permanent vision loss, all blamed on these tainted eye drops. No.
During challengers that have lined up against her, a couple of them actually got a chance to beat her. And they are doing the 50% plus one. So if one candidate does not get that threshold, the top 2 will then move on to a runoff on April 4th. That is a pretty likely scenario. The story of Chris Rock and Will Smith will finally be told by Chris Rock. He has an upcoming Netflix special called Chris Rock Selective Outrage. It'll be the first ever live stream broadcast by Netflix when it airs March 4th. That's Saturday, right? Saturday night at 6:30 our time. Chris Rock will be joined by other comedians, Amy Schumer, Jerry Seinfeld, Leslie Jones during this performance.
Oh, more than a week after Tom Sizemore suffered a brain aneurysm, a representative says the actor's family is now deciding end of life matters. His manager said in a statement that there is no further hope. He has been in critical condition and a coma since collapsing early February 18th at his home in LA. He's been run-ins with law enforcement, including DV and abuse allegations. I didn't know about that.
We have been telling you True Crime Tuesday. This case this week is the death of Kathy Krauseneck from back in February of 1982.
Kathy Krauseneck at the time was a young wife and mother. She was 29 years old, lived in Brighton, a suburb of Rochester, New York, with her husband, James Krauseneck. She and James shared a daughter together, Sarah, who's now, after all these years, in her mid-40s. She was 3 when Kathy was killed with an axe to the head while in bed back in 1982. It was February 19th, 1982, when Kathy was discovered. The little girl also found at the scene of the crime, luckily unharmed.
Sarah was there but was unharmed. And minutes later, he shows up at a neighbor's house holding his little girl. A neighbor has to call 911 because Jim apparently can't speak. He said he went to work at the normal time. He'd been gone all day. Kathy was planning on staying home just to take care of their little girl. Now, according to one of the detectives, Sarah was clearly confused about
the axe to her mother's head.
Probably that. When asked by detectives if the man was black or white, the little girl said he was many colors.
Because of probably the blood. And she was there for hours. She spent a day in that home with her mother's corpse and had those mismatched clothes on, dressed herself.
So detectives said the first investigators at the scene didn't really find any sort of significant forensic clues to them. it looked like it was an interrupted burglary. The axe found at the door and the one in Kathy's head both belonged to the Krause. In the dining room, all the stuff was on the floor. There was a tea set on the floor, but the tea set looked like it had simply been set down on the floor. It wasn't knocked over. It wasn't. There was a faint shoe print as if someone had stepped in it to hold it open. And despite all of these things that would have pointed to a burglary, there was nothing had been taken even to look like a burglary.
It's a burglary, right. Now, he was not, and this thing went cold for 40 years due to a lack of evidence and leads. And then in 2015, when the case was reopened, as we were talking about before the break, led by the FBI and celebrity forensic pathologist Dr. Michael Bodden. He was the one who apparently found evidence to prove that Kathy's husband, James, was at home at the time of her murder. He was arrested for second-degree murder in 2019. Found guilty of it at the age of 70, 40 years after it went down. Sarah, by the way, the daughter, the 3-year-old who spent the day with her mom's corpse, had remained in support of her father for years, claiming at his hearing in November that it is absolutely inconceivable for him to have conceived such an act. Now, his attorney allegedly plans to appeal the verdict as he fights to maintain his innocence. He said in court repeatedly, "I did not murder Kathy. I loved Kathy with all my heart and with all my soul. I continue to be haunted by why someone would murder such a beautiful person." And there was nothing in the interviews that they did with people who knew this couple, who knew him, people who knew him after the fact, including none of them have flagged anything in his personality that would make him remotely
sort of the fodder for a lot of different crime shows. We mentioned A Current Affair. There were other shows that did segments on this case. It was actually a novel that was then based Kathy Krusonek's murder. And you mentioned Jim Krause.
People in mountain communities have been unable to leave their snowed-in homes. Highways up to the mountains have been closed traffic. Melissa Smithy is staying at a Red Cross shelter in Redlands.
Was running low on my backup oxygen supply.
County officials say the emergency will bolster the response to the storm system. At the Red Cross, Blake trolling KFI News.
A large mudslide near Beverly Crest to shut down Mulholland Drive. The road is closed between Coldwater Canyon and Deep Canyon Drive, where crews are assessing.
Building and safety is going to come and determine the safety of the building, and the geologist is going to determine the safety of the hillside.
LA City Fire says an elderly man and his caretaker were in one of the homes that had to be vacated this morning, but no injuries have been reported. The department says it is concerned about more mudslides as more rain is on the way. The news is brought to you by the Cunning Dental Implant Center. 3 people at a detention center in LA County have been sent to the hospital for injuries sustained during an unspecified incident. Fire department officials say 14 other people at Pitch's Detention Center in Passaic are being treated at the scene. It's not clear what caused those injuries, but officials say one of the people in the hospital is in critical condition. Homeless deaths have spiked dramatically over the last decade in Orange County. Were reported in 2012 compared to 395 in 2021.
The leading cause of death surpassed natural causes and is considered accidental. Accidental includes those who are subjected to a narcotics-related death. Fentanyl is
during the pandemic continues to count than the national average. A youth jail diversion program for low-level crimes in Orange County has run out of grant funding after decades of treating about 1,000 kids per year.
The nonprofit treats underlying causes for first-time offenses of crimes like shoplifting, truancy, simple assault, or vandalism.
If they were to go to court, it may be dismissed completely. The offense may just require a fine that the parents pay, and there's no learning opportunity, no intervention.
Benjamin says state funding ends today for contracts with police agencies in 6 cities. She says now the goal is to get all police agencies in the county to band together to keep the program afloat. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
SoCal Gas has announced a $10 million plan to help customers pay their bills. Half of that money is going to the gas and will help owners of small restaurants.
The President's student loan giveaway will do nothing.
Conservative justices in the Supreme Court's majority have questioned President Biden's plan to forgive or complete. Senator John Thune says
Biden's plan does not address the root of the problem, soaring college costs.
This isn't a government handout for the needy. This is a government handout that will disproportionately benefit Americans who are better off.
26 million people have applied and 16 million have been approved. $1,000 in federal student loans forgiven since Biden introduced the plan last August. And the clock is ticking on a popular video app.
Federal agencies now have just 30 days to make sure they remove TikTok from any federal smartphone, computer, mobile device. Federal contractors have another 2 months to do the same.
ABC Danny Fields, the Biden administration claims TikTok risks sharing federal information with the Chinese government. That's why Congress passed a law banning the app from any federal government device. The JFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby and Myers, Injury Attorneys. The Dow is down 234, S&P 500 is down 13, NASDAQ is down 11, and the average price of a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.77. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. Southland weather from KFI, mostly cloudy with a chance of rain, highs in the low to mid-50s from fire. Right, we're going to a crash on the 5 in the Camp area. It's on that 5 northbound, a ride as you're coming up before Barcelona Road. Happened earlier, 2 big rigs tangled. The 2 right lanes are still blocked. It's fine. 405 south at the 133 doing a break to try to fill some potholes. In Tustin, 5 northbound right at the 55. Got a crash reportedly blocking the right lane. South LA on the 110 northbound before you get 51st Street. That wreck cleared to the right shoulder. It's still going to be on and off bricks from Manchester Avenue. Southbound side, it's going to be slow from Washington down to Slauson. Keeping a Mountain Avenue right shoulder there as well. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster.
Not so secret war in America. But far less Democrats and the new woke generation are remaking our country and its institutions. That's what Horowitz says. Final battle reveals Joe Biden and big media's plans, according to Horowitz, to stop Trump and DeSantis in 2024. Then Horowitz won't even name his names of the secret players he says that are driving today's woke ideology. Get Final Battle and take advantage of the free offer. Call 1-800-NEWSMAX. That's 1-800-NEWSMAX. So go to Final you get your free copy today.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. What about those round trips that you plan in advance, which are perfect on your way there and perfect on your way back? To make a group chat 3 months before so that nobody or anything is missing. For your daughter's first birthday party, you planned it with such dedication that instead of a birthday, it felt like 13th. The same way you plan each detail for those moments. Start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make. Get started at ready.gov/.
Or call 800 Stimulating Talk. Welcome. Attention. You learned something. John Ken Show, John Cobell, Ken Shampo. It is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And Professor Cobell, you learned something? You learned something. I learned something every day listening to me.
And then they both saw
wow, that's remarkable. Sometimes something you already knew, because I know what I know, and occasionally we easily coming. Well, we're live on the iHeartRadio app with the podcast. We're live 1 to 4, and then after 4 o'clock, it's the podcast, the same show, and you can listen to that.
That was fun.
She's loaded up with propofol.
Oh yeah, now that was fun.
That was off, right?
It wears off. I was pretty groggy for most of the day yesterday. I slept for a few hours after, but yeah.
I keep seeing those poop in a box commercials, right? The one they send your poop in and they analyze it.
Yeah, no, I think you need to have it.
Yeah, I might try that.
No, John, you've never had a colonoscopy. You need to get one.
The poop in the box will work.
No.
Don't tell me history of anything. No.
But here's the thing. Colon cancer, detected early, right, is very treatable. And if it's not detected early, it can be fatal. So why take the chance?
Do you have any polyps?
Nope.
Nope.
Wow, you're polyp-free. That's what being a vegan does, John.
Oh, yeah. That had a lot to do with it.
Score one for the vegan.
Yeah.
The fruits and vegetables are free vegan. No growth.
No
Imagine how many polyps you have to
See, that's why you need to go get checked.
You want to look, feel free.
No, I would say I
Not
want
you.
to.
I'm talking to him.
Oh, I don't think Ken wants to either.
First time I really learned that word and heard more about it was with Reagan. Remember Ronald Reagan was president? He had a colonoscopy and they snipped some polyps. That's the president awareness around the whole, making a big deal of it, but it's nothing like last week's rain. So yeah, they're traveling without food. Without food. Yeah, they sound desperate. I was hoping, John, you know the area. Maybe you could plow your way through there and help them. No, they're screwed. No, I got pictures of our development that we have our other house at, and I couldn't get into our place if I wanted to. I couldn't even get through the front gate. No, couldn't make it anywhere near the house. I mean, people are. My wife, well, I want you to bring food and water and diapers. It's always about diapers. So they had this these TV stories. I think you mentioned this yesterday about the husbands who they Airbnb, but their families are sent down to walk to the grocery store. You have to walk a couple miles downhill to get to Jensen's, Lake Arrowhead, section, Blue Jay section. And it was 5 hours these two guys went out to collect groceries for their families. 5-hour carry, though, really, literally. I mean, a couple bags each. And you're walking on the snow and ice, and you're going up the river.
That's not fair to the donkeys.
Easily, they enjoy the fun. Donkeys don't mind. They're bred to carry. Don't you think donkeys want to work like we do?
In these conditions? In these conditions, no.
You think animals don't want to be retired? They all want to laze about, just graze all day?
They want to be pets and loved.
If I was a donkey, I'd want to go to work. Well, after they come back with the food, they'll pet them and love them.
Yeah, but they don't want to work in these crazy conditions with the snow and the wind.
Oh, I think they'd enjoy the challenge and the fun. So these families literally are down to nothing. And I understand, didn't they stock up? The store was predicted. Now it'd be like you knew this is coming. Why are you up there? Why'd you even stay there? Yeah, right. Blah, blah, blah. The storm was well telegraphed for several days. It was. They said it was going to be several feet of snow. And I know